staring at myself in the cracked bathroom mirror. I took in my appearance just as I did every morning before tending to the pack house. I'm not particularly sure why I did such a thing every day. Nothing really changed. Every now and then I may have a new cut or bruise to cover. But besides that, my dark brown hair, light olive skin, and brown eyes remained unchanged. It's not like it mattered how I looked anyways. No one noticed me. A few of the Omegas I worked with would chat with me every now and then. But for the most part, even they avoided me. After all, they were Omegas. Even though I worked with them, I was still ranked above them. They weren't supposed to speak to anyone ranked above them unless spoken to first. I sighed as I exited the bathroom and made my way towards the front door. For a moment, I contemplated rummaging through the cabinets for a bite to eat. But I didn't want to wake Father. He was especially unruly in the mornings. Not only that, but I knew I wouldn't find anything. There was never food in our pack house apartment, and if there was, it was for Father, accepting my empty stomach once again. I slid out the front door, very gently shutting it behind me. It was too early in the day for Father to already have a reason for being angry at me when I got home. My first stop every morning was the basement supply closet. The Omegas and myself met there every morning to receive our daily tasks. Most days were the same. We lived rather monotonous lives. But every now and then there'd be a slight change in our duties. Those were the exciting days. I quickly made my way down the damp stairs into the basement where I found that I had arrived just on time. Alice, the woman who was in charge of us. I was just beginning to hand out the assignment sheets. I heard we have something special on our lists today, Laurel whispered excitedly to me as I silently joined the group. She was one of the few Omegas who wasn't afraid to talk to me. I nodded to her, not wanting to draw attention to myself, and waited for Alice to hand me my paper. All right. Omegas. Alice started, but then paused. And Audrey, she added. Today is a very special day. It's Archibald Whitaker's birthday, and Alpha Dean has decided to celebrate his father with a formal ball for the pack tonight. You all will tend to your normal daily duties in a timely manner today, and then you will begin setting up for the ball. Tonight, you will be serving food and drinks. I expect each of you to look your very best. Black dresses will be provided for the females, and a white button-up and black pants will be provided for the males. This is the first ball or party that the Dark Root Pack has seen in decades. So it's very important that everything goes smoothly. The pack is extremely excited for the event, and Alpha Dean expects perfection. Now get busy. Alice clapped her hands together several times in quick succession, indicating that we needed to hurry up and get moving. The top of my list was familiar. Help prepare breakfast for the pack and clean the library. Usually. Several more tedious tasks would follow, but today in their place was only set up for the ball. It appeared that we then had an hour to get dressed and cleaned up before we had to arrive for serving. Breakfast was prepared and served in record time, and the library was never too big a task, seeing as I was assigned to it every day. During the setup time, Alice appeared again to give us our specific stations for the evening. I couldn't help but be excited. Even though I wasn't able to enjoy the ball like a normal pack member, I'd likely be given odd looks all night, as people would know I wasn't an Omega, but wonder why I was doing an Omega job. As I helped Laurel spread a cloth over one of the drink tables, Alice approached us. She quickly handed Laurel a piece of paper with her assigned job for the night before handing one to me. Audrey, I've given you a very important position here tonight. Seeing as you're not an Omega, I thought it'd only be fitting for you to be the one serving the Alpha tonight. You'll be his and his father's personal attendant, and you'll serve the Beta and his family as well. My jaw dropped at her words. I had to serve Alpha Dean and his entire table. I'd never been anywhere near our Alpha, and I was fine with that. Everyone in the pack knew of his reputation. It was one dark enough for us to all keep our distance. Woo, what I stuttered, sounding rather childish. That's correct. Miss Allen. So make sure you're cleaned up well tonight. You have the most important job of the evening. Just like that. My anxiety skyrocketed. I could feel my body instinctively wanting to tremble, but I fought against it the best I could. I typically enjoyed any time I had to work because it meant I didn't have to be around my father. But given a choice between Alpha Dean and my father, I wasn't sure who was the better option. I swallowed hard and nodded to Alice as I was currently unable to speak. I had gotten used to the fear of going home to my father every day. But having the same fear outside of our private home was foreign. Other males and strangers always made me nervous. The uncertainty of any situation did. But seeing as I was typically only around the Omegas, I was fine. After Alice finished with what she needed to tell me, she moved on to the next person and excused me to go get ready. I quickly helped Laurel with the finishing touches on the drink table before exiting the dining hall and making my way upstairs to the family apartments, where my father and I lived. My hope was if I made it back early enough to get ready, my father would still be at work. I quietly entered our apartment and scurried back to my bedroom with the black dress I'd been provided. Although it was just solid black, it was rather fashionable, even though we were just the help. It was a formal ball. They couldn't have us looking anything less than professional. I showered, taking only but about 5 minutes. Before getting dressed and working on drying my hair was rather thick, and took some time to dry even with a proper hairdryer. Once I checked off that time-consuming task, I decided to tackle my makeup. I always kept it simple, usually only using makeup to cover up cuts and bruises. Tonight, though, I applied my foundation properly and even added a thin line of eyeliner with some mascara to top everything off. My hair simply hung in its natural waves since I didn't have much more time to spare. But I felt that it looked presentable. Just as I sat on the edge of my bed to slip on the only pair of black flats that I owned, I heard the front door shut. Father was home early. I froze as I listened to his loud footsteps echo down the hallway. Slowly nearing my room, I knew he'd be angry that I was home so early. He'd be angry that I was wearing a dress. He'd ask questions and assume answers. I only hoped that his anger wouldn't escalate to violence. I didn't have the time to cover up a bruise before the ball. "What the heck are you doing?" he yelled as he stood in the doorway, staring down at me with bloodshot eyes. "Hi, Daddy," I said softly, hoping to neutralize his anger. "If at all possible. We have to serve at the ball tonight. They provided us with clothing to wear." "You look like a whore," he grumbled. My anxiety was already high, causing me to tremble lightly. But his words made my face fall. I thought the dress looked nice. I never got to dress nicely or wear makeup, so I thought I might actually look pretty. For once, I should have known better. I wasn't pretty. I never have been. And I never will be. Father was right. I probably looked like a whore in such an outfit. Perhaps they did this to humiliate us. I felt my cheeks heating up at the very thought. "I'm sorry, Father. I didn't have a choice in what to wear," I whispered, struggling to hold back tears. Father stepped forward and roughly grabbed me by the shoulders, causing me to hiss in pain as his fingers dug into the bone. "How many times do I have to tell you to speak up?" He shook me before finally releasing his grip and throwing me back on the bed. I laid back and whimpered, cowering behind a pillow. He was right, though. He did always tell me to speak louder and more clearly. But at the same time, he'd get angry if I spoke too loudly. He'd accuse me of raising my voice. "You're pathetic," he yelled, before turning around and storming out of the room. "I'll deal with you later. I have a ball to attend." I dabbed at my eyes, hoping my hard work hadn't been messed up by threatened tears, feeling satisfied that my makeup was still okay. I hopped off my bed and ran down the hallway, desperate to get out of the apartment before my father found something else to get angry about. More than likely, he'd be angry that I was running, but if I left quick enough, he wouldn't be able to express that anger to me. He never acted the same way in public, in front of everyone else. He was a respectable father and a hard worker. My father often did security for the pack and was rather well known. When he demanded that I only be given the work of the Omegas, the pack assumed I had done something disrespectful or worthy of such a fate. Before he chose my life for me, I aspired to work as a pack nurse or teacher. I made my way to the pack house dining hall in record time. I knew my father wouldn't follow. That would put him at risk for exposing who he truly was to fellow pack members. He would remain only a monster in my eyes. When I arrived, only Laurel and several other Omegas were present. Laurel was stationed at the food table, as she'd be serving food for myself and the other few Omegas who were chosen to serve specific tables. I slowly made my way to the front of the room. The large table was empty, but I knew eventually it would seat our alpha, his father, and the Beta family. I carefully set the table with plates and cutlery, making sure to put everything in its proper position. I'd never encountered the Alpha family before. Therefore, I didn't know how picky they'd be. After I felt the table was properly made, I joined the Omegas at the far side of the room. Most of them had been assigned to specific tables, and the ones who hadn't were assigned to tasks such as food, drink, or decoration. There would be dancing at the ball, so decoration was a must. About 10 minutes later, the dining hall began to fill. I knew the Alpha's table would be the last, so I waited patiently in position, trying to contain my trembling as each group entered the room. Once every table was full, I grew even more nervous. I knew at any moment the Alpha and his father would be entering the room. I stood at the edge of their table as the doors opened. Slowly, it revealed Alpha Dean and his father, Archibald. That was all there was to the Alpha family, as the rest was either deceased or located elsewhere. Due to that, the Beta family followed, allowed to sit with the Alphas. Alpha Dean seemed to stare me down as he entered the room and approached his seat. This was the first time I'd ever been so close to him, and I noticed his eyes were two different colors, one blue, one hazel. They were spectacular, really, especially against his tan skin. At this time, my wolf became present. She was yipping and jumping around in my mind, begging to be acknowledged, but I forced her to the back of my head. This was not the time or place for my wolf instincts. Ignoring her attempts for control, I approached the Alpha's table, prepared to take their requests. Alpha Dean, it's a pleasure to serve you tonight. I spoke quietly, but I made sure I was loud enough for them to hear me. What would your table like for their first course this evening? Alpha Dean stared at me for quite some time. In fact, he was making me nervous. His two different colored eyes held mine captive, as he seemed to not care at all for the menu in front of him. Perhaps my mind was full of fantasies, but it seemed that he was only focused on me. Steak cooked rare, Alpha Dean replied, his voice low and gruff. His voice alone made me want to shiver, but I refrained. It held so much power and authority. It was no wonder every member of our pack was completely submissive to him. I couldn't help but wonder for a moment if this was how all Alphas were, but I ultimately decided that must be the case. Why would one Alpha differ from the rest? I scribbled down Alpha Dean's request and returned to the kitchen, determined to provide the best service possible for my Alpha. After handing the order in to the Omegas who were assigned to cook, I returned to the table with glasses of ice water. As I set the cups on the table, I could feel Alpha Dean's eyes on me again. But this time I didn't look up. My wolf was still fighting for my attention, but I continued to ignore her. I was too distracted with both my job and Alpha Dean's odd behavior. If it weren't for his intoxicating, woody smell, I probably would have been creeped out. Instead, I was curious. Why did he seem so fascinated with me? As I placed a bundle of silverware down in front of Alpha Dean, he spoke again. You're not an Omega. I froze. Of course. It was obvious that I wasn't an Omega, but I hadn't been expecting Alpha Dean to comment on it. That's correct, Alpha, I replied timidly. Why are you working with the Omegas? He asked. His tone never changed and his face remained hard. I swallowed hard before speaking again. I simply couldn't understand why our Alpha was so interested in someone as insignificant as me. Should that worry me? My hands began to tremble despite my efforts to keep my anxiety under control. I took a deep breath, attempting to calm myself, but instead, I was overwhelmed with Alpha Dean's scent. My father requested that I work with the Omegas. Alpha, I finally responded, unable to hide the shakiness in my voice. At first, I thought I was hearing things, but after a moment of staring into Alpha Dean's eyes, I realized he was growling at my response. In one swift movement, he grabbed me by my wrist, causing me to flinch away. It was an automatic reflex for me. For only a second. He appeared hurt and confused by my flinching, and only for a second did I even think about it. After only a couple seconds more, Sparks erupted on my skin where his hand held my wrist. They shot up my arm and filled my entire body with a comforting warmth. I gasped and tried to yank my arm away, but he held it tightly, slowly. Alpha Dean leaned in close. The tip of his nose was just barely touching my neck, my hair lightly caressing his face. He inhaled deeply, sending a shiver down my spine. Consider today your last day on the job. Little mate. One moment, Alpha Dean was clutching my wrist, whispering in my ear, and calling me mate. And the next, I was being ushered out of the room by 2 guards. Everything was a blur. It all seemed surreal. I just didn't understand. I finally acknowledged my wolf's persistent begging in my head, as she was always the only one I could turn to in times of distress. The men who escorted me out of the dining hall were gentle, but silent and offered no answers. The Alpha is our mate. We found our mate, my wolf yipped over and over in my head. She seemed to be celebrating as she pranced back and forth, swaying her fluffy tail in the air. I don't understand. I confided in her as the guards continued to lead me through the maze of hallways that made up our pack house. Alpha Dean is our mate. We're the Luna of Dark Root. He's going to reject us. He'll treat us just like father, I told her, refusing to allow her optimism to give me false hope. She growled at me in response. Our mate would never do those things. I sighed and toned her out again, pushing her to the back of my mind. It made me sad to do so, as she was all I really had. But dealing with her pain and disappointment when Alpha Dean rejects us or hurts us will be bad enough. I can't possibly deal with both of our disappointment. Before summoning his guards, I faintly remembered Alpha Dean telling me that he was sending me somewhere safe for the rest of the ball. I didn't really know what that meant. I didn't understand any of this. How did I have an alpha as a mate? Alpha Dean of all people. Especially, was he sending me out of the dining hall because he was ashamed of me? That must have been it. But why would he say tonight was my last night of work? Perhaps he was going to send me away. Or maybe even kill me. An alpha couldn't have his pack knowing that a lowly she-wolf such as myself was his mate and his pack's rightful Luna. I may have not been an Omega, but there was no way I deserved such an honor. I was pulled from my thoughts when the guards stopped in front of a large, mahogany door with the words Alpha's Wing engraved in the wood. Alpha Dean had sent me to his personal quarters. Now I had even more things to worry about. As the guards led me inside, part of me hoped that Alpha Dean would return soon. Maybe I could get some answers. The other part of me, however, wanted to be as far away from his as possible. First, the moon goddess gave me an abusive father, and then she gave me Alpha Dean as a mate. My pathetic life was surely a joke to her. The guards carefully unlocked the doors and led me inside Alpha Dean's personal quarters. The entrance led straight into the living room, where I quickly noticed that his wing was decorated very similarly to the rest of our pack house: dark woods, black decor. But Alpha Dean's wing also had accents of white here and there, in the tiniest places. It was a beautiful area, but one should expect nothing less than the best for an alpha. You will stay here until the alpha returns from the ball. One of the guards spoke to me for the first time. I stared up at him with wide eyes and slowly nodded. I was sure I looked like a scared child, but Alpha Dean's men were nearly as intimidating as he was. After that, the guards left without another word. I heard them lock the door behind them. And although that was a bit unsettling, at least I knew my father couldn't get in here. Alpha Dean would surely be just as bad as father. But for now, at least, I was safe and it was quiet. I walked around the living room, taking in the beautiful architecture and design. But I was careful not to touch anything. I didn't want to anger Alpha Dean in any way. As I wandered through the room, I found myself approaching the hallway. It appeared there were 4 doors connected to the hallway, which were likely extra bedrooms and perhaps an office or spare bathroom since the kitchen and dining area were open to the living room. I was tempted to venture down the hallway and open the closed doors, but I was too afraid of stumbling across something not meant for my eyes. Alpha Dean was both mysterious and dangerous. I couldn't risk falling into any negative situations. After reeling in my curiosity, I decided to sit on the couch and patiently wait for Alpha Dean's arrival. Surely there was no harm in simply sitting on his couch. My small body sank into the plush material rather quickly. It practically engulfed me. but it was amazingly comfortable. In fact, I was sure I'd never felt such a comfortable piece of furniture in my life. All the furniture Father and I had was old and worn down. I was always grateful for the things I had. Father made sure of that. But it was hard to not be envious of Alpha Dean's lavish lifestyle now that I was aware of it. I sat and stared at the wall ahead of me for quite some time, taking in the intricate details of the fireplace and bookshelves. One thing I quickly noticed was that there were no pictures. From what I'd seen, Alpha Dean didn't have one photo of family or even himself in his quarters. In fact, I hadn't even seen any artwork, nothing that may hold emotions or personal connections. Although I found this interesting and even odd, it really wasn't all that surprising. Alpha Dean had never presented himself as a warm individual with close family ties. I didn't even know if he had any family besides his father, our former Alpha. I wasn't completely sure how long I sat there and analyzed Alpha Dean's living room. But what I did know was that at some point, I dozed off, because the next thing I knew, I was awoken by the sound of a man with a rather deep, gruff voice, clearing his throat. My eyes snapped open and I sat up straight on the couch, feeling a bit disoriented at first as I refamiliarized myself with these new surroundings. That was when my eyes met his. Alpha Dean was standing in front of me, only 3 or 4 feet away, staring down at me with his 2 different colored eyes. The blue one sparkled the slightest bit, almost seeming amused, but the brown one was too deep and dark to clearly make out any emotions. His face, however, remained hard. "I hope you enjoyed your nap," he finally spoke. His deep voice was both alluring and terrifying, causing a variety of conflicting emotions to run through my mind. I didn't speak. I only stared. Alpha Dean stared back, remaining silent as well. It seemed we were both thoroughly confused and conflicted, unsure of what to do, how to act, what to say. I was still anticipating anger and rage. It would surely come, breaking the thick silence. Alpha Dean sighed and moved towards the couch and took a seat on the opposite end. I flinched away, allowing my body to sink further into the corner of the couch between 2 cushions. I hadn't been anticipating his movements, or for him to come so close. He looked over at me, seemingly confused by my actions, which only confused and concerned me further. "Your name is Audrey Allen," he spoke again. He'd clearly done some digging. I nodded slowly, staring into his eyes once again. It was truly frightening to hold his gaze, but at the same time, I couldn't look away. There was no denying our bond. I could feel it between us now, despite the lack of contact. I would ask how I've never seen you before, how I hadn't found you sooner. But seeing as you were working with the Omegas, that answer is rather obvious, Alpha Dean said, his jaw slightly clenched. It seemed he didn't like the fact that I'd been working with the Omegas. More silence. How was I supposed to respond to that? His emotions were nearly impossible to judge. It was taking every ounce of control I had not to turn into a shaking, crying mess. Being in his presence, even though he appeared calm, was just as terrifying as being around my father. How was I to know whether or not this large, powerful man would blow up at any moment? "I didn't think I'd ever find you," he said, his voice now slightly softer. "And now that I have..." He paused, failing to finish his thought. He didn't have to. I knew what he must be thinking. Now that he found me, he didn't know what to do. He was expecting someone of higher rank. Surely, someone strong and powerful, just like him. But he got me instead. Weak. Broken. My own thoughts sent me into an emotional brain. Downward spiral. A tear slipped from my eye and trailed down my cheek, revealing how weak I truly was. Out of instinct, Alpha Dean slid across the couch and reached out to me in an attempt to wipe away my tear. And out of instinct, I jumped up from the couch and moved behind a nearby chair for protection. The look on his face tugged at my heart. Confusion. Hurt. Anger. But that expression quickly hardened, and both of his eyes darkened. A low growl sounded from the back of his throat as he stood from the couch and stormed across the room towards the hallway. I heard the sound of one of the doors opening, and then I heard it being slammed shut, My body began to tremble uncontrollably. I'd made him angry. We'd only just met. And I'd already managed to make him angry. A few minutes later, I heard several loud crashes come from the room Alpha Dean was in. These sounds caused me to cower even further behind the large chair and several more tears to slip from my eyes. He was very angry indeed. And he'd be coming for me next. 10 more minutes passed. And I found myself curled in a ball, hugging my knees to my chest behind the living room chair that somehow made me feel safer. The sound of crashes had ceased, and there was nothing but silence for quite some time. Then I heard a door open, followed by footsteps. I squeezed my eyes closed, anticipating the worst. The footsteps gradually got closer, causing my trembling to increase significantly. This was it. This is what I'd been expecting all along. Then, the footsteps stopped in front of me. "Audrey," he said simply. The anger had vanished from his voice, but so had the softness that I'd noticed earlier. "It's getting late. We need to go to bed." I slowly opened my damp eyes and looked up at him from my position on the floor. His face now lacked any obvious emotion as he looked down at me. Expecting my obedience, I hesitantly stood up, struggling to fight against my own shaking body. I wish it was something I could control, but I simply couldn't during stressful times. Alpha Dean motioned for me to follow him, and I complied, not wishing to anger him any more tonight. We entered the hallway and he led me to the very last door on the right before opening it and allowing me to walk inside. It was a massive bedroom decorated in the same styles as the rest of his residence. A king-size bed was positioned against the furthest wall, and it appeared to be just as plush as the couch I'd fallen asleep on earlier. Perhaps I could get a good night's rest, despite the day's whirlwind of events. "This is our bedroom. The bathroom is the door to your left. Feel free to clean up and get yourself ready for bed," he said casually. Our bedroom. I had to sleep with him. So much for my hopes of a pleasant slumber. I could only hope that he was a decent enough man to not proceed with the rest of our mating process tonight. Although, I couldn't understand why else he'd want me to sleep with him in his bed. I thought about questioning him, but quickly decided against it. Reminding myself that I didn't need to anger him anymore tonight, I nodded and scurried into the bathroom. Shutting the door behind me, I saw that he'd laid out one of his t-shirts and a pair of shorts for me to wear to bed. And although I was grateful for the seemingly kind gesture, I wasn't sure how I felt about wearing his clothes. Forcing myself to stop thinking, I quickly slipped on the t-shirt and shorts, which immediately overwhelmed me with Alpha Dean's intoxicating scent. It was both comforting and unnerving. I couldn't even think straight. "Get it together, Audrey," I mumbled to myself before reaching for the toothpaste and toothbrush that had been set out next to the clothing. After thoroughly brushing my teeth and scrubbing the bit of smeared makeup off my face, I quietly opened the bathroom door and saw that Alpha Dean was already in bed. He had the covers pulled back on the empty side of the bed, signaling me to get in. I swallowed hard, trying to resist the overwhelming urge to cry or hyperventilate. I'd never shared a bed with anyone before, and I'd certainly never been this close to someone like Alpha Dean. Him being my mate didn't excuse who he was as a person. I slowly crawled into the bed and pulled the blankets up to my chin for comfort. I could feel his warmth against my back. Although we weren't touching, my wolf yearned for us to be closer to our mate. She begged me curl up in his arms, but that simply could not happen. The very thought made me want to run far away, and I'm sure Alpha Dean would be just as appalled by such actions. Despite my anxiety, I found both the warmth he radiated and his natural, woody scent lulling me to sleep. My eyes became heavy, and I could no longer fight the deep sleep that had me in its grasp. In fact, I fell into such a deep, satisfying slumber that I didn't even stir when Dean leaned over me to stroke my hair back from my face and place the smallest kiss on my temple. The next morning, I woke to an empty bed, and it was both disappointing and a relief. I wouldn't have known how to react if we'd woken up at the same time, but I had no doubt that it would have been an uncomfortable situation. I wasted no time crawling out of the large bed to get ready for the day. I was used to being up much earlier and having very busy days full of cooking and cleaning. But since Alpha Dean was no longer allowing me to work, I suddenly realized that I had no clue what to do with my day. After brushing my teeth, I wandered into the kitchen to find a small morning snack. I considered cooking a large breakfast, but then realized there was no one to serve it to. I certainly couldn't eat much on my own. Besides, Alpha Dean may not like me using his kitchen. I let out a sigh as I walked around the living room, still wearing his shirt and shorts from last night. Standing at the large living room window, I took a moment to admire the large trees that surrounded us. It had been forever since I'd been able to go outside. My wolf and I were itching for a run, but we knew not to set our hopes on such a thing. A loud, pounding knock on the front door pulled me from my thoughts, effectively making me jump. I quickly walked to the door and stood on my toes to look out the peephole. One of the guards from yesterday was standing outside, so I slowly opened the door, assuming it was for me. Ms. Allen, your presence has been requested in the Alpha's office. He wants me to escort you there. My eyes widened at his statement, but I complied, stepping outside the door and carefully shutting it behind me. I didn't have a clue why Alpha Dean would want me to come to his office, but it certainly didn't sound like a good thing. Perhaps this was the moment I'd been anticipating. Perhaps after last night, Alpha Dean was now convinced that he needed to reject me. Luckily, Alpha Dean's office was on the same floor, so our walk didn't take much time at all. And for that, I was thankful. The awkwardness that radiated between myself and his stone-cold guards was extremely uncomfortable. Once we approached the door, the guard knocked loudly, and the sound of Alpha Dean yelling "Enter" from the other side immediately followed. The guard nodded to me as he pushed the door open and allowed me to walk inside. His office was decorated very similar to his personal quarters, with various dark elements and flecks of white here and there. I quickly took in my surroundings before focusing my attention on the powerful man in front of me, my mate. He stood behind his desk, obviously awaiting my presence, before motioning to the chair in front of his desk, requesting that I take a seat. I obeyed and sat down across from him, only the large wooden desk between us, as Alpha Dean sat in his own plush office chair. We stared at each other again. That seemed to be all we were good at. Feeling brave, I decided to speak up. Alpha Dean, I started, clearing my throat a bit. You requested my presence. Please, just call me Dean. Audrey, he replied, his deep voice sounding slightly irritated. I nodded and gave him an apologetic look. Our first conversation of the day, and I'd already disappointed him. I just wanted to ask you a few questions, he said, grabbing a pen and a small notepad. What size clothing do you wear? I'm sending one of my personal servants out to buy you some new clothes today. I continued to stare at him, completely baffled by his words. I don't know. Dean furrowed his eyebrows at me. But that was an honest answer. I'd had the same clothing for years at a time, and most of them were hand-me-downs from the Omegas I worked with. Nothing fit appropriately. When was the last time you went shopping? Audrey, he asked. I had to think hard about that question, because once again, I had no idea. It would have had to have been when my mother was still alive. My cheeks heated up, turning a shade of deep pink as I was terribly embarrassed about the answer I was about to give. About 10 years ago, I said softly, my voice barely a whisper. Alpha Dean's expression was completely unreadable. His eyes had darkened very slightly, as something about my answer seemed to anger him. At the same time, however, he seemed confused. I couldn't blame him. There was no way he could have known about the life I'd come from with my father. Very well then, Dean mumbled, deciding not to question my further. I'll just estimate and we can go from there. He scribbled down several things on his notepad before looking back up at me with inquisitive eyes. What do you like to do? Little mate. This time, I was the one furrowing my eyebrows. What did I like to do? For the past 10 years, all I'd done was cook and clean. I did enjoy cooking, but something told me that wasn't the kind of answer Dean was looking for. My only memories of fun, enjoyable activities were from when I was a child, and those things no longer interested me. Sensing my confusion and expecting an answer like my previous one, Dean spoke up again. If you could spend your free time doing something, what would it be? Do you enjoy reading? Writing? I thought over his question carefully. Although I wasn't sure why such trivial things mattered to him, I believed I would like reading and writing. But they seemed like tasks that would bore me after a while. Reading and writing are fine, I replied softly. But I think I would enjoy art. Dean nodded as he scribbled down something on his notepad once again. His confused and slightly angered expression never changed. But he seemed satisfied that I'd given him an answer. What are your favorite foods? Audrey. Why was Alpha Dean asking me all of these personal questions? They were hard for me, as I wasn't sure about the answers to any of them. I didn't eat much. I typically had 1 meal per day, and that was just leftovers from the pack meals we prepared. Father never kept food in our apartment, and even if he did, it was specifically for him. I shrugged. I'm not picky. Alpha Dean. Dean, he quickly corrected. With a low growl, my cheeks heated up once again, and I quickly looked down at my lap, focusing on my fingers as I twiddled them back and forth. I'm going to have them restock the kitchen in my quarters today as well. As my mate, I'd like you to have dinner prepared for us every night by the time I get home. Our servants will take care of the cleaning, as I never want you to have such a demeaning job ever again. Okay, I whispered. I could cook dinner for him every night. That would surely help keep me busy. But the fact that he saw cleaning as demeaning was both confusing and a bit hurtful. My eyes began to form tears, despite me trying desperately to control it. Perhaps my mate truly did think lowly of me, almost as if he sensed my tears. Alpha Dean spoke again. Audrey, look at me, he commanded. I hesitantly looked up at him, instantly locking eyes. His expression softened only slightly when he noticed my tears. If you're going to be the Luna of this pack, you must behave like a Luna. And I certainly will not have my Luna scrubbing toilets and mopping floors or associating with Omegas. I nodded again, unable to speak for fear of my voice cracking. Although Alpha Dean had just somewhat confirmed that he didn't plan to reject me, he'd also confirmed that I wasn't the mate he was expecting. I was a disappointment. That was nothing new to me. But for it to be confirmed by my mate was heartbreaking, sensing that I was upset. Dean stood from his chair and pushed it back before walking around his desk to stand near me. He grabbed the chair I was in and turned it around so that I was facing him. Before kneeling down to my level, Dean reached out to tilt my chin up, but I flinched away. I didn't want to be this close. It was threatening. I wanted to run out of his office, but he had me caged in. I slumped down further in the chair as the tears broke free from my eyes. Alpha Dean froze before standing back up and taking a step back. A loud growl erupted from his throat, causing me to snap my head up and look at him before cringing away once more. Why do you do this? He yelled, demanding answers. Why won't you let me touch you? I am your mate. Audrey. The tears came out faster as his voice grew louder, and I was now trembling in fear. I had made him angry yet again. Dean didn't know my past. He didn't understand that the only male touch I'd ever received caused pain. He didn't know that his yelling was all too familiar to me. If he knew of my past, he would surely see me as broken and reject me. Then again, maybe I should let him. He was a terrifying man, and I didn't know if I could spend my life with someone like that, living in constant fear. Although, I knew if I didn't have Dean, I'd have to go back to my father. At least Alpha Dean hadn't physically hurt me. Yet, my wolf and every fiber of my being yearned to be with him. Though, the bond between us was completely undeniable, and it made me feel as if I was going insane. Part of me wanted to run far away, while the other part wanted nothing more than to fall into his embrace. But would he truly embrace me? Answer me, Dean's voice boomed again, shaking me from my thoughts. I can't, I stuttered. I always sounded pathetic when I stuttered. But in moments like these, it was inevitable. I couldn't explain all of this to him. There were no words. I didn't talk about my past. I couldn't. Even if I could, it'd only make things worse between us, if that was even possible. Dean huffed angrily, his eyes now pitch black. Return to my quarters. Audrey. And don't leave. I will see you later this evening. I stood up from the chair, shakily, and scurried out of his office. Once I returned to the Alpha's wing, I realized what a relief it was to be alone. Sure, it was boring and lonely, but I couldn't have handled any more conflict with Dean for the time being. Being around him was almost as unnerving as being around my father, except for the mate bond that demanded to be acknowledged, and the fact that Dean still hadn't physically hurt me during one of his angry fits, which I didn't completely understand. How could such a strong, powerful alpha refrain from getting physical with me when angry? But my father couldn't. I settled down on the plush couch that I'd fallen in love with the day before and reached for the control to the TV. We only had one TV in our apartment, and it was in Father's room, so I didn't have the luxury of enjoying it. Thankfully, I remembered how to use the remote from my childhood, and was soon flipping through the channels. I figured that for the time being, this would be the best way to both entertain and distract me. About 30 minutes into watching a documentary on National Geographic, I heard someone come in through the front door. It seemed much too early for Dean to be back, so I spun around to see several women coming in through the door, carrying a variety of items including clothing bags and plastic grocery sacks. Why, hello dear, we're just here to deliver some clothing, groceries, and other necessities to you at the Alpha's request, one of the servants told me. She appeared to be middle-aged and had a surprisingly friendly face. The other 3 women scurried off in different directions to put away the items they had carried in. What's your name, dear? I've heard talk that we finally have a Luna. The middle-aged woman spoke again, shooting me a warm smile as she began to place food in the pantry. My face turned bright red at her comment. I didn't know that other pack members knew about Dean and I being mates. Surely the entire pack didn't know already. I hoped. I'm Audrey, I told her, my voice coming out soft and shy. Well, it's lovely to meet you, Audrey. My name is Helen. I'm Alpha Dean's personal servant, and the other ladies you saw come and work under me. I'm always nearby if you need anything at all. I nodded to her with a small smile. It was refreshing to be in the presence of such a nice woman. Laurel was the only other kind soul I'd been around, and although we weren't exactly close friends, I was beginning to miss her. After the servants finished their duties, they left just as quickly and quietly as they came. Now that the kitchen was stocked with fresh food, I decided perhaps it was time to work on dinner for Dean. Maybe that would help mend things from earlier. I began rummaging through the refrigerator and pantry, sorting through ingredients before finally settling on chicken parmesan with spaghetti. It was a classic meal, one that you couldn't go wrong with. When I was about halfway done cooking the meal, I heard the front door open again. I stepped back from the stove to look and saw Dean walking in. He was on the phone but paused to look over at me, giving me a nod. I suppose that was his way of acknowledging dinner before he continued down the hallway and into the bedroom, only shutting the door halfway. I don't know why him being on the phone intrigued me. He was an alpha after all. He had phone calls to take all the time. Regardless, I found myself wandering towards the hallway, only close enough to the bedroom for me to hear his voice. She's just so scared and emotional. And weak, Dean said to whoever he was on the phone with. I felt like my heart stopped as tears filled my eyes for the second time today. My mate did think I was weak. I just don't know what to do. I don't know how to get through to her. I don't know why she acts the way she does. I don't understand any of it. The tears began flowing down my cheeks even harder than earlier. He was talking about me to someone else. Most of what he was saying truly wasn't a big deal. But he called me weak. I heard it myself. Thank you. Viet, please do tell Rhett to give me a call. Knowing that the phone call was ending, I hurried back to the kitchen, crying all the while. I heard his footsteps approaching as I was dishing up his dinner plate, and I knew he could hear my sniffles. When I looked up from the plate to look at him, he was holding a large sketch pad and several books in his hands, staring at me. What happened now? He asked, his voice laced with both irritation and concern. I hesitated to reply as the sniffles progressed and the tears came faster. I'm weak, needless to say. Dinner didn't go as planned. I continued to cry like the weak she-wolf I was, and Dean continued to stare at me. He truly didn't know what to do. He didn't know how to react to me, how to comfort me, how to talk to me. But I couldn't blame him. I was terrified to let him near me. I was a whirlwind of ever-changing emotions. The truth of the matter was, none of this was even really his fault. It was me. I was the problem. We didn't speak the rest of the night. I finally stopped crying as I sat at the dining room table across from Dean. He ate his food quickly and quietly, but I couldn't even touch mine. When he finished, he looked over at me as if he wanted to tell me to eat. But he didn't speak a word. He simply stood from the table and retreated to the bedroom. Once he was out of the room, I stood from the table and proceeded to put away the leftovers. Perhaps tomorrow I'd have more of an appetite and I could eat some for lunch. I then cleaned the kitchen and put the dishes in the dishwasher, wasting as much time as possible so that maybe Dean would already be asleep by the time I got to bed. I never had good luck. I quietly tiptoed into the bedroom, only to see Dean sitting up in bed on his laptop. He was wearing only his boxers, allowing me full view of his sculpted chest and arms. He was a gorgeous creature, beautiful, but deadly. My wolf licked her lips, loving the sight of her exposed mate. I blushed at the provocative thoughts she was having and lightly scolded her. She would never see Dean in the same light as me. I kept my head down, staring at my feet as I scurried into the bathroom to get ready for bed. Unfortunately, that's not all too long of a process for me, so I had to return to the bedroom only a couple of minutes later. Dean was still focused on his laptop, but he did glance over at me as I sat on the edge of the bed, preparing myself to scoot under the covers. "We have some visitors coming in the morning," he said softly, turning his attention back to his laptop. Visitors from another pack. Darkroot rarely had relations with the other packs. Besides that, why were these visitors relevant to me? I nodded slowly, not sure how to respond to the information. "You're going to meet someone I think you'll really like. She's a Luna from another pack," Dean informed me, failing to elaborate any further. Me. I was going to meet someone. A Luna of all people. Although Dean just said I'd like her, I now found myself feeling incredibly nervous. Why did I have to meet her? I wasn't ready to be a Luna yet. I'd surely embarrass myself in this pack. I didn't even realize I'd began trembling and rocking myself back and forth ever so slightly until Dean reached out and gently placed his hand on my bare shoulder. The sparks from our mate bond erupted on my skin, calming me a bit, but I still couldn't help but flinch away. "Tell me what's wrong now," Dean requested, his voice stern but still soft. Why am I meeting a Luna? I'll only make a fool of myself in this pack. I'm not Luna material, not yet," I explained as best as I could. Dean let out a long sigh and pinched the bridge of his nose. "All of that is beside the point. Audrey, they're not coming to visit for pack business. I just thought it'd be nice for you to meet another female. Perhaps you two could become friends." I stared at Dean, yet again not knowing how to respond. He invited them here. For me. He wanted me to have a friend. My heart warmed a bit as I thought about what a kind gesture it was. I nodded to him as my trembles finally disappeared. I slid further back on the bed and slipped my feet under the blankets before pulling the soft fabric up under my chin. "Thank you," I whispered to Dean, although I wasn't sure if he heard me. He slowly glanced over at me, informing me that he did indeed hear me. He looked down at me for a moment, holding my eyes with his before nodding in understanding. My eyes finally fluttered closed as his scent took over my senses, causing me to fully relax. The next morning when I woke, Dean was coming out of the bathroom. His dampened hair and the trickles of water on his forehead told me that he just got out of the shower, and I figured I should do the same. If we were having visitors, I had to make a good impression. I had to try my hardest not to mess anything up. "I have to go to the office until our guests get here. Go ahead and do whatever you need to do," Dean said to me as he moved towards the closet and picked out a shirt. Dean slipped the shirt on over his head and walked back out of the closet. "I requested that Helen get you a drawing pad and some supplies yesterday. They should still be in the kitchen. That should help keep you occupied." Of course. That must have been the items Dean was carrying last night when he entered the kitchen. I was simply too caught up in my own emotions and weakness to notice that yet again. My mate was doing a nice gesture for me. "Yes. Thank you," I responded softly as I slid out of bed. Dean nodded before turning around and exiting the room. A few seconds later, I heard the front door close. indicating that Dean had left. I quickly entered the bathroom and took a shower before getting dressed and putting on the tiniest bit of makeup. I wanted to look presentable, but I certainly wasn't trying to impress anyone. After I got myself cleaned up, I went to the kitchen and grabbed a granola bar out of the pantry before moving to the dining area to find the art supplies that Dean got for me. Everything was still in the bag, so I began to sort through the items one by one. There were a couple large sketch pads followed by colored pencils, charcoal, watercolor paints, a few canvases, and a couple art-related books. Although I knew Dean hadn't picked any of this out for me himself, something told me that he told Helen and the other servants to get me the absolute best. And they had. I grabbed one sketch pad and some pencils before moving over to the couch. I'd never had time for any hobbies, so this was exciting to me. For a while, I didn't have a clue what to draw. It's not like I'd experienced many things in my life, and the memories I did have were often negative. I didn't have to draw negative things. Did I? No. I needed to reinvent myself. I started out trying to draw some flowers, but I found myself feeling lost. The types of flowers I'd actually seen was very limited. I knew of daisies and violets, but that was about it. I squeezed my eyes shut hard and tried to imagine a daisy. They were cute little flowers, but that was about it. Just cute. Something told me there were more beautiful flowers out there. As I was on my flowers, I heard the front door creak open. I quickly turned my head in the direction of the front door, my eyes wide as I took in whoever was entering. Dean surely wouldn't be back so soon, and I couldn't imagine who else would be coming in unless it was Helen. A young woman who I'd never seen before slowly entered the room, quietly shutting the door behind her. She was absolutely gorgeous. She had long, golden blonde hair with the slightest red tint to it and fair skin. She appeared to be only a few inches taller than me if I were standing, but her most distinguishable feature was her large, rounded belly. Slowly, she approached the couch. Was this the visitor Dean had told me about? I studied her as she walked my way with a faint smile on her face. "Hello, Audrey," she said, her voice light and pleasant. "My name is Hannah." I stared at her for a moment, probably looking like a complete freak. She was so beautiful and radiated the essence of a true Luna. She was everything I wanted to be. Hi, I said quietly, sitting up on the couch and setting my sketch pad on the coffee table. Hannah beamed at my response. "Were you expecting me?" I raised an eyebrow at her. "Are you a Luna?" Hannah chuckled before walking around the couch and took a seat in a nearby chair. "Yes. I'm the Luna of Blue Mountain Pack. Alpha Red is my mate." "Then yes. Dean did tell me we were expecting a visitor today." I told her truthfully. I thought we could get to know each other. "You know, girl talk," Hannah said, still smiling the whole time. I tried to imagine what it'd be like having a life where I always wanted to smile. "Well, Dean obviously put you up to this," I stated, feeling a bit bold since I was in the presence of another friendly female. "What does he want to know?" Hannah shot me a look, almost like she was impressed with my instincts. "Dean did ask me to come here, Audrey, but I'm not going to tell him anything you don't want me to. This is between me and you." I nodded. She seemed sincere, but I couldn't really trust anyone. "Where are you from, Audrey?" she asked, carrying on the conversation. "Here," I replied. "I was born and raised here in Dark Root." Hannah furrowed her eyebrows at me. "But you and Alpha Dean just met. I didn't get out much," I mumbled. Hannah's look of suspicion only got more intense. "Tell me what's really going on, Audrey. Dean told me you're scared to death, and something tells me that this is all connected." I stared at her again. She was certainly a smart, intuitive Luna, truly perfect for her position. I sighed and braced myself as I prepared to tell Hannah about some of my life. I wouldn't go into detail, of course, as she was still basically a stranger to me. My mother died when I was 10, so it was just my father and I. He wasn't a very kind man after he death, I explained, timidly. Hannah's eyes visibly softened as I spoke. She knew. I barely had to say a thing and she knew. I'm sorry to hear that. My mother passed away about a year ago. But I can't say I've had exactly the same issues with my father. Hannah replied sympathetically. Are you going to tell Dean? I asked quietly. Hannah's face fell. He deserves to know. Audrey. And it's quite apparent that you're too afraid to tell him. He's worried about you. Don't you think your relationship would benefit from him understanding you a bit better? I felt tears form in my eyes. Hannah was absolutely right. But I was terrified. He will be mad. All I do is make him angry. I said, as a sob escaped my mouth. Hannah immediately moved close to me, wrapping a comforting arm around my shoulder. Alphas are the most temperamental of all werewolf men. Audrey, they're more protective, more possessive, and more angry. But most importantly, they love harder than imaginable. I don't even like Dean. Him asking Red and I to come here just for you shows how much he cares for you. He doesn't ask anyone for help, especially when he knows they don't respect him. I listened to Hannah's words intently and really took time to consider them. I knew she was right. But I couldn't just change who I was overnight. I sniffled and wiped away the tears that had escaped before looking back over to Hannah. You can tell him. I'm not ready yet. But you're right. He deserves to know. I told her. Hannah's smile reappeared instantly. Having a mate is one of the best experiences of your life, Audrey. I promise. I nodded. Trying my best to trust in her words, Hannah stood from the chair. And I knew where she was headed. She was going back to tell Dean what she'd learned. Hannah. I called before she started walking away. She paused and raised an eyebrow at me. Congratulations, I said, gesturing towards her round, pregnant belly. Hannah blushed and giggled softly as her hands came down to rest on her stomach instinctively. Thank you, Audrey. I'd love for you to meet him when he's born. My eyes widened. Him. Yes, she replied. I'm carrying the future heir of Blue Mountain Pack. Her voice was full of pride as her smile grew even wider. I smiled back as my tears finally stopped. Hannah was such a delightful individual. My brief encounter with her was enough to encourage me and give me hope. But as she walked back towards the front door, I felt my anxiety growing once more. In a matter of minutes, Dean would know the truth about me, even without knowing the details. He would know of my troubled past. I paced the living room as I waited for someone to come back inside. I knew someone would come, most likely Dean. Anticipating his reaction to the information Hannah gave him was eating away at me. Would he be angry? Would he yell? Would he even care? Should I expect him to? I'm broken beyond repair. All I'd truly expect of him would be to reject me and find someone stronger to take as a mate. Eventually, the pacing grew tiresome, and I feared I'd wear a path in the floor. I wasn't sure how much time had gone by exactly, but it felt like hours. I'd expected someone to come storming in long before now. I finally decided to just take a seat on the couch and stared blankly at the wall in front of me. I thought about turning on the TV, but I knew I wouldn't really be able to pay attention to it. My mind was consumed by a whirlwind of thoughts. I then heard a light noise at the front door, although I'd only been staying here a few days. I instantly recognized it as the sound the doorknob made right before someone was about to unlock the door. My eyes widened and my whole body was on alert. This was it. This is what I'd been anticipating. Dean's reaction would finally be revealed. My heart rate quickened as I heard the doorknob turn, and I slowly turned around to face the front door, expecting to see Dean. Instead, I was greeted by Hannah once again. Let's get you ready for dinner, she said with a chipper tone, as if she didn't realize I was expecting Dean to come storming in rather than her. Catching on to my confusion, she raised an eyebrow. What's the matter? That's it, I blurted out. Hannah continued to stare at me with a look full of questions. You said you'd tell Dean of my past, but he hasn't even made an appearance in here since this morning. And now you've come back telling me it's time for dinner. Hannah sighed and nodded. Dean wasn't pleased with what I told him, but we managed to convince him to take some time to cool off. Rather than coming back here to see you, I felt a bit relieved at Hannah's words. And I truly appreciated the gesture. Every time I saw Dean angry, it made my mind revert to its dark place. Being away from my father, even if only for a few days, had helped bring some light and clarity to my mind. But Dean seemed to make it cloud over again. I wanted to trust in Hannah's advice. I wanted to feel incredible from being with my mate and becoming a Luna. But I didn't know how to just yet. I was still trying to learn and understand. And every time Dean lost himself in a fit of rage, it felt like I was taking 2 steps backwards. "Thank you," I told her softly. Hannah smiled and nodded before reaching out and gently grabbing my hand. She tugged me towards the bedroom and immediately went for the closet, rummaging through the large amount of clothing that I now owned. "Why are we getting dressed up for dinner?" I asked, noticing Hannah had already changed into a baby pink maxi dress that outlined her baby bump perfectly. "Dean is having a dinner for us as his guests," she told me as she pulled a forest green dress out of the closet and held it up to my body. I felt my muscles clench. I didn't know if I was ready to make an appearance in front of the pack yet as Alpha Dean's mate. I wasn't ready to be introduced as Luna. And I certainly wasn't ready to risk seeing my father. Hannah raised an eye at me, sensing my change in demeanor. "It's just going to be us. Me. You. Dean. My mate. Rhett. And his brother. Wyatt." I let out a sigh of relief, not even bothering to mask it. Something about Hannah made me trust her. She obviously already knew how I was feeling, so there was no point in hiding my emotions. "Wear this. I think it'll really make your eyes pop," Hannah told me, handing me the dark green dress and shooing me into the bathroom as she began to dig through boxes of shoes. I wasn't sure why she thought this lovely green would make my eyes pop. They were just brown, after all. But once again, I trusted Hannah, and I certainly had more faith in her fashion knowledge than I did my own. Once inside the bathroom, I tossed my clothes into the nearby hamper and slipped on the dress. It fell to mid-thigh and fit my body perfectly, although I was a bit lacking in womanly curves due to not eating very often. But the dress somehow gave me a boost of confidence that I'd never experienced before. It fit snug around my breasts and flowed out around my hips, giving me the illusion of an hourglass figure. The green not only made my eyes appear more golden brown rather than their normal dull color, but it also seemed to make my skin tone glow. Taking in my reflection in the mirror, I did something that didn't happen all too often. I smiled. I truly loved the way I looked in the dress. It gave me a wave of confidence that I rarely felt. I quickly reached for my hairbrush and brushed through my hair, allowing my dark brown hair to fall loosely in its natural, subtle waves, feeling bold. I pulled open the drawer that had been filled with makeup and applied a bit of mascara and blush. Perhaps this put-together look would brighten Dean's mood a bit. Then again, I wasn't sure if he found me attractive in the first place. I finally left the bathroom and found Hannah standing outside the door with a pair of strappy, tan heels in her hands. My eyes widened. I've never walked in heels before. Hannah chuckled lightly and shook her head as she walked back to the closet and pulled out a pair of strappy tan sandals instead. If I was going to try and make a good impression not only in front of my mate, but in front of the alpha of another pack, I couldn't be stumbling around everywhere. I took the shoes from Hannah and sat down on the edge of the bed so I could slip them onto my feet. They fit just as perfectly as the dress had, which showed Dean had done a good job estimating my sizes. How he got so spot on, I had no idea. I don't think I would have even been able to do that good of a job estimating for myself. "You look beautiful," Hannah squealed before pushing me in front of the full-body mirror on the closet door. I took a moment to observe myself, really taking in all of my features. I couldn't help but agree with Hannah a little bit. I did look very nice. Then again, I rarely had the opportunity to dress up. "Thank you," I replied to her, unable to hide the faint blush appearing on my cheeks. "You don't need to thank me for anything," Hannah said. "Now, let's get downstairs. Shall we? We're starving." Hannah gestured to her large, pregnant belly, causing a soft giggle to escape me. I followed her out of the room, down the hallway to the front door, and outside to the grand staircase. The main dining hall was on the first floor near the main entrance of the pack house. But since this was a smaller gathering, I assumed we'd be eating in one of the Alpha's personal dining rooms that were designed especially for guests. Working with the Omegas, we regularly cleaned the personal dining areas, but they were rarely used since Darkroot had little to no allies. Although I knew my way around the public areas of the pack house, Hana seemed very sure of where she was going, so I allowed her to lead the way. I, for one, wasn't going to get in the way of a pregnant she-wolf and her meal. Hana took a sharp right once we got down the stairs and headed towards the back of the pack house, where the meeting rooms and other private areas were located. We then found ourselves in front of a set of double doors, and Hana didn't hesitate to shove them open, revealing 3 men sitting at a long dining table. Dean was sitting at the head of the table with an open seat to his right, presumably for me. Across from him sat another very large man who radiated the power of an alpha just as Dean did. He was very tall, even sitting down, and muscular, just as Dean was. He had golden brown hair that seemed to shine in the light and bright blue eyes that popped in contrast. Seated to his left was a man who looked very similar, only slightly smaller in height and overall size. They shared the same hair and eye color, and very similar facial features. But the man at the end of the table had nicely groomed facial hair, while the other did not. Hana hurried over to the larger man and leaned down to kiss him on the cheek. She beamed at him, and he returned the same loving look, while the man next to them seemed rather indifferent about the couple's interaction. Audrey, this is my mate. Alpha Rhett of Blue Mountain, Hana told me as she wrapped her arm around Rhett's neck. He returned the gesture by wrapping one arm around her waist and resting the other on her large belly. It's a pleasure to meet you. Audrey, this is my brother, Wyatt, Rhett said. His voice was deep, but very warm and pleasant to the ear. Wyatt looked up and simply nodded to me. I stood there and smiled at the two of them, wanting to make a good impression, but my attention was torn away from them as I noticed Hana silently gesturing for me to take my seat next to Dean. Cautiously, I approached the chair. Dean watched me the entire way, and I didn't miss the darkness in his eyes, although I couldn't figure out why it was there in the first place. Perhaps Hana would have an explanation, and I made a mental note to ask her about it later. After I took my seat, Hana removed herself from her mate and took her seat next to him as well. On Quay, the Omegas filed into the room and began to set the trays down onto the table, presenting us with our meal for the night. It was so odd being served, after years of serving others, especially when I recognized each of their faces so well. On the table sat a large honey ham, piles of mashed potatoes, grilled zucchini and squash, buttered rolls, fettuccine alfredo, and sides of various sauces. My mouth watered at the sight in front of me, although I wouldn't be able to eat but a small fraction of a plate. Dean grabbed my plate and began to dish up my food for me, making me feel a bit like a child, although I knew it was customary for males to serve and feed their mates in front of others. It was one of the ways they showed they cared and provided for their mate. I felt my cheeks heat up as Dean set the very full plate down in front of me before beginning to dish up his own. Once he had his food and began to eat, the rest of the table began to serve themselves. It was a sign of respect. Of course, the alpha of a pack always ate first, and since Alpha Rhett was a guest, he was to respect that tradition. Thank you all for joining us tonight. It's a pleasure to have you here and introduce you to my mate. Dean finally spoke, his voice deep and gruff. As usual, I took a bite of my mashed potatoes as I focused on my mate's words, wondering what else he might have to say during this dinner. I know our packs haven't had the best relations recently, but I'd like to extend a hand of friendship tonight. I truly appreciate your Luna coming to help us today, and I know Audrey must appreciate it as well. Dean said. I nodded in response, as I did truly appreciate Hana's company and conversation. In 2 days, we will have the ceremony to initiate Audrey as the pack's Luna. I extend an invitation to you all to stay and attend. I nearly choked on my food at Dean's words. I met Hana's gaze from down the table, and she too looked both shocked and horrified. I wasn't ready to be introduced to the pack as their Luna, much less formally initiated. I could barely stand to be around my mate alone. There was no telling what fool I would make of myself in front of hundreds of pack members. My heart rate sped up as I felt another anxiety attack on the horizon. Goddess, I really hadn't wanted to make myself look weak in front of this other alpha. So soon I finally managed to squeak out amidst my intense anxiety. I don't think Audrey is ready for that. Alpha Dean, surely you understand that. After the information you received today. Hannah spoke up, glaring at Dean all the while. Rhett looked a bit anxious, as well as he silently tried to convince his Luna to stand down. It's time for this pack to have their rightful Luna. I understand that you're not ready to take on all of the roles of a Luna yet, but that doesn't mean you can't participate in the ceremony, Dean said sternly as he continued to eat on his meal. I couldn't stop myself. The tears fell. I'd now revealed to the other alpha in the room, and our other guests, that I was weak. Once the tears started, I couldn't stop them. They flowed down my face like a waterfall, dripping off my chin and onto the green dress I wore. Hannah quickly stood from her seat and walked over to me, wrapping a comforting arm around my shoulder. What did the Luna initiation ceremony even consist of? I knew it was different for every pack, and it was kept top secret, with Darkroot being a bit old-fashioned in their traditions. I felt that the Luna ceremony could be truly terrible for someone like me. I noticed Hannah shoot Rhett a look, and I assumed they had been mind-linking one another this entire time. I appreciated both Hannah's comfort and desire to stand up for me, although I knew my mate didn't care for it much. In fact, we were lucky that Dean didn't have her thrown out for her audacity. Alpha Rhett cleared his throat. Dean, I'm afraid we will have to decline your invitation. It's apparent to us that your mate is not ready to participate in your ceremony, and we will not condone you having her do this against her will. My eyes widened at Rhett's words. Although the tears remained a steady stream, Alpha Rhett was risking pack relations for me. I knew Hannah had something to do with it. Of course. But it still meant a lot to me and warmed my heart. I heard a low growl come from my left and looked over to see Dean's eyes black and jaw clenched. Every muscle in my body tensed as I anticipated his reaction. My mate is no concern of yours, Rhett. But if you insist on declining my offer, I'll have to insist you vacate my pack first thing in the morning, Dean finally replied, his voice stern. I felt like my airway constricted as I took in his words. They had to leave if they didn't attend the ceremony. I wouldn't have anyone to talk to. What if it was terrible? What if I needed a friend? I'd have no one except for a mate who still didn't understand me. I began to hyperventilate as it didn't feel like air was making it into my lungs. My heart was pounding. Surely to compensate for the lack of oxygen, I knew I was making a fool of myself. Once again. But I couldn't help it. This was all too much. Every time I felt like I saw a glimmer of hope within mine and Dean's relationship, it just got crushed all over again. Hannah glanced in my direction and attempted to hide her concern. Although I caught on immediately, she was now conflicted. She didn't want to support Dean's ceremony, but she didn't want to leave me by myself either. We'd barely known each other for a day, but we both knew she was all I had. Hannah looked over at Rhett, biting her bottom lip as her conflicting ideas raged on inside her head. I was sure they were probably mind-linking one another again, but I couldn't imagine just how that conversation was going. Rhett seemed to respect his mate's opinions, but he was still an alpha. He had the final say. If it's okay with you, we're going to discuss the situation overnight. If we decide to attend, you'll be informed first thing in the morning. If not, then we will arrange our ride back home, Rhett told Dean, his voice assertive but calm. Dean stared straight ahead at Rhett, his eyes still dark, as he thought over his options. That sounds fair. Rhett nodded in response, but Hannah still looked uneasy. They exchanged another look before quietly returning to eating their meal. The rest of dinner was quiet. Other than Wyatt occasionally speaking up to chat with Dean, I remained silent as well. My tears had finally dried up, and I had no desire to make a fool of myself again. Once everyone finished eating, Rhett and Hannah politely dismissed themselves to the guest quarters. Wyatt gave a friendlier goodnight to Dean, and then it was just the two of us left in a room full of empty plates. Besides my own. You need to eat more, Audrey. Dean finally spoke directly to me for the first time that evening. His eyes had returned to their normal colors of brown and blue, making me feel slightly more relaxed, but never completely at ease. I can't, I replied simply and softly. Well, you're going to learn, Dean replied instantly. You're unhealthy. The first step in becoming a strong Luna is having a strong body. This time, his words not only hurt, but they angered me. I'm never going to be a strong Luna, don't you see that? I snapped, raising my voice at him for the first time. It was both terrifying and satisfying. Your tone begs to differ. I froze. He wasn't mad. I'm sure in any other circumstance, he would have been furious with me for raising my voice. But in this instance, he almost seemed proud. Forcing me into situations still isn't the best way to go about this, I said, trying to hold my confidence, although I felt it fading by the second. If I don't push you out of your comfort zone, then who will? Dean asked, raising an eyebrow at me. I hated that he was right. Hated it. How could I be upset with him when I knew he was right? I just wish I was good enough as I am, I whispered, looking down at my lap. I heard his chair scoot back, followed by footsteps nearing me. My muscles tensed again as I prepared for his anger. He tolerated me raising my voice, but that comment set him off. Then, I felt the warmth of his finger under my chin, followed by the sparks of our mate bond. I wanted to pull away, but I didn't. Not this time. He slowly tilted my chin up so that I was looking him in the eye. You are good enough as you are, but you have the potential for much more. My heart seemed to swell at his words as a comforting warmth possessed my body. Could it be true? I was good enough for my alpha mate. Surely. He was only trying to make me feel better. Let's get back to our quarters. Dean spoke again after a couple minutes of silence. I nodded and stood from my chair before following him out of the room. I followed him back to the Alpha's wing, assuming we'd be getting ready for bed. I knew the routine to come, but that didn't make it any easier to accept. Although sleeping next to Dean brought this strange comfort that I couldn't explain, it made me uneasy at the same time. Once we were back upstairs, Dean made his way to the bedroom, gathered some clothes, and then went into the bathroom for a shower. I used this as an opportunity to change into a t-shirt and a pair of red flannel pajama pants before going back into the living room and putting away the sketch pad and supplies that I had left out earlier. By the time I made it back to the bedroom, Dean was walking out of the bathroom, shirtless, with a towel draped around his neck. His gym shorts hung low on his hips, making my wolf send rather naughty thoughts through my mind again. I couldn't deny that he was an extremely attractive man. I'd have to be insane to deny that. I blushed as I found myself staring at my mate's body and turned away as quickly as I could. I approached the bed and slid under the covers, only to find that Dean had done the same. For the second time today, he reached over and gently grabbed my chin. Why won't you give me a chance to get close to you? I stared up at him, pondering his question as I tried to ignore the sparks flowing between us. You know why, I answered softly. Dean exhaled loudly and closed his eyes for a moment, contemplating the appropriate reply. I am not your father. I stared at him long and hard. There was a certain power about his words that really held me in the moment. His two heterochromic eyes had me captivated, and I couldn't think of the proper words to say in reply. He's going to be prosecuted. All of the paperwork is in order. After he sees you become his Luna, he will be arrested by my guards and forced to await a trial, Dean added. My heart began to pound again. Dean was prosecuting my father. I had seen something like this coming, but at the same time, I hadn't. I felt my emotions and anxiety begin to overcome me yet again. Could I not go one day without becoming an emotional mess? No, you can't. He will come for me, I shouted, as tears flooded my face for what had to have been the fourth time today. Suddenly, Dean grabbed me by my shoulders. Audrey, I am the alpha of this pack. Your father will never touch you again. I froze, shocked by both his words and actions. Of course, no one could defy their alpha. I knew that. Yet I was still worried. My father had traumatized me to such an extent that I doubted my own alpha. Was I insane? In that moment of confusion and weakness, not only did I cry, but I did something I didn't think would ever be possible. I leaned in and buried my face into Dean's chest. Embracing his warmth and comforting scent, I sought comfort in my mate. I felt his body tense from the unexpected action. And then he slowly, hesitantly, wrapped his arms around me. He held me. We held each other, I focused on the sound of his heart beating, and the sparks that engulfed me from his arms touching mine. For the first time in the days we'd known each other, we embraced each other. For the first time, I truly accepted him as my mate. As long as I'm around, no harm will ever come to you. My mate, Dean whispered into my ear, before burying his face into my neck. I'd always hoped that this warm, affectionate side of Alpha Dean existed, but I'd never seen it until this moment. More importantly, I'd never given him the chance to show it. I felt at home, in his arms. At home was a feeling I'd never felt before. Perhaps as a child, when my mother was still alive, I had felt it. But those memories were faint and distant. This is so hard, I mumbled against his chest. That was a half-truth. Of course, it was hard, but it felt natural. Every instinct within me begged for Dean's love and embrace. But another part of me still doubted it. The other part of me told me that this was dangerous. My father had once been a good, kind man. He had been a good father. He changed. Nothing good in life is easy. Dean murmured back as he lightly stroked my hair. Was this truly the same man who had ruled my pack for years of my life? Dean loosened his grip on me and laid me back against my pillows before pulling the blankets up to my chin. I blushed at the sweet gesture, but remained my composure. Rest. We have a Luna ceremony to begin preparations for first thing in the morning. Just when I thought my anxiety had vanished for the night, I felt its grip all over again. Dean was set on having this ceremony, and there was clearly nothing I could do about it. Sensing my worries, Dean carefully wrapped an arm around my waist and pulled my back against his chest. I sighed, feeling comforted, but unable to forget my concerns about the ceremony at the same time. This time, however, Dean was the first one to fall asleep, much to my dismay. The next morning I awoke to an empty bed. I couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. After the moment Dean and I had shared the night before, I had been anticipating a pleasant awakening as well. I should have known better than to get my hopes up too fast with someone like him. I did remember him saying that today would be full of preparations for the Luna ceremony. And although I didn't really know what that meant, I knew I should probably try and look presentable. There was no telling who I may have to interact with. I slid out of bed and wandered over to the bathroom to take a quick shower and begin my morning routine. I made an effort to use Dean's shower gel and shampoo again today, as I felt he appreciated it even though he never commented on it. Once I was out of the shower, I went through my normal motions before doing my hair and makeup. Today, I decided on loose curls and subtle makeup that was put together but natural looking. And the outfit I picked reflected the same idea. I wore a pair of dark skinny jeans with a loose white blouse and black flats. Upon exiting the bedroom, I was hit with a beautiful, warm aroma. My nose led me to the kitchen, where I found a plate full of warm eggs, bacon, biscuits, and fresh fruit. There was no one in the quarters, so I could only assume that Helen had made me breakfast while I was in the shower, refusing to let Helen's efforts go unappreciated. I sat down at the bar and ate my meal. I knew I wouldn't be able to finish, but hoped that everyone was beginning to expect that from me. After eating all of the eggs and fruit, and at least half of the bacon and biscuits, I walked to the sink to rinse my plate and place it in the dishwasher. Without any further instructions or even a hint, I had no idea what was expected of me now. Dean had said that today was preparation day for the Luna ceremony. But did that even involve me? If he needed me, would he send for me? I honestly had no idea, and I felt that waiting to find out would only fuel my anxiety. I decided to try and be bold. I walked out of our quarters and made my way to his office. Luckily, I had a pretty good sense of direction from all the years of cleaning the pack house. I'd never been to the Alpha's office before discovering he was my mate, but remembering a new bath came naturally to me. Once I found myself outside his office doors, I felt the anxiety building in my stomach. What if this made him angry? After all, we'd never really established what I was and wasn't allowed to do. With my wolf pushing me to be brave, I reached out and softly knocked on the door. Silence. It felt like the silence went on forever. What if he wasn't in his office? He was the Alpha. He could be anywhere. After what felt like half a century later, he spoke. Enter. His deep voice called. I took a deep breath and shoved the door open, preparing myself for the worst reaction possible. Anger. Rage. Audrey, Dean said, sounding surprised. Is everything okay? I blinked a few times as I stared across the room at my mate, feeling rather dumbfounded. He wasn't mad. In fact, he actually seemed concerned. I started, already feeling my words begin to stutter over my tongue. You said that there would be preparations for the ceremony today. I didn't know if you needed me around. After I finally said my piece, I slowly shut the door behind me and approached his desk. You're not a part of the preparations, Dean said simply. His tone always threw me off. He seemed straightforward, but at the same time he always made me wonder if I was insignificant to him. Oh, I replied quietly as I slowly turned my body back towards the door. That doesn't mean you're not welcome to visit me in my office, Dean added quickly. I paused. He wasn't mad. He wanted me here. Perhaps things were still looking up. I slowly turned around to face him again, unable to hide the astonished expression on my face. Dean stared back at me, his one blue eye flashing with some hidden emotion. The brown one remained dark and mysterious, never giving too much away. Dean motioned for me to have a seat across from him at his desk, and I quickly complied, wanting to keep the positivity flowing between the two of us. Did you eat your breakfast? He asked. I frowned slightly. He truly was troubled by my eating habits. Yes, I replied with a small nod. All of it. I furrowed my eyebrows at him. Well, no. But Dean sighed and shook his head. You really need to work on that, Audrey. You're underweight and malnourished. It worries me. I froze, my eyes locking with his. Did he really just admit that he was concerned about my well-being? My heart fluttered as my wolf began to purr in my head. I feared she was only a few days away from an I told you so moment. I'm sorry, I murmured as I looked down at my lap. Nervously. It's not your fault, Dean responded without hesitation. I could tell he was thinking about my past. I knew it angered him, but he had done a decent job of keeping his composure around me so far. You deserve to live a happy, healthy life, Audrey, with everything your heart could ever want. I plan to give that to you, if you'll allow me to. I felt my eyes begin to water at his words. Emotions began to engulf me. But for the first time, they weren't negative. I was simply overwhelmed by the kindness Dean was showing me. If only things had been this way from the first day we met. Although, I had been the main reason for our bad beginning. But will I be good enough for you? I finally worked up the courage to ask. My voice soft and hesitant. Dean was silent for a moment, causing a pit of anxiety to form in my stomach. You're my mate. You were made for me. Although I felt that was his way of assuring me that I was good enough. His choice of words and hesitance still caused me to worry. Regardless, I forced a smile and nodded. In a little while, Helen will be fitting you for your dress. The ceremony will be held very late tonight, Dean informed me. Changing the subject, my eyes widened. Tonight. I thought the ceremony was scheduled for tomorrow, I blurted out. My anxiety taking over once again. I thought I'd have more time to prepare myself. Well, it's traditionally held at 2 inches the morning, which is tomorrow, Dean replied casually, not seeing the problem I had with this situation. After dinner, Hannah will help you get ready for the ceremony, he added, likely hoping that his statement would calm me down. Luckily, for him, it did. That meant Hannah and Rhett had decided to stay for the ceremony, although I knew Hannah would know nothing of Darkroot Pack traditions. Having her around would encourage me and make me see the bright side of this whole ordeal. I sighed and nodded reluctantly. Although having Hannah around was definitely a perk, it didn't change how I felt about this secret ceremony. Only the Pack's Alpha and Beta knew what the ceremony held. So there was truly no way to find out what it consisted of, while I was lost in my own thoughts. Dean had gotten up from his desk and approached me, standing directly in front of me. He reached out and cupped my chin with his hand, tilting my head up to face him. Don't worry about the ceremony, Audrey, he said, his voice calm but stern. Nothing bad is going to happen to you. I wouldn't allow it. A warming sensation in my chest overtook me once again. He wouldn't allow it. I wasn't completely sure if I trusted Dean yet. But something about his comment made me feel better. He wanted to protect me. Just as a mate should. But then again, what was Dean's definition of nothing bad? I had a feeling he and I may not see eye to eye on that. Before I had the chance to say anything, Dean leaned down and placed a firm kiss on my forehead. Go meet Helen in our room so she can get you fitted, he said simply before taking my hand and helping me up from the chair. I obeyed Dean and headed back to our quarters without another word. When I arrived, Helen was ready with a tape measure and white dress in hand. The dress fitting went without a hassle. And before I knew it, Helen was off with the dress and her measurements in hand. She assured me that she would have dinner ready and the dress properly sized within a couple hours, as promised. After a couple of hours of me laying in the living room, drawing in my sketch pads, Helen arrived with both the dress and dinner in tow. Shortly after she arrived, Hannah made an appearance as well. The three of us ate dinner and chatted, mostly to calm my nerves. Before Helen left Hannah to get me ready for the ceremony, I showered thoroughly, just as Hannah had instructed. Before reappearing in the bedroom wrapped in a towel, Hannah quickly unzipped the dress bag and pulled out the dress, handing it to me before rummaging through my drawers to find my undergarments. Once I was dressed, I decided to check out my appearance in the closet mirror. The dress was long and white, so long that it dragged across the ground, and featured lace detail around the chest and arms. It was stunning, to say the least. And its mere beauty calmed my nerves even more. Nothing terrible could happen in a dress as beautiful as this. Right. As Hannah finished the final details on my hair and makeup, she smiled brightly at me. You look gorgeous, Audrey. Your Luna ceremony probably won't be anything like mine was, but I have a feeling that it will be okay. I smiled back. Hannah's words of encouragement meant a lot to me. I knew she wouldn't lie. If Hannah had a bad feeling about this, she would have said so. Glancing over at the bedroom window, I noticed that it was now very dark outside. The day had gone by much faster than I'd expected it to. But at this point, I was ready to get it all over with. It was 1:45 the morning, time for us to make our way outside to the stage that had been set up. Hannah led me downstairs, helping me with my long dress as we descended. She told me she would be able to stay with me until it was time for me to go onto the stage. But then, she would have to take her seat with Rhett in the audience of our pack members. As we approached the front door of the pack house, Hannah squeezed my hand. I have to leave you now. It's time, she said softly with a small, encouraging smile. I nodded in understanding, but felt tears form in my eyes. I meant it when I said I think everything will be okay. She told me, but if you need me afterwards, I will be here. Without thinking, I leaped forward and pulled Hannah into a tight hug. I'd only known the young woman for a few days, but she had quickly become someone I cared about and appreciated. Thank you, I whispered near her ear. Hannah pulled away and smiled at me, squeezing my hand once again before she turned around and disappeared out the front door. Hannah's presence was quickly replaced by one of Dean's personal guards, who looked familiar, but whose name I didn't know. Luna. It's time, he said. I will lead you onto the stage, and then the Alpha will lead things from there. I took a deep breath and nodded to the guard. He was polite enough, but not warm and friendly like Hannah. The guard took my arm before opening the door and leading me through. When I stepped out of the pack house, I found that I was standing on a platform stage rather than the usual grass that would have been under my feet. I felt my anxiety grow. Yet again, as I anticipated what was about to happen, I looked to my right and saw Dean standing in front of a microphone. He was dressed in a black suit, and honestly, he looked incredibly handsome. The surrounding lights made his two different colored eyes sparkle, each one holding different emotions. Dark Root Pack. Please welcome Audrey to the stage, Dean announced, his voice booming through the yard. My heart pounded in my chest as I slowly approached Dean. He watched me carefully, his facial expression giving nothing away. with her presence. The Luna ceremony has commenced. Dean stretched his arm out towards me, offering me his hand. I reached out slowly, trying to keep my trembles under control, and grasped his hand. The sparks of our mate bond fired between us, causing my body to relax and my thoughts to quiet. I stood next to Dean and looked up at him. He then let go of my hand and gently grabbed me by my shoulders and moved me so that I was standing directly in front of him. Looking out at our pack members, "Audrey," Dean spoke again, his loud voice filling the air around us. "Do you vow to serve this pack and your alpha with all of your heart, mind, and soul?" I knew I had to speak, but I didn't want to. Seeing all of my fellow pack members watching me so intently made my nerves go into overdrive. I do. I finally sputtered out. "And do you vow to be an obedient Luna to both your pack and your alpha mate?" It was odd hearing Dean refer to himself in third person, but I knew it was all a part of the tradition of the ceremony. "I do," I answered more quickly this time, attempting to make my voice project further. "Do you accept me, Alpha Dean Whitaker, as both your chosen and assigned mate, by the power of the moon goddess?" I couldn't help but think about how serious and powerful each of these statements were. Growing up as a native of Dark Root, I knew our people took vows, traditions, and rules very seriously. None of this was just for show. It was a sacred oath. "I do." I noticed Dean give my shoulders a light squeeze, probably as an attempt of comfort or encouragement, before he continued. "Very well, Audrey. Do you accept your position and title as Luna of Dark Root Pack?" "I do," I said one final time, expecting that the ceremony was finally nearing its end. With my final promise given, the pack broke out in claps for several seconds before quieting back down to silence. "Dark Root Pack, I accept this woman, Audrey Allen, as my goddess-given and chosen mate. I accept and now initiate her. As the Luna of Dark Root Pack, I couldn't help but smile a bit. I was my alpha's mate and the Luna of my own pack, and I felt a sense of pride swell within me as my wolf pranced around with her head held high. But that feeling was short-lived. Before I could comprehend what was happening, I felt a burning hot pain in the side of my neck, causing me to lose my breath and my knees to buckle. I cried out as the pain shot through my body, leaving me unable to move or react in any other way. I then felt Dean's arms grab me around my waist, holding me up so that I didn't collapse to the ground. He had marked me, without any warning at all, and without asking. My mate had marked me in front of our entire pack. More claps and cheers began to fill the air as the pain in my neck slowly transformed into a comforting warmth. My muscles relaxed as exhaustion hit me, causing Dean to hold on to me even tighter. He then retracted his teeth from my neck and sealed the mark with a kiss. Chills, sparks, fireworks, all kinds of new sensations bombarded my entire body, making me want nothing more than to remain in my mate's arms. But that didn't change the fact that I was upset. I knew this ceremony was all about pack tradition, but I hadn't expected it to go like this. I knew Dean would mark me at some point in our relationship, but I always imagined it happening differently. I pictured it happening when we were closer, and under more intimate circumstances. My entire pack had just witnessed a very personal moment for me, one that I hadn't anticipated happening so soon, much less with an audience. Tears slowly formed in my eyes, but I fought to keep them from spilling. My head was pounding from the conflict inside. My wolf was ecstatic and proud. She saw no wrong in our mate having publicly claimed us as the Luna of our pack. I, on the other hand, wanted to curl up with Dean and run far away from him at the same time. Our bond was much stronger now, and I could feel the physical connection that would allow us to mind-link one another. The strength of our bond made me want to love him and be intimate with him. But my normal, anxious nature, mixed with the fact that I was upset with him, made me want to go far away and hide. "Dark Root, meet your Luna," Audrey Whitaker Dean announced loudly, causing his deep voice to boom around us once again. I forgot that I'd be taking his last name as well, but that was currently the least of my concerns. Panic built in my stomach as I began to worry about what else was expected of me tonight. Before there was enough time for the full-blown panic attack to set in, Dean did something else that took me completely by surprise. Before you all have a proper meet and greet with your Luna, there are some more serious matters that need to be taken care of. Dean told the pack. Drake Allen, you are under arrest for crimes committed against your Luna. Submit before our guards. Now, you will be taken to the dungeons while you await your trial. I froze. The crowd was dead silent. All that could be heard was the hard footsteps of the guards searching the audience for my father. Dean was arresting my father, finally able to react. I spun around and faced Dean with a look of sheer panic. Before I had the chance to speak, Dean grabbed me and pulled me against his chest, burying my face into him. He won't hurt you ever again. Audrey, he said, only loud enough for me to hear. This time, the tears fell. This was all too much. It was true that I had lived a miserable life before meeting Dean, and my father did deserve to answer for his actions. But this was dark root. The consequences of crimes were very serious, especially if the crime was against the Alpha or Luna. He was still my father. He may have shown me nothing but abuse and hatred after my mother passed away. But deep in my heart, I still loved him. Please don't hurt him, I whimpered to Dean, struggling to contain my sobs. This time, it was Dean who froze. He moved his arms to my shoulders and held me back from him a few inches so that he could look me in the eyes. I stared up at him with tears running down my face, and he simply stared back, looking confused. That was when I remembered the full effect of a mate's mark. Not only did it give you the ability to mind-link one another, but it also gave you the ability to share thoughts and emotions with one another. I had been projecting my emotions to Dean without even realizing it. For the first time, he was catching a glimpse inside my mind. Please stop crying, he said calmly. It was obvious that he was taken aback by the flood of emotions he had received from me. I tried my hardest to close off my mind. I didn't want Dean to be upset too. What he did to you is unacceptable, and he will pay the price for his actions, Dean told me, his voice now more serious as the effects of my emotions were beginning to wear off. With that statement, I knew Dean was not going to accept any counter-argument, and I no longer had the energy. I allowed Dean to hold me against his chest as I looked out into the audience, just in time to see the guards leading my father back towards the pack house. He was staring straight at me, his facial features twisted into pure rage. He wasn't resisting the guards at all, but simply shot me a look of hatred the whole way. I buried my face back into Dean's chest, not wanting to see that look any longer. Sensing that something had happened, I felt Dean turn his head to look in the same direction. A deep growl erupted from Dean, letting me know that he too caught sight of the look my father was giving me. Chain him with silver. I started trembling at Dean's words. I truly didn't want them to hurt my father. But that didn't matter to Dean. Apparently, I could feel the anger inside him as his breathing became heavier, and he clutched me tighter. Although being close to him was comforting, in that moment, he was scaring me. I began to wiggle in his arms, trying to break free of his grip, but that only made him strengthen his grip. A new time for you all to meet your Luna will be decided. Return to your quarters, Dean commanded the pack. The audience immediately dispersed and lines formed to go back inside the pack house. I felt Dean's body was still tensed from anger, but he kept his composure for the time being. Audrey, are you okay? A familiar voice called from behind me. I immediately knew it was Hannah and tried to turn around to run to her. But Dean wouldn't let me budge. Alpha Dean, let go of Audrey, Hannah said, her voice even but stern. Dean replied with nothing but a low growl directed at Hannah. He sounded incredibly frightening, which made me want to run away even more. You're scaring her, Hannah growled back, this time not hesitating to raise her voice. I heard a set of footsteps run onto the stage and knew that Alpha Rhett must be coming to calm down his own mate. Although I appreciated Hannah's efforts, using such a tone with Dean wasn't a wise choice. At this point, Dean was holding on to me so tightly that I found it hard to breathe. Please let go, I whimpered to him. Dean looked down at me and I could see that both of his eyes were black, indicating that his wolf was close to surfacing. My father had really triggered he and his wolf. and Dean was slowly losing control. Without another word, Dean released me. I stumbled backwards a bit, but Hannah came up behind me just in time to steady me before I fell. Hannah wrapped her arms around me, knowing I needed comfort right then. I was marked. My father was arrested. And now, my mate was nearly in a fit of rage. I watched as Dean approached the edge of the stage farthest from the pack house entrance and quickly shifted into his wolf form. Guards quickly scattered, not wanting to get in the way of their angry alpha. Dean was dangerous in his human form, but he was lethal as a wolf. He was an incredibly large wolf featuring jet black fur and the same dazzling, heterochromic eyes. "Come on. Let's get you up to your room. Give him a bit to calm down," Hannah told me, nudging me in the direction of the pack house door. I nodded and followed her lead, but paused before going back inside the pack house. I looked back in the direction Dean had gone and found that he was still sitting at the edge of the stage, watching me, his eyes lightly glowing in the darkness. As I turned back around and began to take a step inside, I paused just long enough to hear his wolf let out a long, sorrowful whine, after Hannah walked me back upstairs. We talked for a few minutes before I assured her that I was okay and would prefer to be alone for a little while. Once she left, I found myself wondering what to do. My mind was swirling with conflicting thoughts and emotions. My mate publicly claimed me and made me his Luna, which made me both happy and upset. He then arrested my father in front of the entire pack, which once again was both relieving and terrifying. What was I supposed to think? I couldn't help but wonder where Dean had gone after he shifted, or why he whined so sorrowfully as I entered the pack house, releasing a rather long sigh. I shook my head and walked to the living room window. It was still very dark outside, as sunrise wouldn't be for another few hours. I continued to stare out the window, seemingly at nothing. I could barely make out the tree line until something caught my eye, a light glow. I strained my eyes trying to find the source of the glow, but the darkness was too intense. Then it moved. As the glowing object moved closer to the pack house, I realized it was a pair of eyes, two different colored eyes, Dean's wolf. I froze and stared out the window at the wolf, only to realize he had been looking up at me the whole time. "Audrey." A deep voice within my head interrupted my thoughts, startling me at first. It took me a moment to realize the voice was Dean's, as I'd forgotten that him marking me provided us with a mind link. "Come to me," he requested as I continued to watch him. "You're angry," I replied timidly. "My wolf wants to spend time with you," he insisted as he stared up at me, cocking his head to the side. I sighed and began fidgeting with my thumbs nervously. I hadn't shifted in so long, and being around Dean in my wolf form brought about all kinds of new anxieties and complications for me. "I want to be with my mate," my wolf growled at me, finally forcing her way through the wall. Taking a deep breath, I nodded. Once I was downstairs, I made my way outside to the main yard where Dean had been only minutes before. Now, however, he was nowhere to be seen. I slowly walked to the edge of the forest, making sure I paid attention to my surroundings. Sliding behind a tree, I quickly stripped off my clothes, hung them over a tree branch, and shifted into my wolf form. I still wasn't comfortable with the thought of Dean seeing me naked, so I made sure to move as quickly as possible. As my bones began to shift around and snap into place, I felt my wolf come to the front of my mind. The darkness was now much brighter. Sounds around me were louder, and my sense of smell was heightened more than normal. I had forgotten just how lovely it was to be in my wolf form. It had to have been a year since my last shift. After shaking out our fur, my wolf sniffed our surroundings, desperate to be united with her mate for the first time. Catching a hint of his scent, she took off in the direction it came from. I sat at the back of our mind, allowing my wolf to have the freedom she deserved. Just when we finally felt that we were on his trail, a large force came through the trees and slammed into us, knocking us onto our back. My wolf grunted and sneezed as she forced herself to regain composure. She rolled over onto her side and looked up to see Dean's wolf standing in front of us, staring down with his tongue out and tail swaying. He wanted to play, wasting no time. My wolf jumped back up and launched our body at Dean, hoping to pounce him. As an alpha, Dean's reflexes were incredibly fast, and he managed to dodge us, causing us to land face first in the forest floor. My wolf huffed and shook out our chocolate-brown fur as she stood up once again. "Mate." I heard through our mind link. The voice was very obviously Dean's, but there was a certain feral gruffness to it that told me his wolf was now at the front of his mind as well. My wolf swayed our tail in a rather flirtatious manner before circling Dean's wolf, taking in every part and angle of his body. He towered over us, but that didn't intimidate my wolf at all. She appreciated his large stature and well-built muscles, and Dean's wolf seemed to appreciate her admiring his body. I, on the other hand, was blushing internally at my wolf's bold behavior. Dean's wolf then stepped forward, forcing my wolf's inspection to come to a halt. He stared down at us for a moment before leaning forward and nuzzling us. He then nudged us, insisting that we lay down. My wolf complied and watched Dean's wolf intently as he began to circle us, sniffing and licking every inch of our body, rubbing his scent every place he could get it. My wolf was basking in the intimate attention we were receiving from our mate. But my anxiety screamed, no. Dean's wolf finally stopped, satisfied with his work. And then out of nowhere, he sprinted off deeper into the woods. My wolf forced us to our feet in a matter of seconds and took off after him. Unfortunately, due to our small stature and overall lack of strength, we were no match for Dean's speed. Sensing that we were far behind, Dean's wolf turned and circled back around so that he was running just slightly behind us, nipping at our tail playfully. After running together for several more minutes, we suddenly found ourselves knocked to the ground once again. And this time, Dean's wolf had us pinned. He stared down at us for a moment before leaning down to lick at our snout. "You need sleep." Dean's voice cut into my mind, this time sounding much more like himself. My wolf whined at the comment, not wanting her freedom or time with her mate to end. Dean's wolf nuzzled her affectionately, silently assuring her that they would have their moment again. As soon as Dean's wolf moved aside, I urged my wolf to go find our clothes so that I could shift back modestly. It didn't take her long to find the tree with my clothing laid upon it. Once we did, I began to focus on shifting back. My wolf whined at me, still upset that her freedom was coming to an end for the night. Once I was back on my own 2 feet, I wasted no time getting dressed. I couldn't risk Dean coming to find me only to see me completely naked, fully clothed and ready to go. I wandered back through the woods in search of Dean. I didn't think he'd leave me out here alone, although Dean went about it in an odd way. I could tell he was protective of me. "Dean," I called out, as I couldn't see him anywhere nearby, as if on command. A very shirtless Dean stepped out from behind a nearby tree. Looking for me, he asked with his eyebrow raised and a rather sly look on his face. I simply nodded in reply, as the sight of his shirtless, muscular body decorated in tattoos was making me blush furiously. "Let's get you to bed," Dean added more seriously this time. He held out his hand for me, and I stared down at his wide-open palm for several seconds before placing my small hand in his large one. Dean held my hand tightly as he led me back to the pack house. I couldn't deny that I felt safe with him. Upon entering the pack house, we were greeted with nothing but utter silence. Just as we started to make our ascent upstairs, a deep voice caused both of us to freeze. "Well, son, she's prettier than I imagined." I turned around to see who had spoken to us, only for Dean to pull me tightly against his chest. "What are you doing here?" "Father," Dean growled. "Father Archibald Whitaker." He chuckled darkly. "I live here, in case you've forgotten." "Son, I told you to stay away from her," Dean snapped. "I can't even be introduced to my daughter-in-law," my Pax Luna Archibald scoffed. "Look at me." "Child," Archibald added. I squirmed in Dean's arms until I was able to look over my shoulder. There, directly behind us, stood a man who appeared to be a much older version of Dean, sharing the same skin tone and dark hair. But Archibald's hair was streaked with silver and gray. "Ah, you are quite a pretty thing, although I did expect much more for my son and my pack," Archibald said, his tone laced with a hint of disappointment. Dean growled in response. "Don't you dare insult my mate. But you know what really intrigues me?" Son, Archibald questioned, completely disregarding Dean's threat. How does a she-wolf who looks so weak have this aura of power surrounding her? Becoming a Luna doesn't make weak she-wolf strong. My mind was spinning. Begone, Dean growled, this time with much more power. If you come near her again, I'll make sure you find your place in the dungeons, where you belong. Once Dean had asserted himself to his father, we continued upstairs and headed straight to bed. We wouldn't get as much sleep as we desired, as it was already nearly dawn. It didn't take either of us long to fall asleep. The next morning when I awoke, I was surprised to see that Dean was still fast asleep, and the nearby clock read 10 o'clock. I slowly slid out of bed, careful not to disturb Dean, and tiptoed to the kitchen. I smiled to myself at the thought of making my mate happy for once, although I knew he wasn't one to show much emotion. In the kitchen, I fried up a few eggs while a bagel was in the toaster. I sprinkled some cheese over the top of the eggs and allowed it to melt. I spread cream cheese on one half of the bagel and honey mustard on the other. Once I was satisfied with the meltiness of the cheese, I put the sandwich together and placed it on a paper plate on the counter. Like clockwork, I heard Dean slide out of bed and walk around the room. Through our mind link, I could feel he was slightly panicked, likely wondering where I was. I walked back to the bedroom and watched him from the doorway as he hurried to pull a dress shirt over his head. Once he saw me standing at the other end of the room, he visibly relaxed. "Where did you go?" he immediately questioned. "I made you breakfast," I replied simply and softly, feeling a bit anxious. Dean paused for a moment, almost as if he was shocked. "Oh, thank you." I nodded as Dean walked out to the kitchen, and I quickly followed behind him. He grabbed the plate and took a bite of the sandwich. "It's very good, but I'll need to take it with me to the office." "Thank you again, Audrey," he told me with a faint smile. I nodded again and smiled back, thoroughly enjoying the feeling of pleasing my mate and having a somewhat normal morning with him for once. Dean set the plate back down and quickly moved towards me, reaching out to cup my face with his hands. "You're even more beautiful when you smile. I'd like to see it more often." He pressed a warm kiss to my cheek, right near the corner of my lips, and hesitated for a moment before pulling away. An intense blush formed on my cheeks. Dean grabbed the plate with his breakfast again and headed towards the front door of our quarters. "Oh, and Audrey, please meet me in my office once you've eaten and cleaned up." Before I could work up the courage to ask, Dean had walked out the door, closing it firmly behind him. I sighed, as I felt my anxiety growing. I went through the morning routine of showering and all of the other daily essentials before applying some makeup and drying my hair. Once my hair was tamed, I decided it looked presentable in its natural state. I then took a deep breath and made the short journey over to Dean's office. Sooner than I expected, I found myself outside of the massive oak door that led into Dean's office. Taking one more deep breath, I gently tapped my knuckles against the hard wood. "Come in." Dean's deep voice echoed from the other side of the door. I quickly turned the doorknob and pushed the door open, immediately making eye contact with my mate. That was fast. "Did you eat?" Dean asked, raising an eyebrow at me as I stepped inside his office and shut the door behind me. I froze at his question, suddenly realizing that I did, in fact, forget to eat breakfast. I slowly shook my head as I looked down at my feet. Dean let out a gruff sigh, but refrained from lecturing me on the importance of eating. "Have a seat," Dean told me, nodding towards the chair on the other side of his desk. I immediately complied. "Now that you're almost officially the Pax Luna, I thought it'd be a good time to instruct you on some of the duties you'll have," Dean told me. I stared at him for a moment, cocking an eyebrow. "Almost." Dean stared back, as if he truly didn't understand my question. "You've been marked and initiated, but we haven't mated," he simply stated. My face instantly heated up at his words. I knew that the mate bond wasn't complete until the pair had mated. I was worried that Dean would be more determined to complete the mating process. "I think you already understand the importance of that matter. But regardless, you can be informed of your duties as the Luna, even if you can't participate yet," Dean told me. "Of course," I murmured quickly with a small nod. The majority of your work will be done in the infirmary and school. You can help out in those locations in any area that you'd like or that is needed. We've also traditionally had a day once a month where the Luna helps prepare and serve breakfast for the pack. You may also help me with paperwork if I request it. Dean explained. I nodded again, before speaking another word. Dean stood from his desk and walked towards me. He stood in front of me, in all of his tall, muscular glory, and stared down at me before cupping my chin with one hand and tilting my head up to face him. But we do need to complete our mate bond soon. Audrey, it's not right for things to be like this. I know you're not ready, but you need to understand the importance. Dean explained. I didn't know how to respond. So Dean and I continued to stare into each other's eyes. Dean moved in closer, hovering just inches away from my lips. Do you understand the importance? Audrey. I swallowed hard and slowly nodded in response. Good. Because this needs to happen sooner rather than later. It's important to our mate bond. And our pack. My whole body went rigid at Dean's words. Before I could ask any more questions, Dean leaned in closer. In one quick movement, he planted his lips against mine. After mine and Dean's very sudden kiss, I found myself very confused. I had, of course, frozen during a moment that was supposed to be very special to me, my first kiss with my mate. At first, I had attempted to kiss him back, and although Dean still seemed very into it, I panicked and pulled away. Dean let out a heavy sigh, but didn't comment on my actions. Just remember the importance of all of this. He reminded me before returning to the chair he had placed behind his desk. I nodded and stood from my chair. Walking across his office to the door, I felt guilty for messing things up, making the moment awkward. I felt rather useless, being the Pax Luna but being unable to carry out any of my responsibilities. Audrey, what do you plan to do with the rest of your day? Dean asked. Just as I was about to leave the room, I paused before turning my head to face him again. I don't really know. Perhaps you should go mingle with the pack in the dining hall and other common areas, since the meet and greet didn't go as planned last night. Dean suggested. I smiled at Dean's suggestion and nodded, although the idea twisted at my stomach, making me feel nervous. Despite my anxiety, I knew disobeying Dean was not the best way to go. I made my way downstairs to where all of the pack house common areas were. The first floor was the center of all social life for the pack. I decided that the dining hall would be a good place to start. By now, it was early afternoon, so there wouldn't be a large crowd of people. As I entered the large room, I was taken back to when I first met Dean as his server at the ball. I smiled to myself at the thought of how a girl like me went from an abusive father and working with Omegas to being mated to her Pax Alpha. I stared at the few groups of people who remained in the dining hall and worked up the confidence to go introduce myself. The first group I approached was a group of elderly ladies having a cup of tea and biscuits. Hello, ladies, I said, forcing my voice to be bold as I approached the small group. I'm your Luna. Audrey. I was out mingling with the pack today and thought I'd stop to say hello. I told them. The elderly ladies suddenly began to squeal from excitement, complimenting me endlessly and insisting I sit down with them. You and Alpha Dean are so lucky to have each other. And what a beautiful pair you make, one of the ladies told me. I truly appreciated all of their kind comments. She's just the sweetest little thing, isn't she? It's truly an honor. Luna, I know our Alpha needs a young lady like yourself. After a few more minutes of chatting, I decided it was time to excuse myself and move on to the next group. The other group consisted of several girls who appeared to be around the same age as me. Hello, I chirped as I slowly approached them, granting them a bright smile. I'm your Luna. Audrey. I'm out and about, meeting some of my pack members today. I just thought I'd stop by and say hello. I told them I'd been hoping for a warm welcome like I'd received from the elderly ladies. But what I got was much more disappointing. Oh, look. It's the Alpha's new partner. One of the girls, a petite blonde, snickered, attempting to keep her voice low. Please. Come. Sit with us. Another girl with much darker hair said to me. as if she thought I hadn't heard the comments. At this point, I was tense. So, how did Alpha Dean get matched with a thing like you? A third girl asked. The girl with dark hair. Claire hissed. Jessica. Hush. What? I just don't understand it. Is all. She used to work with the Omegas. Claire. And now she's our Alpha's mate. As if. Before they could say any more, I turned around and sprinted out the door of the dining hall. I rushed up the stairs, needing to get away from those girls and their malicious thoughts. It was hard enough for me to think such things about myself. By the time I reached the floor where mine and Dean's quarters were located, I was sobbing. I busted through the doors of our quarters, completely ignoring the guard standing outside. Much to my surprise, I ran straight into Dean's solid chest. It took Dean only a matter of seconds to realize something was wrong. Audrey. What's the matter? Dean demanded. His voice was stern, but laced with worry. Nothing, I shouldn't even be here, I cried. Dean grabbed me by my shoulders and placed me in front of him. What the hell happened? He growled lowly. Nothing. Dean, I should go back home to my father's apartment. This pack doesn't want me as their Luna. I'm not fit, I explained, stumbling over my own words as I continued to cry. Dean tightened his grip on my shoulders, causing a slight burning pain. You need to tell me what was said and who said it. Right now, Dean demanded once again, his growls getting deeper. I don't ever know who they were, I blurted out. One said Jessica. One said Claire. I don't know, I was just trying to be nice. I sounded pathetic, even to myself. Dean stared at me for a moment, holding me by the shoulders. Some girls made you cry. Just for speaking with them, Dean questioned. I slowly nodded as I reached up and wiped the tears from my eyes. Well, Audrey, he started, releasing me from his grasp. You're going to help me find them, and they're going to pay. My heart began pounding even harder at Dean's words. No. Dean, it'll be okay. I'll be okay. I attempted to assure him, forcing the tears to stop spilling. Do you not understand? Audrey, he yelled, turning back around to face me. They've insulted my mate. They've hurt my mate. They've disrespected their own Luna. Offenses like that are not taken lightly. They will suffer the consequences. There was no room for argument. Dean grabbed my arm and pulled me out of our quarters. He was serious. Can't we just go home and pretend this didn't happen? I blubbered out as Dean hastily led me down the staircase. They will answer for their actions. Audrey. Dean growled loudly. I don't even know where they'd be, I whimpered. I'm the alpha of this pack. I'll have no problem finding out. Dean was determined. Once we made it down to the main level, Dean began to pull aside any pack member he encountered, questioning them about knowing any young girls named Claire or Jessica. Several pack members later, Dean was sure he had the answers to who the girls were, and I would be the one to identify them. His grip on my wrist remained steady as he pulled me back upstairs to the second floor. Once he was satisfied that we'd come to the first girl's home, he brought us to a halt before pounding on the door. The sound of Dean's fist pounding meant serious business. The door slowly opened, revealing a middle-aged couple. Alpha. The man spoke, stepping in front of his mate and trying to suppress the stutter. And Luna, he quickly added, bowing his head slightly. To what do we owe the pleasure? The man asked. We need to speak with your daughter. Claire, Dean stated sternly. The man's eyes widened and his mate's grip on his arm seemed to tighten. Yes, Alpha. Certainly, he replied, not daring to question his alpha. Claire, the woman yelled. What mother? The young woman asked, sounding annoyed as she rounded the corner. When her eyes landed on Dean, she froze and fell to her knees, bowing her head in submission. Once I saw her dark hair and eyes, I immediately recognized her. She was the one girl out of the three who hadn't been cruel to me. A low growl began to build in the back of Dean's throat. I reached out and gently lay my hand on his forearm. Dean. Not her, I said softly. His gaze shot down to meet mine, looking both confused and angry. She was a part of the group, but she didn't say anything cruel. She tried to be nice. I told him honestly. Dean still seemed tense, but he accepted my answer with a sharp nod. Stand, he commanded the girl. You will gather your 2 friends and meet us outside in the courtyard. If you do as I say, you will receive no punishment. Dean told her, his voice still sounding heated. Yes, Alpha, she replied with a nod. Dean moved out of the way of her doorway, pulling me alongside him. As the girl quickly exited her family's apartment, Dean assured the couple, your daughter will not be harmed, before turning back down the hallway. It was a bit of a struggle to keep up with his long strides. By the time we got downstairs and went outside to the courtyard, most of our pack members were out of sight. Dean led me over to one of the many benches. We sat down and stared ahead. I was tense, and I knew Dean could sense it. Relax, Dean said, although his voice was not calming in the least. A few moments later, I heard the front door of the pack house open, and my head snapped in the direction of the noise. Slowly, Claire stepped outside with her 2 friends in tow. When the other 2 girls saw Dean and I, their eyes widened. Come, Dean commanded, yelling across the courtyard at the girls. The girls quickly complied and scurried over to stand before Dean and myself, their eyes cast down the entire time. State your names. I'm Jessica. Jessica Finnegan. Alpha. The blonde girl answered first. And my name is Annalea Highsmith. Alpha. The other girl spoke. Do the 2 of you know why you're here? Dean questioned, finally standing from the bench, pulling me up with him. No. Alpha. Annalea responded quietly. No. Alpha. We don't know why you've summoned us. Jessica clarified. You've both committed serious crimes against your own pack. Dean growled at the girls, causing me to grip his arm. The 2 of you insulted your own Luna. You insulted her and made her feel upset and unwelcome in her own pack. Do either of you think that's acceptable? Dean continued to yell, his voice echoing throughout the courtyard. I squeezed his arm again, desperate to keep him thinking rationally. The girls flinched at their Alpha's words. No. Alpha, it is not acceptable. We're very sorry for our behavior. We apologize. Luna. Annalea peeked up at me, showing nothing but fear. Do you 2 agree that you deserve to be punished for your actions? Dean asked. Alpha. They said they were sorry. Claire pleaded. Those are just words, Dean growled again, fresh anger pumping through his veins. I advise you to leave now, before I change my mind about sparing you. Claire quickly bowed her head before taking off in the direction of the pack house doors. Jessica and Annalea looked up briefly to watch their friend run away, with expressions of betrayal. I think a public whipping is in order. Dean said, We'll schedule it for first thing tomorrow afternoon. I gasped and looked over at Dean, horror written all over my face. Alpha. Please, Jessica suddenly broke into sobs and dropped to her knees, begging for mercy. Annalea quickly followed her lead, her body trembling with fright. Dean, I whispered, hoping I could grab his attention and somehow talk him out of this madness. I didn't think these girls deserved such extreme measures. Dean ignored me and continued staring down at the girls as they begged and pleaded at our feet. I cringed at the sound of their cries. I took a deep breath and slowly let it out, attempting to calm myself. Return to your quarters and enjoy the last normal night you'll have for a long time, Dean ordered. Sleep didn't come easy to me that night. I tossed and turned for hours. Dean seemed perfectly relaxed and drifted off long before me. I didn't understand how he could sleep so peacefully, knowing the punishment he'd sentenced those girls to. It was moments like these that made me question the moon goddess's decision, wondering how someone like Dean could truly be my perfect match. I'd only gotten a couple hours of sleep. It was hard to be soothed by your mate's presence, knowing he would be publicly abusing young girls the next day. Dean had already left our wing to go to his office. I felt Dean would expect me to look classy and put together, like a true Luna. I decided to dress dark for the occasion. I found a black pencil skirt and a single long-sleeve button-up black blouse made of a silk-like material at the very back of the closet. I got dressed and applied makeup, needing to show that I could be a proper Luna. After staring at myself in the mirror, I decided I was satisfied with my appearance. It was time to meet Dean in his office. My anxiety grew faster than normal. My hands were already trembling. My legs grew numb the closer I got to Dean's office. I felt helpless. As usual, I knocked on the office door and pushed it open. Dean was standing in the center of the room wearing a white button-up shirt, dark gray dress slacks, and a dark blue tie. I thought about how a man so handsome could be so dark and twisted on the inside. Audrey. Right on time, Dean said, acknowledging me with a nod. Slowly, Dean approached me and casually wrapped an arm around my waist. He then leaned down and pressed a warm kiss to my temple. His touch and the fullness of his lips made me want to curl my body against his. With one little touch, our mate bond had me melting, and I almost forgot the horrific events that were about to take place. Hand in hand, Dean and I exited his office and made our way downstairs and out front to the courtyard. By now, the entire pack had been notified, and a large portion of the pack were already seated outside. Traditionally, Dark Root pack members stuck with strict rules and harsh punishments. Dean and I took to the podium. Dean spoke loudly. Welcoming the pack, he announced. Today, we come together to be reminded that there are consequences for every action. Today, I hope each of you are reminded of what happens to those who are not loyal to their Alpha and Luna, and who disobey pack rules. As he finished speaking, a couple of guards shoved open the front door of the pack house and proceeded to drag Analea and Jessica towards the stage area. Once the guards got close enough, they pushed Analea and Jessica onto the stage. Only about a foot away from mine and Dean's feet, the girls were crying, and their overall appearance suggested that they hadn't slept much last night. As hurt as I was by their behavior and words, this punishment would hurt a lot more. Analea Highsmith and Jessica Finnegan. Dean started. You two have been sentenced to a public whipping. You will each receive 5 lashings with a silver-coated whip. Do you understand? Analea had begun sobbing by the end of Dean's piece, but was attempting to nod in response. Jessica finally replied with a stutter. Yes. Alpha. Dean then turned to the pack members seated in the audience. As some of you may already know, these 2 young women directly insulted our Luna. Disrespect towards your pack, your Alpha, and your Luna will not be tolerated under any circumstances. Dean asked if the pack was in agreement that this behavior was unacceptable. Yes. Alpha the pack shouted in unison. Without any further words, Dean turned to Jessica. Strip, he commanded. This was customary but incredibly humiliating for those girls. Analea and Jessica were both now shaking as they slowly pulled their shirts over their heads. They continued to cry, but didn't dare object. Once the 2 girls were down to only their bra and underwear, they froze, on their hands and knees, staring down at the ground. With no further words or hesitation, Dean pulled back the whip and then lurched forward, striking Jessica on her back. Jessica instantly shot up in pain, squealing and clenching her eyes shut as more tears poured out. A deep, red laceration was visible on Jessica's back. I gasped, but tried to remain as composed as possible. Dean then turned and did the same to Analea. She cried out as the impact from the whip combined with the silver caused deep injury. I bit down on my lip. Dean repeated his motions on Jessica, causing a new wound. Then, he turned to Analea and did the same. Her small body collapsed flat on the ground and started to spasm from the pain. The whipping continued for the full 5 lashings on both girls. By the 4th strike, both girls were limp, laying on the floor of stage with no movement other than their labored breaths. Their backs were severely injured. I squeezed my eyes shut, not able to take in any more of the scene. A tear slipped from my eye, and I collapsed. When I was able to open my eyes again, I noticed my surroundings were quite bright. I realized it was bright because of the overhead ceiling light and the stark white walls that surrounded me. I had no idea where I was. Glancing down at my arm, I realized there was an IV placed, which helped me realize I was in the infirmary wing. You're awake. A deep voice came from my left, startling me. I saw Dean standing from a small couch and approaching me. I was suddenly hit with my recent memories of the whipping and realized I must have fainted. Dean sat on the edge of my hospital bed. He stared at me for a moment before reaching out. But I quickly jerked away from him and scooted to the other side of the bed. My mind flickered back to images of Dean striking Jessica, followed by memories of my father. Dean's eyes instantly darkened. I thought we were past this. He growled lowly. I flinched at his tone. Seeing him being so brutal over petty crimes affected me in ways I couldn't explain. It brought back haunting memories of my life with my father and made me fear the future. "Speak." "Audrey," Dean commanded. Trying to control his tone, I started to open my mouth. But I couldn't find the right words. Before I could speak, tears began to stream out of my eyes. Dean then reached out and wrapped his arms around me, pulling me against his chest before I had the chance to object. His touch brought comforting warmth and sparks from our mate bond, which calmed me, but also made me cry harder. "I don't understand. Please make me understand." "I want to understand," he said into my hair as he held me tightly. His voice was serious but cracked a bit, indicating that my crying was upsetting him. "How could you do that?" I finally shrieked. "Is this about the whipping?" "Of course. It's about the whipping. How do you not see anything wrong with it, especially in my eyes?" "You know the kind of life I had before I met you," I yelled. "I would never do that to you," Dean growled, losing his composure again as he released my body and backed away. "How am I supposed to know that? What makes me so different from those girls?" I challenged. "You're my mate." Dean's tone was lethal, causing me to freeze. We stared at each other, his chest heaving as he forced his wolf back. "I'm your mate, Audrey," Dean said again. This time his voice slightly calmer. "I will never be one to cause you pain, and I will do everything in my power to make sure no one else does either." I decided to continue speaking my mind. "You've already caused me pain." Dean's expression quickly became unreadable as conflicting emotions hit him. His eyes darkened even further, and his body began to tremble as his wolf demanded to break free, although I was shaken. I reached out and grabbed his hand, and then pulled him so that I was able to rest his palm on my cheek and have my body only centimeters from his. Slowly, I looked up to gauge his reaction. He looked astonished, and little by little, his eyes softened. Silence surrounded us. I ended up with my face buried into Dean's solid abdomen, inhaling his natural, manly scent. His muscles felt more relaxed now, and his arms had found their way around me. "I'll try," he whispered, barely audible. "I can't promise to ever change who I am, or what I value, but I can promise to try and take your feelings into more serious consideration before I act. And I can promise to try my hardest to make you happy," he added, this time louder. I felt my eyes begin to water again, this time from happiness. His reassurance made my heart soar and confirmed that he did care about me. I knew deep down that Dean was nothing like my father, who had failed to care for me after my mother was gone. But his temper and ultra-conservative beliefs were a bit off-putting at times. "Okay. Thank you," I finally murmured in reply. I felt guilty about my outburst, and was thankful Dean didn't seem too bothered by it. The next day, I was released from the infirmary wing sometime in the early afternoon. Dean had surprisingly taken the day off from his alpha duties. I felt a bit drained, both emotionally and physically. Dean slowly led me back to our quarters, convinced that I should spend the rest of the day resting. His hand was resting on the small of my back. Just as we were about to make our ascent, Dean paused. "I almost forgot. Hannah was wanting to tell you goodbye before they departed tonight," Dean told me. "Oh," I said in shock. I had completely forgotten that Luna, Hannah, and Alpharette were still visiting our pack. "Yes. I'd love to tell Hannah goodbye before they leave," I told Dean with a small smile. Dean nodded and changed our direction, leading us toward the guest wing of the pack house. The guest wing was one of the smallest wings and consisted of 4 suite-style rooms. We walked to the end of the hall to the very last room where Hannah and Rhett were staying. Dean reached out and knocked on the door firmly. Within seconds, the door was pulled open to reveal Rhett juggling several large bags. "Dean, Audrey, so glad you two came by before we left. Hannah's been dying to check on you," Rhett told me with a smile. "Is it Audrey?" I heard Hannah holler from further back in the guest room. Rhett chuckled and motioned for us to come in. I caught a glimpse of Hannah waddling back and forth in one of the bedrooms, carrying piles of clothing back and forth between suitcases. I told her she didn't need to pack so much. Rhett told us. I heard that, Hannah yelled, poking her head out of the bedroom door. Hannah then let out a bit of a huff and threw down the articles of clothing she had in her hands before coming out into the living room. She smiled brightly as she approached me, but her eyes held a glimmer of concern. Before I could speak, she reached out and pulled me into a tight hug. "It's been so great getting to know you, Audrey," she told me. "I'm going to leave my number with you, so you can call me if you ever need to talk. Hopefully we can arrange a time to visit with each other again soon." I smiled back. "Of course. I really appreciate everything." "Hannah," I felt some tears begin to form in the corner of my eyes, as she was really the only friend I'd ever made. Hannah squeezed me a bit tighter, bringing her mouth closer to my ear. "It'll all work out eventually. I promise." The following day, things were quiet around Dark Root. The whippings were over, and Hannah and Rhett had returned to Blue Mountain. Pack life went on as usual. I don't know why part of me expected things to be different. I should have known better. The whippings were simply another event that would be talked about for several days before they were put to the back of everyone's mind. It would likely haunt my dreams for weeks. Though, our morning was also fairly typical. I got up to cook breakfast and put myself together, while Dean was already up and in his office tending to whatever duties he had for the day. Everything seemed so normal, so casual. But at the back of my mind, a disturbed feeling lingered, desperate to redirect my attention. I decided to make a grocery list to leave out for Helen. She checked at the end of every week to see what groceries we were out of, and saw to it that our kitchen was promptly restocked. I felt much more helpful leaving her a list, rather than expecting her to keep up with the kitchen inventory on her own. After finishing that task, I was once again at a loss with what to do with my day. Hannah was gone now, and I couldn't start my Luna duties until Dean and I had mated and fully completed our bond. I certainly wasn't feeling brave enough to venture out and attempt to mingle with pack members again, not after everything that had happened last time. Noticing my drawing pad sitting on the living room coffee table, I decided to work on my drawings again. Perhaps it'd ease my mind. I settled onto the plush couch and pulled the drawing pad into my lap before grabbing a pencil. The lines and strokes involved in sketching was rather soothing, and made me feel that I could potentially be good at something. I was sure I'd never be an excellent artist, but I could practice. Anyways, I zoned in on my drawing rather quickly. It was the flower that I'd started when Dean first got me the art materials, but I hadn't had the chance to finish it with all that had been going on. All I'd gotten accomplished previously was the stem, as I'd never decided what flowers to draw. I still wasn't sure. Honestly, it was hard to come up with unique images in your mind when you grew up as sheltered as I did. Perhaps a rose would do. I'd seen photos of roses, and seen them embroidered on various materials, but I'd never seen one in person. Roses were a symbol of love, both romantic and familial. They were more commonly exchanged between mates, especially in the beginning of the relationship. But parents often bought their children roses on special occasions as well. I'd never been lucky enough to receive one, but I felt I could form their image in my mind well enough to make a nice sketch. The perfect image of a rose that I was wanting to achieve on paper was completely consuming my mind. I was incredibly focused, determined to make this drawing as beautiful and accurate as I possibly could. I was so focused, in fact, that I completely lost track of time. When you concentrate so hard on such tiny details, it's easy to forget about the world around you. The sound of the front door opening finally broke my concentration. My head snapped up and I looked over at the front door, wondering who could possibly be entering at this time. I glanced over at the clock and confirmed with myself that it was only about 1 in the afternoon. Helen didn't make her rounds until several hours later, and Dean didn't make it home until early evening. But much to my surprise, when the door opened, it was Dean who walked through. I quickly shut my drawing pad and sat up straight, raising my eyebrow a bit as he entered the room. His right hand was behind his back, and he seemed careful to not let his backside face me as he shut the door behind him. "What was my mate hiding, Dean?" I spoke, unable to hide the bit of shock in my voice. "I wanted to surprise you. We haven't gotten to spend a lot of time together. Getting to know each other, Dean explained. With a slight shrug, he slowly approached the couch, keeping his arm tucked behind his back the entire time. I couldn't begin to imagine what he was doing or what he was hiding. Once he was standing directly in front of me. He allowed his hand to come out of hiding and slowly brought it to his front, revealing a huge bouquet of deep red roses. My jaw dropped. Roses. For me, surely not. It wasn't possible. Dean said he would be trying harder to make our relationship better. But I hadn't expected anything like this. I was speechless. And 1,000 questions were circling in my mind. Was it only a coincidence that I'd just been drawing a rose minutes earlier? Our bond. He reminded me. His words short and simple, but sufficient enough to remind me what his mark on me provided him. He could catch glimpses of my thoughts and emotions. And as I thought about roses and focused on my drawing, he was likely bombarded with images of beautiful red roses, along with my admiration for them. They're for you. Audrey. Take them, Dean told me, gesturing with his head for me to take the beautiful roses he'd gotten just for me. My mouth was still open in shock, making me look rather stupid, I was sure. But I slowly outstretched my arm to take the bouquet of roses from his hand. Thank you. Dean, I told him, my voice filled with sincerity. Dean nodded as he slowly lowered himself onto the couch next to me. Never breaking eye contact, I inhaled slightly, admiring the smell of the roses mixed with Dean's woody scent permeating the air around me. Before anything else could be said, I jumped up from the couch and began to rummage through the kitchen cabinets, hoping to find a nice vase to place my precious roses in. They were gorgeous, absolutely perfect, and I wanted them to thrive for as long as possible. Ah, I exclaimed with a smile as I finally found what I was looking for in one of the bottom cabinets. It was a simple glass vase, just the perfect size for my bouquet. I quickly filled it with water before trimming the rose stems and placing them inside their new home, holding the vase carefully. I then walked across the kitchen towards the dining table and sat them in the middle of the table before stepping back to admire their beauty once more. The red petals really brought color and warmth to the room. A thought soon came to me, causing me to freeze and turn back to face Dean. Do you mind if I put those there? I think it looks nice. But if you'd rather I put them elsewhere, you can put them wherever you'd like. Audrey, this is your home too, Dean replied without hesitation. My heart warmed, along with my cheeks as I nodded to him and walked back over to the couch. I knew blushing over such simple comments was probably a bit ridiculous, but I couldn't help it. When you had a mate who was so hard and serious like Dean, you learned to appreciate the little things. I sat down next to Dean and turned my attention to him once more. A light blush still painted on my cheeks. So, you said you wanted to get to know each other better? Dean was completely focused on me, and although it was nice to have my mate's undivided attention, it also made me a bit nervous. I felt like he was studying every one of my features in depth, as if he felt the need to memorize them. Yes. Dean cleared his throat before continuing. I thought we could talk, and I could show you some of my favorite places in the pack, ones you may have never seen before. I smiled softly at him, truly appreciating the gesture. I'd love to learn everything I could about Dean. I wasn't very interesting. There wasn't much to know. But my mate seemed like he had a lot he kept hidden deep down. I'd love that, I told him truthfully. Dean nodded. This evening, I've also planned a formal pack dinner so that you can be properly introduced and get to know some pack members who are respectable individuals. I nodded, not missing his very specific word choice. Dean was indicating to me that I would be meeting people who were not only important in some way, but were also good people who wouldn't harass me. I felt nervous about it, as I hadn't really been introduced to the pack other than during the Luna ceremony, and I certainly hadn't had the chance to attend a pack meal as Luna yet. Before I could respond, Dean stood from the couch and held out his hand, indicating he wanted me to take it. I quickly obliged and stood from the couch as well, eager to see what places he wanted to show me that I hadn't found myself during my days of cleaning with the Omegas. Where are we going first? I asked him as he led me towards the front door and out of our personal quarters. Dean paused momentarily, and I noticed his jaw tense ever so slightly. Somewhere that's very special to me. I raised my eyebrow slightly, but didn't question him any further, clearly. If Dean deemed a place to be special, then it was truly important to him. I couldn't imagine where it could be in the pack house, as I felt I'd seen most locations during my cleaning schedules. But if Dean insisted that it was a secret, special place that no one knew about, I believed him. He led me downstairs, but not all the way down to the main level where most pack house facilities were located, such as the dining hall and library. Instead, we only went down one floor, where most of the pack members' personal apartments resided, including the one I'd grew up in. I was confused. Why would such a special place be immersed in the personal quarters of our pack members? Wasn't that less safe, less secretive? Then it occurred to me that no one would think to look for something special on a floor where there was known to be nothing but personal residences. In fact, it was genius. Dean turned to the left and led me down the hallway that was opposite of the one that I grew up in. I'd never explored any of the other hallways because, once again, they were just known to house my fellow pack members. There was nothing special about that. And considering I had no friends growing up, there was no reason for me to venture out. We quietly trekked down the hallway until Dean stopped us in front of a door with the number 250 on it. All of the apartments were numbered, and this one fell in numerical order with the rest. There was nothing special or unusual about it. It fit in perfectly. He let go of my hand for a moment and began to dig around in his pocket, finally pulling out a gold key that looked similar to the one that we'd had in my family apartment. He put the key into the lock and turned it with ease, pausing only for a moment to make sure no one else was around, and then led me inside. It was dark at first. There must have been thick curtains covering the windows, refusing to allow any light into the room. I found that a bit odd. But all of my questions were quickly answered once Dean flipped the light switch and the room lit up. The apartment was laid out just like all of the others in the pack members' quarters, but there was no furniture other than a small, intricately designed sofa in the corner. In fact, there was nothing at all in the apartment other than dozens of absolutely stunning paintings. I gasped, admiring the beauty of the painting closest to me. It was of our pack house, and although I always felt our surroundings were a bit dark and gloomy, this painting depicted the area beautifully. I was puzzled. Who painted all of these? Why were they kept in such an inconspicuous location? I turned to Dean, prepared to ask, but he began to speak instead. My mother painted these, every single one, he said simply, a hint of remorse lingering in his voice. A small gasp escaped me yet again. The former Luna painted these. Not much was known about her, especially by my generation. I knew she was no longer living, but we'd never been told an explanation for her death, or really anything about her at all. The older generations knew, but they never spoke of her. They're absolutely beautiful, I told him truthfully, my voice staying soft. This was truly an intimate moment for us. Dean hadn't spoke of his mother before, and I couldn't help but think there was a reason for him bringing me here. I think so too, he admitted with a nod before walking across the room to admire a portrait. I followed behind, curious to see what the painting depicted that he was so drawn to. It was a portrait of two young boys. One had wide, brown eyes with an olive complexion and was painted mid-laugh. He was the youngest of the two, a toddler. The second boy was several years older, maybe 6 years old, and he looked very similar to the younger boy, except he had two different colored eyes, one hazel, one blue. I stared knowingly at the portrait in front of me. My former Luna had painted a portrait of her two sons, Dean and Stefan. I could almost feel her love for them radiating through the painting. She painted them in such happiness, such light. Stefan was Dean's younger brother. The pack knew of him, but much like his mother, he wasn't openly discussed. He'd fled Darkroot a year or two after meeting his mate, and it was rumored that he'd taken up life as a rogue. My mother enjoyed art, just like you do. You remind me of her in more ways than that, and sometimes it's difficult for me, Dean told me, showing yet another piece of his heart. Although Dean's father raised him for the majority of his life and was likely the reason for his cold nature, In that moment, I could see Dean's love and admiration for his mother. I'm sure she was a lovely person and a wonderful Luna. I would have loved to meet her. I told him with a small smile. She would have loved you, he said simply and quietly. Failing to elaborate, his eyes twinkled ever so slightly in the dim light. Revealing a variety of emotions, I brought you here because this is a very private place for me. No one knows about it other than my father and brother. I wanted us to get to know each other better. I thought it'd help our relationship. And for me. There's no better place to start than with the woman who raised me for 13 years, he explained. His voice remained calm and steady, as always. But I could tell he was forcing some emotions to remain hidden, my heart both filled with warmth at his words, and ached at the same time. I knew how it felt to lose a mother at a young age, but I hadn't known until now that Dean had been so young as well. Perhaps we had more in common than we thought. How did she pass? I asked. Cautiously. She was murdered, Dean replied without hesitation. His jaw tightly clenched. I was frozen for several seconds before I could even begin to think of the appropriate thing to say in this situation. My mate just told me that his mother had been murdered. Honestly, how was I supposed to reply to that? I'm so sorry, Dean. That's terribly tragic. Especially for a child, I said quietly, staring up at my mate with wide eyes. It's no more tragic than the way you lost your mother, or what you endured afterwards, he replied, his face completely straight and serious. Did you ever find out who did it? I asked quietly, scared to hear the answer. My uncle, Dean said simply, my father's brother, Casper. He claimed to be in love with my mother, but he couldn't have her since they weren't mates. He killed her with the idea that if he couldn't have her, no one could. Dean said all of this so calmly, although I was able to detect the tiniest hint of remorse in his voice. I imagined it was something he was able to process and accept better as the years went on, especially being the kind of hardened man that he was. That's awful, I murmured, looking down to the floor in disbelief. Yes, he replied. So, when I took over as Alpha, I killed Uncle Casper myself. My head snapped up to face Dean again. I had known that my mate was dark, serious, and perhaps a bit troubled. But a killer, sure. I'd imagined he'd killed in battle or when necessary. But his own uncle, it was a lot to process. But ultimately, I decided not to question him on it. The man killed his mother. After all, seeming to want to change the subject, Dean walked across the room to a different painting, and I was quick to follow. I stood next to him as we both stared up at the large portrait in front of us. This one was of a woman. It only showed her from the waist up, and she was beautiful. She had long, dark hair and fair skin that appeared slightly sun-kissed and dotted with freckles. Her cheeks were rosy. Her jaw was sharp, and her eyes were bright. Crystal blue. That's the only self-portrait my mother ever painted. She painted it when she was very pregnant with Stefan because she said she felt that was when she truly felt beautiful, when she was carrying or caring for her children. Dean explained, his voice serious despite the emotional depth of his explanation. I felt my eyes water a bit, but I was determined not to let any tears spill. Dean's mother seemed like a truly beautiful woman, both inside and out, and her life was ripped from her at such a young age. She was ripped from her sons, who she clearly adored. It wasn't fair, and it made me mourn for my own mother as well. She was from the Moonwave pack. She was good. Pure. I still don't know how or why the moon goddess paired her with my father. Just like I don't understand why she paired me with you, Dean said, causing my heart to nearly stop. I looked over at him, fear evident in my eyes. He didn't think we should be together. He didn't believe we were a good match. I understood his skepticism, in a way, but I also believed the moon goddess didn't make mistakes. Sensing my confusion and hurt, Dean reached out and gently cupped my cheeks with his large, rough hands. I'm glad that she did. I'm just saying that I don't understand why she would bless me in such a way. I am not a good man. Audrey, my heart grew warm and my muscles relaxed hearing such a confession come from my mate. He still wanted me and was glad that I was his mate. The only unsettling part was how he felt about himself. While I knew Dean was rough around the edges, strict, difficult, and certainly not a saint, I knew there was good in him. Before I got the chance to say anything, Dean grabbed my hand and began leading me towards the door. He reached over and flipped off the lights before opening the door and escorting me back into the hallway. After quietly pulling the door shut, he locked it and dropped the keys back into his pocket. "There's one more thing I'd like to show you before our dinner this evening," he told me, a slight questioning in his voice. I nodded and smiled sweetly to him. I loved learning more about my mate, and I felt like we were really making progress today. If there was something he wanted to show me, it was surely important to him, so I definitely wanted to see it. Dean nodded back and led me back down the hallway towards the staircase. I hadn't a clue where he could possibly be taking me this time. The secret apartment filled with his mother's paintings was surprising enough. What else did my mate keep hidden? My mind wandered as we went downstairs and headed in the direction of a part of our pack house I'd surprisingly never been in. It wasn't necessarily a restricted wing. It was just assumed to be empty. Apparently, that wasn't the case. The hallway was long and dark, lined with windows that were shielded by heavy curtains. It appeared to be the same as every other wing of our pack house, just empty. Dean stopped at the end of the hallway in front of an unmarked door. He reached out and turned the doorknob, pushing the door open with ease. A secret area that was unlocked. We slowly entered the room, which was just as dark as the hallway. Dean flipped the lights on, revealing a very normal living room. I turned to face him, raising an eyebrow in confusion. This was another apartment area, clearly. And although it seemed perfectly normal and furnished, it obviously hadn't been used in quite some time. This was my brother Stefan's apartment. He and his mate, Farah, lived here until they decided to leave the pack. Dean explained simply, swallowing hard as if there was a lump in his throat. He released my hand and walked into the living room, crossing the floor towards the kitchen and dining room area. A framed picture sat in the middle of the dining room table, and as I got closer I saw that it was a picture of Stefan, and who I assumed was his mate, Farah. They'd been gone for a few years. I remembered seeing Stefan alongside Dean during pack events when I was a child, but I couldn't recall ever seeing Farah. She was a regular, mid-rank pack member, and from what I'd been told, they only stayed in Dark Root for several months after finding out they were mates. Why didn't they stay in the family wing? Or even the residential quarters, I asked, extremely curious as to why his brother's home was so secluded. Stefan and Farah didn't like our pack or pretty much anyone in it, Dean stated simply, failing to elaborate. He lived with our father until he found Farah. I then set this apartment up for them, knowing they'd prefer it over being in the middle of pack life or anywhere near our father. Apparently, it wasn't good enough. He hated me, too, Dean explained. His jaw clenched. My heart ached for my mate. Although he was good at concealing his emotions, and I could sense his hurt. Why do you leave it unlocked? What if someone stumbled upon it and decided to make it their own personal spot? I asked. I check it once a week to make sure nothing is out of place. The pack believes this wing is empty, so not many care to venture down this way. I leave it unlocked in case he ever decides to come home. My heart lurched at his last statement. Dean not only loved his mother, but he loved his little brother too. It hurt him that his mother died, and his brother chose to leave. He lived a tough life under the instruction of his father, and once he became the alpha, he hardened even more. I'm sorry, I whispered, staring down at my feet. I half expected Dean to grab my chin and tilt my face up to look at him as he often did. But he didn't. You have nothing to be sorry for. But in all honesty, I wouldn't be surprised if one day you left, too, he added. If my heart lurched with his previous statements, it took a direct knuckle punch with that one. He truly thought I may leave him one day. I don't think I ever could. We may have our differences, but he was my mate, and he treated me better than my father ever even attempted to. Dean. I started. He cut me off. Don't comment. Audrey. I don't enjoy hearing those I love deny things and make promises that they will one day break. My heart sunk even further. But there was something else there that made it flutter. Love, did that mean? Dean loves me, we were mates. It was our duty to love one another. It was literally programmed into our DNA to love each other. But we'd never spoken the words before. Technically, he still hadn't, but his statement had inferred it. I believe Stefan and Farah also would have liked you. They didn't care for anyone who was stereotypical of dark root. And you aren't. You're the complete opposite. Perhaps if I'd met you sooner, it would have given them hope to stay. Dean stated, not allowing me to comment further. I would have loved to meet them. I told him. Honestly, maybe one day, he muttered, shaking his head slightly. They'll come back to visit. I half-asked. Half-stated. They haven't yet, he replied. After everything that's happened since then. I won't hold my breath. I paused and took a deep breath, not wanting to argue with Dean and what he thought was the reality of the situation. So, where is he now? He joined a group of rogues. And now he's the beta of Blue Mountain Pack. Dean replied. I froze. Blue Mountain Pack, Rhett and Hannah were the Alpha and Luna of Blue Mountain. And Stefan was their beta. I couldn't believe that nothing had been said about it during their visit here. Stefan was invited to join Rhett and Hannah during their visit here. But he declined. Dean added, as if he read my mind. Oh. I replied. I wanted to say I'm sorry again. But I knew Dean didn't care to hear that. He didn't want anyone to feel sorry for him. He'd made that clear. Sometimes I come here when I want to be alone. People can always interrupt if I'm in my office or at home. But no one even knows this place is here. He added. I looked up at him and smiled sweetly, not knowing what else to say to him at this point but enjoying his company and getting to know him. I could understand wanting to be alone sometimes. Everyone had those moments. Dean smiled back, and my heart melted. It wasn't a huge smile, or an overly enthusiastic one, but it was a smile nonetheless. The corners of his lips turned upward. His eyes glistened ever so slightly. And I knew I'd do almost anything to see it again. We'd better go back upstairs now so you can start getting ready for our dinner, he said, reaching out to grab my hand again and lead me back out into the hallway. Once we were back upstairs in our personal quarters, I headed for the closet to find a suitable dinner outfit while Dean went into our bathroom to take a shower. As I was sorting through my array of dresses and skirts, my mind wandered to images of Dean in the shower, his sculpted chest visible under the hot, steamy water. My cheeks flushed bright red as soon as I realized the suggestive thoughts that had entered my mind. I mentally scolded my wolf for inducing such thoughts. But of course, she played innocent, returning my attention to the selection of clothing in front of me. I found a form-fitting, black pencil skirt and a strapless, turquoise top to pair with it. The top was also form-fitting and featured a sweetheart neckline, which was a bit daring for me. But I felt it was time to step outside of my comfort zone a bit. I quickly put the clothing on and returning to the closet door to examine myself in the mirror. I certainly didn't look quite as scrawny and weak as I did when I'd first met Dean. Weeks of good, wholesome meals had done my body good, and I actually admired my figure now. I smiled to myself, feeling proud and beautiful for once. Dean soon exited the bathroom, his hair neatly combed and held in place with some manly-smelling product. He was dressed in a pair of black slacks and a white button-up shirt, simply, but professional and put together. He stopped and stared at me for a moment, obviously taking in my entire body and the clothing wrapped around it. After several seconds of the staring, I grew a bit uncomfortable and cleared my throat. Do I look okay? I asked timidly. You look amazing, Dean said, his voice a bit raspy as he finally looked up to meet my eyes. He licked his lips a bit, and I noticed his eyes grow dark. Then, after a moment of hesitation, he disappeared into the closet. I raised an eyebrow and turned around to see him rummaging through my clothes, only to pull out a sheer, black cardigan and hand it to me. Too amazing, he muttered, releasing a deep breath. My face flushed again as I hurried to put on the cardigan and then rushed into the bathroom to touch up my hair and makeup. Everything was straight and clean. And although it was nothing special or extravagant, I looked nice. Without further comment, we both left the bedroom and headed towards the front door, so we would arrive to the packed dinner on time. Once we were in the hallway, Dean turned to lock the door and checked in with his guards that he had stationed near the Alpha's wing. After he was certain that our quarters were secured, he took my hand, and we walked down the stairs together towards the pack dining hall. We smiled and greeted the pack members that we passed on the way. They would stop and bow their heads in respect, addressing us formally as Alpha and Luna, and wait for us to pass before continuing on their way. It felt a bit odd, being talked to like I was someone important. I was Darkroot's Luna, but it was still a foreign feeling. Well, our Luna is finally making her formal debut. A deep, scratching voice rang out from our right just as we were about to enter the dining hall. Dean froze, obviously very familiar with the voice. While I stopped to turn and see who was speaking, chills ran down my spine when my eyes met those of none other than Archibald Whitaker. "Son, wouldn't you let me have the honor of escorting my daughter-in-law?" Our Luna. Into this dinner, Dean's entire body was tense, and his eyes were gradually turning black as he stared down his father, prepared to challenge him if necessary. That would be highly inappropriate, father, since I am the Alpha, and she is my mate. You don't exactly have the respect of our pack members these days. Anyways, Dean growled out, his teeth grinding slightly from the tension of his clenched jaw. But don't you want to help your old father get in good with the pack once again? Little Audrey here is already loved by so many. If you two showed me gratitude, perhaps the pack would follow. Archibald bargained. Dean grabbed my arm and quickly pulled me to his side, obviously not comfortable with the thought of me being anywhere near his father, much less alone for any amount of time. For that, I was incredibly thankful. Although Archibald had never personally wronged me, I knew of his history and wrongdoings just as the rest of our pack did, father-in-law or not. I didn't feel comfortable around the man. Archibald narrowed his eyes at Dean, causing my heart to skip a beat. Very well. Son, I'll remember this. I turned to look at Dean, hoping to gain some comfort from his reaction. Had Archibald just threatened us, Dean's facial expression was completely unchanged. I wasn't sure whether he didn't see his father as a threat. He didn't take that statement as a threat. Or perhaps he was just doing what he did best, hiding his emotions. You will take your seat at our table, and you won't speak another word. Dean commanded his father before tightening his grip on my arm and leading me into the dining hall. I looked up at Dean with wide eyes. Once again. As we approached the Alpha's table in the dining hall, pack members were still trickling in, and no one seemed to have witnessed the exchange between Archibald and ourselves. That. Or they pretended not to notice. Don't worry about it, Audrey. Dean grumbled before I could ask any questions. I sighed in defeat. I obviously wanted to question Dean about the situation and our interactions with his father, but he shot me down before I got the chance. We took our seats at the front of the dining hall without a fuss. Dean pulled my chair out for me like a gentleman and waited for me to sit down before he took his seat as Alpha. Omegas began swarming our table, gently placing plates and silverware in front of us before scurrying off to grab the food. By now, the vast majority of the pack was present and seated, conversing amongst each other about whatever new gossip their day provided. The Omegas served us. The Alpha's table. First, a variety of mouth-watering foods, including roasted chicken and a blend of fresh vegetables, were placed on Dean's plate, and then mine. They then moved to serve Archibald and finished our table off with Beta Ryan and his mate, Mel. Once our table was served and everyone was sure that we were satisfied, the Omegas began serving the rest of the pack by rank. The closer you sat to the Alpha's table, the higher your rank was. Dean took the first bite, slicing into his chicken before putting it into his mouth. I followed by stabbing a few vegetables with my fork and placing them into my mouth. Soon, the entire dining hall was served, and the Omegas retreated to the kitchens where they would portion out the leftovers amongst themselves. Dean looked up from his food. content that everyone had been served and was pleased with their meal. He then stood from the table and tapped his butter knife to the rim of his glass. The room immediately grew silent, and everyone turned to face their alpha at the front of the room. Everyone in Darkroot knew that disrespect towards their alpha would never be tolerated, even if it was something as simple as whispering while he was waiting to speak. I've arranged this dinner tonight for us to come together as a pack and celebrate our new Luna. Everyone knows that a pack grows stronger once its alpha finds his rightful Luna. And now that I've found mine, Darkroot is truly the strongest of all the packs, Dean announced, his voice loud and authoritative, causing it to echo throughout the room. The pack broke into applause, cheering loudly at their alpha's statement. Darkroot had always been one of the strongest of the known packs. But several years ago, something happened that resulted in the loss of many of our warriors, and every year we paid out large sums of money to the other packs. It weakened Darkroot significantly, but no one ever knew what exactly had occurred. We were kept in the dark, simply reassured on a regular basis that our alpha was handling the situation, and that Darkroot would recover in no time. Archibald was locked in the dungeons for a year of this weak period we endured, so most of us assumed he had done something to jeopardize our pack relations and put us in such a position. It made sense to me. Archibald was a despicable man. So please, enjoy your meal, and feel free to approach our table during this time to meet your Luna, Dean added before sitting back down in his chair. Several people from the higher-ranking tables immediately stood and approached our table, eager to meet me and get in the good graces of their alpha and Luna. I smiled as a middle-aged couple approached us with a teenage boy in tow. Luna Audrey, it's an absolute pleasure to meet you, the man said with a slight bow. My name is Ron. I served as one of Darkroot's top warriors for many years. This is my wife, Sarah, and our son, Thomas. He's in training to be a warrior as well. It's a pleasure to serve you. I nodded to the man as Dean reached out to shake his hand. I knew exactly what was happening here. This family was using this opportunity to introduce their son to us, hoping one day he would be promoted to a top warrior position as well, preferably one of the Alpha's personal guards. It's lovely to meet you, I told them simply as Dean waved them on so the next group of people could approach. This event wasn't for building connections. It was to honor me, and Dean was going to make sure that happened. Several more couples approached us, many with children in tow. A few of them were also obviously looking for favors, but some genuinely wanted to meet their new Luna. I greeted each of them kindly, while Dean kept the line moving. Towards the end, several pack elders came to give me their blessing before returning to their tables. Dinner finally winded down and pack members gradually left to return to their personal quarters for the night. Archibald remained quiet for the duration of the evening, either minding his son's orders or plotting something to make our lives complicated. Although I felt bad having such thoughts, I couldn't help but wish Dean had left him in the dungeons. He made me uneasy. Come on, let's get out of here and spend some more time together. Dean leaned down and whispered in my ear, causing me to jump just slightly. After my mind calmed down, realizing it was only Dean, I nodded and stood from my chair, allowing Dean to take my hand and lead me out of the dining hall. We were quiet during our short walk back to our quarters, simply nodding to the pack members in the hallway who wished us a good evening. Everyone was ready to get back to their little apartment homes and rest up, so the hallways were clearing out quickly, allowing Dean and I to make it upstairs in record time. By the time we stepped through the door, I was feeling a bit more exhausted than I'd like to admit. It had been an eventful day, spending time with my mate and learning so much about him. Followed by some rather intense socialization, it wore me out. Dean made sure the door was shut and locked behind us before walking straight to the bedroom and changing out of his shirt. This seemed to be a daily ritual for him, especially if he'd had a stressful day. He'd come home, change into more comfortable clothing, and sometimes take a hot shower or have a glass of bourbon. Tonight, he simply settled for the change of clothes. He casually slipped on a pair of plaid pajama bottoms and flopped onto the bed before using the remote to turn on our bedroom TV. I stood in the bedroom doorway for a moment, taking in the sight before me. My mate was sprawled out across our large, king-size bed, his toned body on display for me to study. My eyes trailed over the curves of his abdominal and arm muscles, and then up to his chiseled jaw. Luckily, he didn't seem to notice, as he was already absorbed in whatever was on TV. I quietly entered the room and moved to the closet to change into some comfortable clothes of my own. I, however, wasn't as bold and open as Dean, and I retreated to the bathroom to change clothes and remove my makeup. I'd settled for a pair of shorts and a t-shirt, my go-to nighttime clothes. Once my face was wiped clean of any trace of makeup and my Luna wear was traded in for casual wear, I exited the bathroom and lightly stepped over to the bed to join my mate. I slid onto the bed slowly and cautiously, not wanting to cause too much movement and disturb Dean. He looked so relaxed and peaceful as he stared up at the TV screen. I wasn't even sure what he was watching, but I didn't care. Seeing my mate look so carefree, even just for a moment, made my heart soar, much to my dismay. My movement had interrupted Dean's focus on the TV, and his head snapped to look in my direction. At first, I wasn't sure if I'd startled him, or if he was annoyed with me for making too much movement. Instead, he outstretched his arm towards me, signaling me to come closer. I stared at him for a moment before I fully realized what he was requesting, and then I slowly scooted across the bed and up against the side of his body. Dean's arm instantly wrapped around me, filling my body with the most pleasant warmth that radiated tingles across my skin. "How did you feel about today?" he asked, his voice low and soothing, his eyes focused in on mine. Staring down at me intently, his blue eye seemed to sparkle ever so slightly, while his hazel eye appeared warm and full of admiration. "Which part?" I asked, raising my eyebrow slightly. "All of it," Dean replied. "I enjoyed spending time with you and getting to know you better. The dinner was a little overwhelming, but it was nice to meet the pack." I was a bit worried with how Dean would take the last part of my statement. I was a Luna. Meeting my pack shouldn't be stressful for me, but it was. "That's understandable. It's a lot to take on," he replied, shocking me. "Yeah." I agreed as I felt Dean's hand trail down my side to the waistband of my shorts. "I know you've had your setbacks, but the pack loves you. Audrey, you're a lovely, kind Luna. The elders feel you'll enhance our pack relations and image," he told me, reaching around with his free hand to gently grasp my chin. Our eyes were locked with one another's once again as we took a moment to take each other in while in such an intimate position. In that moment, I saw something new in Dean's eyes: desire, affection, perhaps even lust. Before I could figure out an appropriate response to his previous statement, Dean swooped in and planted his lips softly against mine. His lips slowly moved against mine, gradually deepening our kiss and coaching mine into a steady rhythm. Dean's kisses seemed so skillful compared to my inexperienced attempts, and I quickly pushed away the thought of who Dean had gained such experience with in the past. His hand soon moved from my chin to my hair, grasping it gently to deepen our kiss even further. He gently pulled my bottom lip between his teeth, nibbling it softly before letting go and returning his lips to mine. A fiery warmth began to build within the pit of my stomach, encouraging me to let loose and give in to my mate's touch. It was foreign and a bit scary, but in that moment, I wanted nothing more than to lose myself in my mate's kiss. Dean's other hand that rested on the waistband of my shorts slowly slid up to the bottom hem of my shirt, tugging it up little by little until I suddenly felt it pulled over my head. Chill bumps formed on my arms as my midsection made contact with the cool air around us. Dean must have noticed, because he quickly pulled my body even closer to his, providing me with all the warmth I could ever desire. My cheeks flushed pink from embarrassment. I'd never been so exposed to anyone before, and it was an odd feeling. The look in Dean's eyes, however, quickly comforted and reassured me. His eyes darkened even more, indicating that he liked what he saw. Deciding to let my wolf and my instincts guide me, I allowed my hands to roam Dean's body a bit. I took my time feeling the different shapes and textures that his bare muscles created on his body, and I admired what a wonderfully built man my mate was, and my wolf agreed, filling my mind with suggestive images. There was no denying this man was born an alpha. Our kiss broke momentarily, allowing me a second to admire my mate's sculpted body up close. My mind quickly became clouded with desire, and I found myself leaning in to place my lips against Dean's neck. I placed delicate kisses on his jawline, trailing them down the side of his neck and then back to his earlobe. I felt Dean shiver ever so slightly beneath my touch, causing a small smile to form on my lips. I then made my way down to the curve of his neck where it met his shoulder and kissed along his shoulder and then to the back of his neck. As my lips reached the back of my mate's neck, right below his hairline, my eyes fluttered open momentarily to take in the beauty of Dean's intensely toned back muscles. I could sense my wolf licking her lips in approval. But then something else caught my eye. In between Dean's shoulder blades was an incredibly deep scar. It wasn't just any scar, though. This scar was thick and perfectly outlined a crescent moon with what appeared to be a snowflake in the center of it. I froze. What in the world could that possibly be? Dean, I spoke, my eyes not leaving the mark on his back. Every muscle in Dean's body tensed instantly. He knew. He knew what I saw. And he wasn't prepared to give me an explanation for it. I didn't know whether to be concerned or horrified as I stared at the grotesque scar in the middle of my mate's back. It gave me a bad feeling. But I couldn't look away. What did it mean? What had happened to Dean? Or perhaps a better question could be, what did he do? A scar that intricate was purposely placed there, whether it be by Dean or someone else. The mood was clearly ruined. I couldn't focus on anything besides the possibilities swirling through my mind. And Dean was tense and silent. What is it? I finally asked, my voice barely a whisper. The air around us seemed to still, feeling thick and heavy. There was definitely something not right about this situation. Dean took in a deep breath, holding it for a moment before releasing it from his chest with a gruff sigh. If that had been his attempt at relaxing himself before discussing this matter, he had failed miserably. His toned muscles stood taut against his skin, revealing his discomfort. It's a scar, he grumbled before slowly sliding off of the bed. His movements jolted my mind a bit, reminding me that I was sitting in the middle of our bed with no shirt on. My face heated up and I looked around frantically for my shirt. There was no way I could have such a serious conversation while feeling so exposed. I finally felt the cotton fabric of my t-shirt wedged underneath the sheets and quickly pulled it out and slipped it over my head. Once I pulled my head through my shirt hole and brushed my hair out of my face, I saw that Dean was halfway across the room, heading for the door. Dean, I called out. Gently. I know it's a scar. But what's it from? I tried again. I didn't want to jump to any conclusions or approach the situation demandingly. Not only could that anger my fiery mate, but it'd also make him more reluctant to confide in me. Dean stopped, staring down at the floor and shaking his head slowly. His hand was on the doorframe, ready to pull the door open and escape this uncomfortable situation. A branding iron. A branding iron, so it was a burn, a deep burn. At that, not quite what I'd expected. But it made sense now that I thought it over. No knife or razor could carve such a perfect shape into human flesh. Silence surrounded us once again. I stayed rooted in my spot in the middle of the bed, afraid to do anything to anger my mate. We'd made such wonderful progress with each other today. I couldn't risk spoiling it now. That. And he was quite frightening when he was angry. Frightening. And unpredictable. I told you, Audrey. I'm not a good man, he added before pulling the door open and quickly making his escape. As the hours went by, my anxiety grew. I spent the majority of the time pacing the living room, desperately hoping that Dean would come back any minute. I considered leaving to search for him. But that thought disappeared as quickly as it came. If Dean was truly this angry or troubled, hunting him down would likely make matters worse. He probably needed some alone time to sort out of his thoughts. At least, I hoped that was the case. It had grown quite late, and I began to wonder if Dean planned to return at all tonight. To say I was worried would be an understatement. The knot in my stomach was so tight. I felt as though I'd be sick. Had all the progress we made today been flushed down the drain by a simple question? Was whatever that brand stood for truly that bad? I wanted to know. But if Dean considered it shameful enough to hide away for hours, I couldn't help but fear the worst. After nearly wearing a path in the floor for my pacing, I decided to go back to bed and at least try to get some sleep. I doubted it would come easy. Not only had I grown used to sleeping next to my mate, but my mind was busy sorting through a vast array of concerns and ideas. Sometime during the very early morning hours, I must have finally dozed off. For how long? I wasn't quite sure. But when I awoke again, it was just barely dawn. There was a rustling noise across the room, causing my eyes to flutter open. After my eyes adjusted to the dim lighting, I saw Dean standing over the dresser, rummaging for some clothing. It was so early. What could he be doing? Although he was a fairly early riser, he never got up before sunrise. I assumed he also hadn't gotten any sleep yet, since he'd apparently just returned. Unless he'd slept elsewhere. It was possible, but I doubted it. Now, I couldn't help but fear he was trying to get some clean clothes and sneak away again, hoping I wouldn't wake. Dean, I finally gained the courage to whisper. His body instantly tensed. I was right. He was hoping I wouldn't wake up, go back to sleep. Audrey, he replied without turning around. His voice was low, but soft. All of the worry and sadness I'd been trying to suppress for hours finally hit me like a ton of bricks. Tears pricked at my eyes, and I struggled to keep my lip from quivering. Was he trying to leave? Or was he simply trying to get ready for the day, once again? My mind went straight to the worst-case scenario. I simply couldn't manage to convince myself that he wasn't leaving me. Please don't leave me. I finally blubbered out, causing the tears to finally spill and trail down my cheeks. This time, Dean spun around quickly. I could tell his eyes had darkened. Despite the lack of lighting in the room, I would never leave you, he growled out, clearly unhappy with such an accusation. If anything, Audrey, you'd want to leave me after finding out why I have this scar. I would never allow you to do so. But I wouldn't blame you for trying. Then, where are you going? I asked timidly, not expecting such a bold reply from him. I just need to think. Here we go again, typical Dean vagueness. Hadn't he just had hours to think, sensing my skepticism? Dean spoke up once more. Just give me until lunch. Okay, let me go deal with some things in the office. Clear my mind. And then I'll tell you all about it. After I do, you may be the one needing half a day's worth of alone time. I sighed, but nodded. I wouldn't push Dean on this if he said he would tell me at lunchtime. I believed him. I didn't want to risk angering him over such a seemingly touchy subject. I'd seen him angry before over lesser matters, and I certainly didn't like what I saw. Get some more rest. When you wake up and get ready, you could go visit some of the school children if you'd like, Dean suggested. My eyes widened. But we haven't completed our mating, I reminded him, my voice quiet. Now I really was skeptical. If Dean was willing to go against pack rules and tradition, against his own word, how bad was this news really going to be? Think of it as my way of making it up to you. Before you even know the truth, Dean told me. He then walked over towards the bed and cupped my face in his hands, pressed a firm kiss against my forehead, and exited the room without another word. There was nothing more I could do at this point. So I decided to follow Dean's wishes and attempt to get some more rest. Much to my surprise, sleep consumed me quickly. I had a dreamless sleep, and for once, I was thankful for it. When I finally woke, it was only a few hours later. This was the time I'd typically wake, sensing Dean's absence from our bed. Remembering Dean's words, I got up and got busy with my morning routine. I took a shower, applied minimal makeup, and freshened up before leaving our quarters for my visit to the pack's school for pups. I was sure at some point, once we'd fully completed our mate bond, I'd be visiting all of the schools. But for today, it would be our pack's youngest students, typically between the ages of 4 and 8. The pack's schools were located within several buildings separate from the pack house. The nursery and primary level pups were located in smaller buildings on the west side of the pack's territory. They had a fenced backyard area filled with jungle gyms and other playground equipment to keep the pups entertained during their recess and playtime, as well as larger recreation areas for activities such as crafts, music, and theater. That's where I'd be going today. And the thought of meeting and greeting the smiling faces of our pack's youngest members truly excited me and warmed my heart. The schools for the older children and teenagers were located on the east side of the pack territory, along with various trade schools for any of the young adult wolves, usually around my age, who may be interested in becoming something other than a pack warrior or servant. I was glad to not be visiting those schools today, as I still had bad memories from my own time attending them. Teenagers could be cruel, especially dark-root teenagers. I found myself walking quicker than normal to reach the children's schools as excitement bubbled deep in my stomach. I loved children and the innocence they held. I could faintly remember always wanting a little brother or sister when my mother was still alive. But of course, that was just another impossible dream. I must have zoned out, lost in my own thoughts during my walk to the west side of the pack territory. Because before I knew it, I was standing outside of the dark-root primary pack, as it was called. I took a deep breath before pushing open the front doors to the little school. I hoped that the teachers were expecting me. But then again, would anyone dare question the presence of their Luna after Dean's brutal demonstration nearly a week ago? As the doors opened, I was greeted with colorful walls filled with drawings clearly done by the students. Construction paper cutouts in the shape of flowers and various animals bordered bulletin boards with announcements for parents. And cheerful children's songs played softly throughout the building, without realizing it. A wide grin appeared on my face. "Luna," a cheerful voice exclaimed from down the hallway. I turned my attention to the sound of the voice to see a young woman, no older than 30, standing in the doorway of a classroom with a bright, welcoming smile plastered on her face. My goddess. "It's such an honor to have you here," she told me sincerely, as she scurried down the hallway towards me, her arm outstretched to offer me what appeared to be a fresh cup of tea. "What are your plans here for the afternoon?" I froze a bit, feeling put on the spot. What were my plans? I don't know, I admitted, my cheeks turning bright pink. "Well, Luna, you can spend time with the children any way of your choosing." Of course, the kind lady assured me. "I'm Angela. By the way, I teach the 4- and 5-year-old pups. It's currently their nap time. And I heard you enter the building," she explained to me. I nodded to her with a smile. "Thank you, Angela. You don't have to explain yourself to me. I won't be here long. But I would like to visit with each of the classes while I'm here." "Of course," Luna Angela replied, her smile never fading. "We can start with the older children, since the youngest are napping." She then turned around and started down the hallway, gesturing for me to follow her. At the end of the hall, she stopped in front of a door and began to slowly turn the doorknob, careful not to frighten the students or teacher inside. Once the door was open, I was met with the faces of about 15 children and a young lady who I assumed was their teacher. "Luna," the children seemed to exclaim in unison, causing me to blush. Even the pack children were familiar with me. I was surprised, but honored. "Students," the teacher scolded softly, "that is not how we behave in class. Please show Luna Audrey that you know how to raise your hands when wishing to speak." She then turned to me, bowing her head lightly and showing her neck in submission. "My apologies, Luna." I giggled softly and shook my head. "It's perfectly fine. There's no need to be so formal with me, especially right now. I'm just here for a friendly visit to meet the children and staff." The teacher seemed to relax slightly and looked back up at me, offering a small smile. "My name is Rose, or Ms. Hendricks to the students. It's very nice to meet you, Rose. You and Angela seem to be wonderful, kind teachers, which I feel is just what our children need. They seem delightful," I told her honestly, a bit shocked with myself for how open and talkative I was being with these women. I was typically much more open and trusting with women, but due to recent events, I was still hesitant when meeting anyone new. Rose and Angela both gave off a rather warm feeling that made me feel welcome and comforted. However, so it was easier to be relaxed in this environment. "It's been very nice to briefly meet you all. You have a lovely classroom and teacher, so be kind to her. I look forward to seeing you all again for some fun activities in the future," I told the class. Their eyes lit up with my words. making me even more excited to visit the schools on a more regular basis, once mine and Dean's mating was complete. Ideas for crafts and mini-lessons were already swirling through my mind. "Are you ready to meet the younger children?" Angela asked, pulling me from my thoughts. I turned to her and smiled before nodding and following her to the next classroom. Angela quietly opened the door to the next classroom and motioned for me to follow her inside. I was quickly greeted with the smiles of about 10 children and their teacher, another young woman with a bright smile and sparkling blue eyes. I'd pieced together then these children were likely a mix of ages. Angela specifically said she taught the 4- and 5-year-old children. And Rose had the older children, ages 7 and 8. That would leave this classroom to hold the 6-year-old children. Or those who would be turning 6 very soon. Or perhaps will turn 7 at some point during the school year. "Hello, Luna. My name is Christina, and I teach the intermediate children of the building," the teacher told me as she stood from her chair before bowing ever so slightly in respect. "It's so nice to meet you and your students, Christina," I told her sincerely with a bright smile. "What are the children learning today?" I asked, determined to be more outgoing and keep the conversation flowing. "Oh, well, they've just woke from a short nap and were about to get started practicing their writing," Christina told me enthusiastically. Before I could respond, I noticed Angela tense up. She'd been standing to my side, allowing me to interact with the class for a bit. But she now appeared slightly startled. "Luna," Angela finally spoke, seeming to snap out of the trance-like state she'd been in for only a moment. "I apologize. I'm not used to the alpha mind linking me so directly. He's requested your presence in his office." My shoulders relaxed once I understood Angela's temporary change in demeanor. I was sad to have to leave the school so soon. But I knew this was something I'd be able to do much more often once mine and Dean's mating was complete. And I was eager to hear the story of the scar on my mate's back. I shot Angela an encouraging smile. "Of course, I'm sorry for having to leave so soon. I promise I will be making longer visits in the future." Angela and Christina both nodded to me in understanding. "You're welcome to visit whenever you'd like, Luna." I took my time walking back to the pack house, although I desperately wanted to know what dark secrets my mate was hiding. I was also nervous. Did I truly want to know we'd made so much progress? What if it was something so terrible that I couldn't get past it? I was scared. Little by little, I felt my mind reverting to its frightened state that it had grown so accustomed to over the years. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe Dean was overreacting. Surely it couldn't be that terrible. Right. While lost in my thoughts, I'd managed to wander back to the front door of the pack house. With a sigh, I opened the door and stepped back inside. It was cooler inside, offering me relief from the heat and humidity that Darkroot provided us on a regular basis. I was thankful for the air conditioning, but still worried about this conversation I'd be having with Dean in a matter of minutes. I made my way up the staircase as slowly as I could without looking odd and drawing attention to myself. My emotions were so conflicting. Part of me wanted to sprint upstairs, and the other part wanted to run back down. If I thought about my actions anymore, I knew I'd look like an idiot. A little too quickly. I found myself standing outside of Dean's office, hesitant to knock on the door. Was I ready to hear this? Probably not. But waiting any longer wasn't going to make the situation any easier. With one last deep breath, I reached out and knocked on the door. "Come in," I immediately heard from the other side, his voice muffled slightly from the closed door, refusing to hesitate any further. I reached out and turned the doorknob, opening the door with one gentle push. Dean was seated behind his desk, looking as professional as ever when I entered the room. He offered me a tiny smile before gesturing for me to have a seat in the chair across from him, a routine I'd become all too familiar with. "I guess it's time to provide you with some explanations," he said, his smile quickly replaced by a serious expression. I could see hints of pain flickering in Dean's eyes. He was truly ashamed of whatever it was. So much that he feared the worst after telling me. I made a mental note to keep his remorse in mind before I reacted. I nodded and smiled, hoping to encourage my mate despite needing a bit of encouragement myself. My wolf was very much present in my mind, both eager to hear what our mate had done, and to assure me that it was all in the past and shouldn't affect our future together. Dean released a heavy sigh. I got this scar. Or rather, brand. Over 3 years ago due to some very serious and shameful actions on my part. Although they were influenced by my father. I know it's not an excuse. I've suffered many consequences for these actions. As has our entire pack. Unknowingly. I'm going to tell you exactly what I did. But I just wanted to say all of that first and let you know that I'm extremely ashamed of that part of my past. Especially now that I have you. I listened intently as Dean carefully prefaced his story. Although it was great to hear that my mate both took responsibility for his actions and regretted them. It also made me even more nervous to hear what actually happened. I'm sure you're well aware that we don't have good relations with the other packs, especially Polar Moon. Most everyone knows of the battle between Alpha Elijah and myself years ago. But what most of the pack doesn't know is what caused the battle and all of the consequences that followed. Dean started. Although my father did cause a lot of these troubles, the one action that made them all unforgivable was mine alone. That being said, I'm going to have to start this story explaining my father's wrongdoings for everything to make sense. Dean added. I nodded to him. Listening intently, I felt as though every muscle in my body was tensed. Anticipating the possibly devastating information that I'd be receiving shortly, I tried to remain optimistic. Thinking over everything Dean had said so far, clearly. This all had something to do with Dean's troubles with the Polar Moon Pack. Packs had disputes all the time. So surely this couldn't be something I hadn't already thought of and prepared myself for. Right, my father kidnapped Polar Moon's Luna. Lena. When she was only a child. She was the Beta family's only daughter. And they were, of course, very close with the Alpha family. He kidnapped her for the abilities that she didn't even know she possessed. For years, she was kept locked in our cellars here in Dark Root, tortured by my father in hopes of triggering her powers. As a teenager, she managed to escape, but had no memory of where she came from due to the years of abuse she endured. So she found her home with a pack of rogues. Dean explained. That's awful. I said softly, truly shocked. But this wasn't Dean's doing. He had only been a child at the time and clearly oblivious to it all. So where exactly was this going? It gets worse. Little mate, Dean muttered before taking a deep breath, preparing to continue his story, as I'm sure you've pieced together. Lena was eventually found by Alpha Elijah, and they turned out to be mates. She was finally living a good life and finding answers about her family and childhood. My father and I even traveled to Polar Moon to provide Lena with some answers about her past. This was, of course, when Elijah and I were still on good terms. I couldn't help but note Dean's pained expression when he mentioned his friendship with Alpha Elijah. The reaction was faint, but it was there. But my father never stops. Dean continued. Now clenching his jaw, he continued to spy on Lena as she began practicing her healing abilities and developing her true power. When he'd seen enough, he kidnapped her yet again and brought her back to Dark Root, determined to make her my mate. My stomach clenched at Dean's words. I felt an odd feeling forming deep within me, one I'd rarely ever felt before. Was that jealousy? My wolf released a growl in my mind, confirming our inner thoughts. We did not like the thought of our mate being with another she-wolf. When I discovered what he'd done, I was livid. I immediately freed Lena from the cellars and provided her with a spare room in my quarters for the night, just until I'd be able to get her back to Elijah. But my father slithered in again, planting ideas in my mind, making me become someone that I hated, making me become like him. Dean released a deep growl and then stood from his desk, knocking his chair back behind him. He started to pace back and forth behind his desk, anger consuming him by the second. I sunk into my chair, fearful of how quickly this anger had escalated. Despite all progress we'd made together, Dean's anger still terrified me. Thoughts of my father swirled in my mind once again, and the trembling began soon after. I knew I needed to keep it together. I needed to stay calm and listen to the rest of what Dean had to say. But the anxiety was taking over. Where was Dean's anger directed at his father, at himself, perhaps? Both. Before I could react any further, he continued. Somehow, My snake of a father convinced me that keeping Lena here and forcing her to be my mate was the best move for my pack. So, I did. I turned on her, and one of my only friends. I drugged her and locked her up, while preparing for a war that I knew was now inevitable. I knew Elijah and Zane were on their way with warriors. But instead of handing Lena over and explaining my father's wrongdoings like I'd originally planned, I fought back. Dean's voice was still loud and angry, growls breaking through as he retold certain parts of the story, making his shame very clear. Seeing my mate so beat up over this was troubling. But what he'd just told me was something I never could have guessed on my own. And I was in shock. My mouth had fallen open and tears began to fill my eyes as I was suddenly overwhelmed with an army of conflicting emotions. This brand on my back was part of my punishment. It was one of the many consequences for my foolish actions. Under the order of Alpha Rider, I was branded as a traitor of Polar Moon in front of their entire pack. Elijah did the honors, but only for a moment before Lena ripped the branding iron from his hands and inflicted the pain that I truly deserved. Dean added, finally explaining the actual brand itself, although he seemed to be calming down, his breaths evening out as he leaned down to pick up his chair that he'd so hastily knocked over. I could feel myself unraveling by the second. All of the unfortunate things our pack had endured over the years suddenly made sense. It was all a part of the punishment for my mate's careless actions. Yet our pack members were left to assume it was just simple misfortune. What Dean had done was awful. Lying to our pack was awful, although I understood why he did it. An alpha can't risk his own pack revolting against him. What Archibald had done was, of course, the worst of all. And I didn't blame Dean for any of that. It simply fueled my disgust for my new father-in-law. This entire situation was awful and conflicting. But it was clear that Dean had suffered for his actions and fully regretted them. Due to that, it was hard for me to be angry with him. I felt some anger. Of course, for putting our pack in such danger, among other things. But there was one thought that I simply couldn't shake off. He was going to force another woman to be his mate. His Luna. If he'd won the battle. Would he have continued to go through with it? Would he truly have taken a mated she-wolf in place of me? His destined mate. You weren't going to wait for me. I finally spoke. So softly that I wasn't even sure if Dean had heard me. I stared at the floor, unable to look at him for the time being. Dean froze. I could feel his eyes on me, staring into the top of my head. Audrey. I didn't think I'd ever find my destined mate. In fact, I wasn't even sure that I had one. My father had convinced me that if I couldn't have my destined mate to strengthen our pack, that Lena would be our best chance. She's strong and powerful. And I needed a Luna to strengthen the pack. I'm not trying to make excuses, Audrey, because I know how wrong all of it was. I'm just trying to explain what was going through my head during that time. A time before I ever knew you. Dean explained to me, his voice now much softer. He almost seemed to be pleading. In his own way. You're the Luna of this pack and my mate. So I can't let you leave. But if you want to end this relationship that we've been working on, I understand. You can have your own room. And you don't even have to talk to me for anything but formal business. I always knew I'd end up disappointing my mate. So I've prepared for this. He told me. The tears finally broke free from my eyes, streaming down my cheeks as I heard my mate's voice slowly change back into its normal, stern tone. I lifted my head up, looking at him, only to find he was also looking straight at me. I could see the sadness swirling in his eyes as he saw the tears on my face. Yet again, I knew he hated it when I cried, likely for a variety of reasons. I knew it was probably even harder on him now that he'd marked me, as he could feel pieces of what I was feeling. He could sense the internal battle that I was enduring. Did I want to end our budding relationship and keep our mate bond to a business-only arrangement? Did I want to be with a man who may have not waited to meet me? If fate hadn't intervened, I knew deep down that although I refused to admit it just yet, I loved Dean. I didn't want to be without him. But finding out that he almost took another mate, and under such terrible circumstances, hurt me in ways that I couldn't currently find the words for. I think I need some time to think. I told him truthfully, quickly wiping the tears from my cheeks. With a solemn nod, Dean walked out from behind his desk and approached me. Slowly. He kneeled down in front of my chair so that our faces were level with one another. He gently placed his large, calloused hand on my cheek and pulled my face towards his, planting a tender, loving kiss against my lips. Take all the time that you need. Days passed with nothing but silence shared between Dean and I. My heart ached for his touch, and I knew all I had to do was talk to him. If I talked to him, things could go back to how they were. We could continue to work on this relationship that we'd been building. But I was scared. As usual, I was a coward. I was growing tired of sleeping in the guest bedroom without Dean's warmth to lull me to sleep. In fact, I don't think either of us had done much sleeping recently. I laid in bed, tossing and turning, only sleeping for an hour or so at a time. And I heard Dean get up multiple times throughout the night, pacing the hallway or going to the kitchen for a stout drink. Knowing this hurt him made it even more painful to stay away. In fact, this was likely hurting him even more intensely than it was hurting me. He'd marked me, and I hadn't yet marked him, although I could see and hear how troubled he was. He could literally feel pieces of my emotions and unrest on top of his own. And today would be all the same. If I let it. Part of me wanted to rush to Dean's office and sort everything out between us, while the other part of me wanted to remain locked in this room and hide away from our troubles forever. I'd done plenty of the thinking that I'd requested over the past few days. Doubt still loomed in my mind, wondering if Dean truly wanted me. But at the end of the day, my thoughts boiled down to one thing. I wanted Dean. I needed him. Maybe at one point in my life I felt I didn't need anyone. But since meeting my mate, I knew I could never be without him. We may have a complicated relationship. We may both have our own serious issues. But surely the moon goddess paired us together for a reason. With that last thought, I made up my mind, although I still felt uneasy about all that Dean had confessed to me. I'd have to learn to put it behind me. He was all I had. And I so badly wanted to make our relationship work. I wanted to complete our mate bond. I just wanted to be loved. I quickly climbed out of bed, something I should have really done hours ago, seeing as it was already mid-afternoon, and I headed for Dean's bedroom. Our room. He had already left our quarters to tend to his daily duties as Alpha, but I knew he'd be back any time now. Since our separation, he'd made a point to come back to our quarters every afternoon for one reason or another, likely just to make sure I was still here. I wasted no time showering and cleaning up. I got dressed in a simple navy t-shirt dress and slipped on a pair of sandals before returning to the bathroom to put on a bit of makeup. I hadn't cleaned up properly and made myself presentable the last few days. And if I was going to make this move, I wanted to look nice. Just as I was about to exit the bedroom and take a seat in a more neutral area such as the living room or kitchen, I heard the front door open. My body reacted instantly, my heart pounding inside my chest. Threatening to break out and go to our mate, my limbs trembled. Both excited and terribly scared for what was to come. What if he was angry? That was a constant fear of mine, seeing Dean angry. It wasn't a pleasant sight and brought back way too many unpleasant memories of my father. Before I had the chance to think of what I should do, I looked up to see Dean standing in the doorway. He was frozen, staring down at me with a mix of emotions on his face. His eyes had darkened considerably, indicating that he was struggling against his wolf. It was extremely hard for wolves to be without their mates for even a day, and even harder for an alpha. We'd been separated for at least 4 days by now, so I'm sure each of those days had been an extreme battle for both Dean and his wolf. Knowing that made me feel even worse. "Audrey," he finally spoke, his voice soft but serious. His eyes had halfway faded back to their normal colors, indicating that he was slowly regaining control. "I didn't expect you to be in here," he added. It was odd seeing him like this. He almost seemed nervous. Nervous was not an emotion Dean often displayed. I wanted to talk to you," I told him, stuttering terribly. I felt my cheeks heat up, likely turning my cheeks bright red and trailing down to my neck. It was almost like when we'd first met. I was a nervous wreck. "Okay, let's talk then," Dean said calmly. taking a step into the bedroom. I don't want to be away from you any longer. I blurted out all at once, jumbling my words as they rushed out of my mouth. What you told me was upsetting. But I've realized it really doesn't change how I feel about you or our relationship and bond. Before I could say anything else, Dean rushed towards me, causing me to back into the bed. He quickly placed his hands under my thighs and lifted me onto the edge of the bed, and my legs wrapped around his waist. Almost instinctively, Dean wrapped his arms around my waist and lifted me, holding me tightly against his chest as he buried his face into my neck. These past few days have been some of the most painful I've ever endured. Since you've chosen to come back, just know that I can't even let you go again. I won't. He growled into my neck before tenderly pressing his lips just below my ear. The emotional and physical connection between us intensified rapidly, making up for the days we had spent apart. Our heightened senses confirmed how much I truly needed my mate. Dean gently placed me back on the bed, maintaining a close connection as he held me tightly. I wrapped my arms around his neck, driven by instinct. I allowed my wolf's natural instincts to guide me through this new intimate situation. Dean moved close, and our lips met passionately. Our movements synchronized as the intensity increased. His hands explored my body with care. Slowly, he moved his hands over my body. My mind experienced an array of new feelings and sensations. Dean briefly paused our intimate moment to look into my eyes, searching for any hint of fear or uncertainty. Though nervous, I confirmed that I wanted him to continue. Dean removed my clothing, leaving me feeling exposed and vulnerable beneath him. I felt my anxiety rising, but Dean reassured me. He pinned my arms gently above my head and returned his attention to my skin. "Don't hide from me," he murmured against my skin. "Every inch of your body is beautiful, flawless, and mine." He continued to show affection across my bare skin. I felt a rush of warmth as my body reacted to his presence. Dean sat up to remove his own clothes, revealing his powerful alpha physique. His strong build and tattoos highlighted his well-defined muscles. He quickly returned his focus to me. He removed the remainder of my intimate wear. A soft growl came from Dean's throat as he embraced me. He lavished attention on me, showing care and desire. Simultaneously, his hand moved to find my sensitive regions. My body responded intensely to his touch. Dean then moved his mouth down, tracing a path down my abdomen. He slowly removed my final garment and continued his affectionate gestures. Sensations built throughout my body, causing an involuntary vocal response. He introduced a finger, and the rhythm of his touch and tongue brought me closer to an intense resolution. I lost control of my body as the strong, pleasurable sensations took over. Just as the building intensity reached its peak, Dean paused. He chuckled lightly and prepared to complete the mating process. I gasped at his size, feeling anxious about the physical transition ahead. Dean's eyes softened. Sensing my anxiety, he lowered himself over me, positioning his body close to mine. Dean stared into my eyes, his expression filled with love and desire. "This will hurt at first, but try and relax. I'm going to take care of you," he promised me. I took a deep breath and nodded to him before leaning up slightly and pressing a soft kiss on his lips. Dean cradled my face in his hands and kissed me back as he began the final step of the bonding ritual. I flinched at the sudden physical sensation. It was a sharp, tearing feeling. I gripped Dean's arms tightly, holding back tears despite the pain. Dean slowly retreated and then returned. Allowing my body to adjust to him, the pain persisted as he moved carefully, filling me completely. The feeling of completion was welcome, but the discomfort was strong. A tear slipped from my eye, which Dean quickly kissed away. "It's okay. Love, it'll be better soon. I've got you," he whispered. I nodded and tilted my hips slightly. Dean increased his movements, and this time, the pain seemed to fade. Noting my adjustment, Dean fell into a steady pace. Each movement deeply affected me, leaving me breathless, and I began to vocalize my pleasure. Having all the encouragement he needed, Dean picked up his pace. I felt the building wave of pleasure intensifying, demanding a resolution. My breathing quickened as ecstasy raced through my body with each thrust. The peak of pleasure finally broke, causing me to cry out. My body convulsed lightly. Dean had brought me to release, and it was overwhelming. Suddenly, I felt the overwhelming urge to mark my mate. Instinctively, I pulled Dean against me and buried my face into his neck, sinking my teeth into him, finally marking him as my mate. Unbelievable pleasure shot through the both of us as our mate bond was finally completed and sealed. I felt Dean's body tense, and he groaned, pulling me close to him as he also found his release. I could feel the pleasure he was experiencing through our bond. I could feel everything. He then pulled out of me and collapsed at my side, quickly pulling me against his chest and burying his nose in my hair. And to think, I never thought I could love, he whispered. After the afternoon's quick turn of events and spontaneous activities, Dean and I spent the rest of the afternoon and into the late evening laying in bed, holding each other. We'd both doze in and out of sleep, both sleepy from the events that had just taken place and succumbing to exhaustion from our lack of sleep over the past few days that we'd spent apart. We were both still completely nude, our bare skin pressed against one another's as my body curled into Dean's much larger form. During our moments awake, I'd catch Dean running his fingers through my hair or nuzzling into my neck, inhaling my scent that was now uniquely blended with his. Our mate bond was complete. We were complete, and everything felt so serene. "Are you hungry?" Dean asked me. It was the first time either of us had spoken hours. We'd simply been enjoying each other's presence after days apart. "It's nearly 10 o'clock," I answered. Surely it was much too late to be eating now. I didn't ask what time it was, Dean retorted, a hint of teasing in his voice. "Let me cook you something. It won't happen often, so you should really jump on this opportunity." I giggled slightly and nodded into his chest. "Okay. Sure. I guess I could use something to eat," accepting my answer. Dean slowly rolled away from me and got out of bed, moving towards our dresser to pull on a pair of shorts. He quickly slid them on before heading for the kitchen. I followed suit, sliding out of bed and hunting down a clean t-shirt and a pair of shorts before going to the bathroom. I quickly cleaned myself up and got dressed, and was presented with great soreness as I pulled on my shorts. I suppose that was normal. After one's first time mating, when I exited the bedroom and walked into the kitchen, I could smell the aroma of food in the air, but I couldn't exactly pinpoint what was cooking. Dean certainly didn't seem like the type to cook often, so I couldn't even imagine what he'd be making. As I rounded the corner into the kitchen, I saw only a few simple ingredients laid out on the counter, and a slice of bread on the skillet. I grinned, holding back the laugh that was building in my throat. He was making us grilled cheeses. Dean looked up from the stove. "There's a reason I told you from the beginning that you'd have to cook all of our meals." That was it. I couldn't hold it back anymore. A huge, bubbling laugh finally escaped my mouth, making me nearly double over. Tears pricked at the corners of my eyes, but for the first time ever, they were from happiness. I don't think I'd ever laughed like that in my entire life. After several seconds of uncontrollable laughter, I was finally able to catch my breath. Although my abdominal muscles ached slightly, I looked back up at Dean as I wiped my eyes. A wide smile still painted on my face. Dean stared at me in awe, and it occurred to me then that he also hadn't ever seen me so loose and carefree. This large bout of laughter had shocked both of us. Dean smirked back at me as he finished up the 2 grilled cheeses, sliding them onto a plate and then walking over to me. He handed me my plate as he leaned down to softly kiss my lips. "You are so damn beautiful." My cheeks quickly heated up as I accepted both his kiss and compliment. Dean seemed to be in an equally good mood now, although he had his own way of expressing it. We both took our seats at the table and quickly ate our sandwiches. My body was thankful for the fuel after our intimate festivities earlier. Who would have thought it could take so much energy out of you once we finished our food? Dean quickly collected our plates and placed them in the sink before returning to the table. Before I had the chance to move from my chair, Dean scooped me up into his arms and began walking back towards the bedroom. "Time for some real sleep. Love, tomorrow is your first official day as Luna." I fell asleep much more quickly than I expected after Dean carefully deposited me into the bed. We both slept peacefully, curled up against each other, anticipating what the next day may bring. Anyone we encountered would know that our mate bond was complete, and that I was officially the Luna of Dark Root in every way. I wasn't sure what to expect out of my first official day as Luna, but waking up just after sunrise with Dean certainly wasn't it. My eyes slowly fluttered open, causing me to frown as I felt Dean gently shaking my arm. Time to wake up. Audrey, you'll be on the same schedule as me now. At least 3 days per week. I grumbled a bit and reluctantly sat up in bed, giving Dean a rather unhappy look. Okay, I finally said with a sigh. I was excited to finally be able to tend to Luna duties. Of course. Just wasn't thrilled about the early wake-up time. Dean smirked down at me before turning to get his own fresh clothes out of the dresser, and then the closet. I slid out of the bed, still feeling half asleep, and headed to the bathroom to clean myself up for the day. After all, I wanted to make a good impression. I couldn't deny I was nervous. Dean hadn't even told me what exactly I'd be doing today or who I'd be around. Although the teachers I'd met at the school several days ago had been very kind ladies, not everyone in this pack was as pleasant. I quickly finished brushing through my hair and applying a bit of makeup before heading to the closet to pick out something to wear, not wanting to waste too much time. I reached for the first dress I saw, a red maxi dress. It would allow me to look presentable while not scorching in the heat and humidity of our pack. I exited the bedroom and found Dean eating an apple in the kitchen, clearly waiting for me to get ready. It was odd how domestic he looked while doing something as simple as eating a fruit. "Are you ready?" Dean asked after swallowing his last bite. I nodded, feeling anxiety begin to build in my stomach. Dean must have immediately felt my worries through our mind link because he was by my side in an instant. He stood in front of me, staring down into my eyes, and carefully brushed a strand of hair behind my ear. "There's no need for worries. Audrey, you're a Luna now. You're the second most powerful person in our pack. Be confident about that." "What will I even be doing today?" I finally questioned, continuing to fight against my nerves. "Today you'll have the chance to visit the infirmary. You can take to any wing of your choosing. I know you like children. So maybe start with the pediatric unit or even the nursery," Dean told me. "So, I just visit?" I asked skeptically. "Talk with them," Dean suggested. "Ask the parents how they're doing. How their child is doing. Ask how their experience in our infirmary has been. Any positive or negative feedback is always good for us to hear so we can make necessary changes." I nodded as Dean explained things to me. In a way, it was like I was our pack's ambassador. If Dean went through the infirmary questioning pack members on their experience, they'd likely be hesitant to tell him anything but positives. Even if they had to lie, our pack was much more likely to grow close to me and be open with me. They're Luna, after all. Lunas were often seen as mother figures to the pack. Community outreach is your primary task as Luna. As you get more comfortable with the position, you can decide yourself what you'd like to do and which areas you'd like to visit. Some days I may also need your assistance in the office, but we will try to keep that to a minimum," Dean explained further. I smiled a bit, feeling better about the situation since Dean had explained it more thoroughly. Part of me actually liked the thought of being a confidant to our pack families, and I also liked knowing that Dean cared about our pack members' feedback. "Okay, I think I can do that," I told him, widening my smile. "I know you can," he told me with a small smirk before leaning down to press a soft kiss to my lips. I blushed almost instantly. Would I ever get used to my mate's sweet gestures? His confidence in me also meant a lot. We'd come so far in such a short amount of time. Eat something for breakfast, and then go ahead and visit the infirmary, Dean told me before pressing one last kiss to my lips and heading out the door. I sighed as he departed. Since we'd completed our mate bond, I felt this overwhelming urge to be with him at all times. Even though I knew that wasn't reasonable, I also still wasn't used to eating 3 full meals every day. My stomach and appetite had definitely grown, but breakfast still seemed to be a foreign concept. Wanting to obey my mate, I made my way to the refrigerator and pulled out some yogurt and eggs. A weird combination, it seemed, but full of the protein and nutrients that I knew my malnourished body needed. I quickly heated up a skillet before cracking my eggs. and I snacked on my yogurt in the meantime. Once I'd eaten my breakfast, I decided I'd better hurry up and head towards the infirmary. My stomach twisted a bit at the thought. Still feeling uneasy about my new duties, part of me debated on whether or not to hide out for the day. But I knew someone would report to Dean if I didn't show up. I tried to remind myself of the lovely experience I'd had at one of the PAC schools only about a week ago as I shut the door to our personal quarters behind me and headed for the staircase. The students and teachers I'd encountered had been very kind, so there was no reason to believe that the patients and their families in the infirmary wouldn't be. It's been a while since I had to go to the PAC infirmary. I'd been a couple times as a child so the staff could tend to some of the more serious wounds my father had inflicted. I always provided them with an excuse. Of course, Father would have punished me even further if I'd given them any reason to believe anything other than the fact that I was clumsy. It was located on the first floor of the PAC house in the western wing. A long, secluded hallway led there, providing some seclusion and privacy from everyday PAC activities. It was a well-lit hallway with pictures of peaceful scenery like waterfalls and fields of flowers hung on the walls, likely in an attempt to lift the mood of an otherwise intimidating place. Regardless, I still felt uneasy, more so than usual. In fact, for some reason, I felt like my instincts were on high alert. The hairs on the back of neck stood up as I made my way down the long hallway and uneasiness consumed me. Somehow, I convinced myself to keep moving forward. This was my first official day as Luna, and I didn't want to mess anything up. My life was finally headed in a good direction, so I couldn't let some silly little worries get in the way. Despite my efforts to push my nerves to the side, the further I got down the hallway, the more the uneasiness increased. I soon found myself in front of one of the nurses' stations. The three ladies at the desk smiled at me as I passed by, bowing their heads ever so slightly out of respect. I smiled back and nodded to them before taking the hallway to my right, the direction of the labor and delivery unit, as well as the newborn nursery. This unit was even further segregated from the rest of the infirmary, as it was dedicated to giving mothers and their newborn pups the most comfort and privacy possible. But something continued to seem off. The hallways were quiet, the waiting room completely empty. Perhaps it was just a slow, quiet day in this wing of the infirmary. Or perhaps not. Just as I was about to take another turn past the waiting room, I heard a low chuckle sound from behind me. My wolf perked up in my mind, now on high alert, as well as she knew something wasn't right. We'd been followed. I quickly spun around, my heart already racing, and to find none other than Archibald leaning against a wall behind me. My eyes widened in shock. I wasn't sure what I'd been expecting, but he certainly wasn't it. Well, if it isn't my new Luna. My daughter-in-law. I see you've finally completed the mate bond with my son. His scent is overbearing, even when mixed with yours, Archibald said. My face instantly flushed. What a shame. Really, as I have a very interesting theory about you, little Luna. I'm still working on getting the proof I need to back up this theory. But when I do, I don't think my son will be too happy about it, he added. I furrowed my eyebrows, clearly confused. What on earth could this madman be going on about an interesting theory about me? What could possibly be interesting about me other than the fact that I was now a Luna? I don't have a clue what you're talking about, I finally replied, trying to control the shakiness in my voice. Of course you don't, dear. That much I do know. You see, I've been suspicious of you from the moment my son found you. How does a seemingly ordinary pack girl radiate this aura of strength and power, yet seem completely oblivious to it? My son was prophesied to be mated to a she-wolf of strength and high-ranking bloodlines from the moment he was born. So imagine my surprise when he ends up with you. But there must be more to you than meets the eye, Audrey. In fact, I'm inclined to believe that the man we have rotting in our dungeons isn't your father after all, Archibald went on, slowly moving towards me with every thought and accusation. By the end of his rambling, he was standing only inches away, staring me down with his haunting silver eyes. That's ridiculous, I rebutted, determined to handle this situation with as much confidence as possible. My father is in all of my earliest memories. Oh, yes, I never doubted that. child, but you see, that doesn't mean he's your biological father. Did you really never question why a father would turn on his own child so suddenly after the death of his mate? Archibald asked, cocking his scarred eyebrow at me. I froze, thinking his words over. He couldn't possibly be right. Could he? My father was ill. He had to be. He'd just lost his mind when he lost his mate, that's all. It was a fairly common thing for wolves to go insane after losing their mates. I'd just been in the path of his destructive insanity. A sharp jab on my arm snapped me out of my thoughts. I jerked my arm back instinctively, and then looked down to find the source of the pain. A small droplet of blood trickled down my arm, indicating that I'd been pricked by something. When I looked back up at Archibald, I found him with a smug grin on his face as he dropped a needle into a small tube and then placed it in his back pocket. He must have pricked me with the needle while I was in a daze. "What did you just do to me?" I asked frantically. Had he poisoned me? What could that needle possibly be used for? My heart sped up again. Ready to run if necessary. Calm down. Little one, I've only taken a small sample of your blood. It's all I need to test this theory of mine. You see, I have outside sources who can take this little drop of your blood and get me all the information that I need. He told me with a dark chuckle. He then reached out and touched my cheek with his thumb. I cringed at the feeling of his rough, calloused fingers on my skin, but didn't dare move. I was confused. I was scared. By the end of the day, I believe you'll find that my son will be on my side once again, he added before tucking my hair behind my ear, spinning around on his heel, and taking off down the hallway. I stood there, frozen in fear yet again. Was Archibald telling the truth? Or had he secretly done something to me? Was he right? Was the man who raised me, who'd abused me for years, not even my biological father? What secrets did my mother have, clearly? Archibald already had his suspicions about who my biological father may be. But who but? Most importantly, why would Archibald believe that all of this would cause Dean to be so angry? That he'd take his father's side once again? I did the only thing I could think was logical at that point. I turned around and took off down the hallway, nearly sprinting back to the main part of the pack house. I had to find Dean and tell him what happened. If I got to him before Archibald, maybe Dean would know what was going on and wouldn't be as angry about whatever it was that Archibald felt would anger him. The hallways seemed to go on forever as I ran through them. I'd slow my pace to a fast walk whenever I passed by other people, and then jetted off once again. This wasn't how I'd anticipated spending my first day as Luna, and I knew it certainly wasn't what Dean had planned. So I could only hope that he'd understand that I felt this situation was more important and needed immediate attention. I'd have plenty of other days to visit the pack infirmary. I finally made it to the staircase and ran up to the second floor where Dean's office was located. It was still fairly early, so I knew he was likely still at his desk when I reached his office door. I knocked frantically. I didn't want to startle him, but wanted to get inside before Archibald found me yet again. I couldn't handle 2 encounters with him in one day, especially not alone. Instead of calling for me to come in as he usually did, Dean pulled open the door with a look of worry in his eyes. He'd likely sensed it was me on the other side and immediately knew something wasn't right. "Audrey, what's wrong?" he asked, his eyes swirling with emotions as he ushered me inside his office and shut the door behind me. I stared up at him, trying to think of where to begin. I didn't want to get upset about this. Not on my first real day as the Luna of Dark Root. But the tears inevitably won. I ran into your father. I started, but had to pause to catch my breath as my emotions surged and tears finally spilled. Dean's eyes instantly darkened. He was already not pleased with this situation, and I hadn't even told him what happened yet. "What did he do to you? Are you hurt?" Dean asked, clearly panicked as he looked me over, checking for any sign of obvious injury. Then he froze, and a low growl began to build from the back of his throat. He must have spotted the tiny remnant of blood left on my arm. "What did he do?" he demanded again, this time raising his voice. I flinched. Although I knew his anger wasn't directed at me, I didn't know if I would ever get used to seeing Dean so enraged. He followed me to the infirmary and cornered me in one of the more secluded hallways. He was going on and on about how I'm weak, but have an aura of power surrounding me. and that you were prophesized to have a strong mate. He just wasn't making any sense. Dean. He was saying that my father wasn't my biological father, but he thought he might know who was. And then he pricked my arm and stole a sample of my blood, he said when he had his proof. You wouldn't be happy about it, and that you'd take his side again. I rambled, spilling everything out to Dean as tears continued to stream down my face and sniffles broke up my sentences. Dean shook his head, although I wasn't sure why, and walked me over to the sitting area at the front of his office. He sat me down on one of the couches, and then began to pace back and forth. Clearly deep in thought, I was a bit confused by his actions, but decided I'd prefer him to be pacing and thinking than angry and yelling. My father has always been known to deal with witches and others with unique abilities. I have no doubt that he does plan to find something out with your blood. If he was telling you the truth, then he must think that your biological father is one of my true enemies. Dean finally spoke, expressing his thoughts to me. He finally stopped pacing and came to sit on the couch next to me, although his eyes and expression indicated that he was still deep in thought. Your enemies like Polar Moon, I asked, still trying to piece all of this together myself. Dean shook his head. No. I'm not exactly on good terms with Elijah and his family, but I wouldn't consider them an enemy. The only two packs we've ever had deep enough problems with to declare as enemies are Nightfire and Tropic Sun. We've had a power struggle with Nightfire for decades. And we have attempted assassinations on the Alpha family of Tropic Sun many times for various reasons. He must think that one of their former alphas is your biological father. What if he's right, I asked, my lip quivering slightly. Then we will deal with that when the time comes. All you need to know is that nothing could ever change the way I feel about you. You're my mate and the Luna of this pack, despite what my father may hope. Your bloodlines will not change that, Dean assured me. My muscles relaxed slightly as I listened to Dean's words. Although this whole situation scared me, that was really all I needed to hear right now. I just needed to know that things wouldn't change between us. Even if Archibald was right about my biological father, I really didn't know how to feel about all of this. Did I want to have a different biological father? Would it really change anything? At this point in my life, I don't want you anywhere alone. Either myself or one of my trusted guards need to be near you at all times, at least until I'm able to do something about my father. Dean told me. I nodded to Dean in understanding. Although it was a bit disheartening to be watched over after only just gaining freedom and power as Luna, I didn't really want to go anywhere alone anyways. Archibald could be anywhere, waiting in the shadows to harass me. In the meantime, it may be wise to try and be a step ahead of my father. Who knows what he has planned? Dean added, rushing over to his desk to pick up the phone. He quickly dialed a number and proceeded to have a very vague conversation with whoever was on the other end of the line. I watched patiently from my seat on the couch. Although I was curious as to what Dean's plan was, I trusted him and knew he would fill me in later, after a few more minutes of vague, hushed conversation. Dean hung up the phone and came back to sit next to me on the couch. A nurse will be up momentarily with a swab to collect a proper DNA sample from your cheek. Another will be in the dungeons collecting a sample from your father. They'll run a simple test in the labs to see if he is your biological father or not. And then we will go from there. Dean explained to me, making sure his voice was calm and controlled. He likely didn't want to stress me out anymore after what I'd experienced today. And what if it comes back that he's not my father? I asked softly. Then I contact some sources of my own and have them do a little digging for me. My father isn't the only one with outsiders willing to help him, Dean told me, sounding rather confident in his status and abilities. Seconds later, there was a gentle knock on the door. Dean called for them to come in, and they quickly obliged. An older woman in a pair of navy blue scrubs entered the room. She had a kind smile on her face, but something about her body language told me that she didn't typically look so cheerful. I couldn't help but wonder if Dean had ordered her to be extra friendly, even if she had to fake it. He knew I didn't take well to more calloused individuals. All right, dear Luna. Let's get that sample from you. We'll have the tests running and the results back to you in a jiffy, she assured me as she approached with a large cotton swab in her glove-covered hands. I stared at her hesitantly, still not sure about this entire situation. Dean's hand made its way to my thigh. resting on it before giving a reassuring squeeze. "Open your mouth," he told me. I frowned a bit but did as Dean asked and opened my mouth. The nurse leaned in and stuck the cotton swab in my mouth, rubbing it along the inside of both of my cheeks. When she was done, she retracted the swab and popped it into a plastic tube before sealing it with a cap. "We will have these results for you within the hour." "Alpha," the nurse told him, bowing slightly before turning around and walking out of the room. The hour went by sluggishly, proving to be the longest hour of my entire life. I was antsy, struggling to stay still for more than a minute at a time. What did I even want the test results to say had my father turned on me after my mother's death? Or was there actually an explanation for it? If I had a different biological father, would I ever meet him? Would he want to meet me? Did he even know about me? What would Dean do? Seeing as it was likely one of his true enemies, Audrey. Dean spoke sternly, ripping me from my thoughts. My head snapped to look in his direction, my eyes wide. "Mabel has just called and informed me of the results," Dean told me. I assumed Mabel was the nurse who'd come up here earlier to take my DNA sample. I stared at Dean, eager to hear what he had to say. Would this all end right here and now? Or was a whole new door full of questions and challenges about to open? "I'm sorry, Audrey, but the man who raised you, Drake Allen, he isn't your biological father," Dean told me, a hint of sorrow in his voice. Archibald had been right. And based on what he told the nurses, he'd known it from the moment you were born. Your mother was already pregnant when they found each other, Dean explained. My heart lurched in my chest, unsure of how to take this news. All the years of abuse were triggered from not only losing his mate, but because he'd known I wasn't his child. He was still spiteful about it, deep down, even after raising me as his own. And he took his rage out on me, before I had the chance to control it. Tears began to flow yet again. What was going to happen now? What other secrets had my family kept from me? Dean slowly approached me as I stood in the middle of the room, unable to move from the shock and questions that now consumed my mind and body. He reached out and pulled me into his arms, hugging me tightly against his chest. Dean knew just as well as I did that we now had a whole new set of questions to find the answers to. And with that would likely come conflict and challenges. Because if Archibald had been correct about this, then he was likely also correct about his suspicions of who my biological father was, one of their true enemies. I've already sent for my people to do some more digging. They'll find out who he is, Audrey. And when they do, it'll be up to you about how you want to proceed. I refuse to make any treaties or alliances with an enemy, even on your behalf. But if you want to meet him, I will have it arranged, Dean assured me before planting a kiss on the top of my head. I let out a long, troubled sigh as I embraced the comfort of my mate, although things would clearly be complicated. It was nice to know that Dean was at least giving me the option. Before I could say anything in response, Dean's phone began ringing again. Dean mumbled something under his breath before reluctantly releasing me from his hold and walking back to his desk. What he answered, his voice laced with annoyance. He paused for a moment, the expression on his face gradually morphing into astonishment. "You really found out so quickly, are you sure? I see," he replied, furrowing his eyebrows. "Thank you for your work. We will be in touch." I watched Dean in anticipation as he hung up the phone and raised his head to look back at me. His face was now a jumble of emotions, nearly impossible to read. "One of my most reliable outside sources has already discovered who your biological father is. Audrey, would you like to know?" Dean asked, clearly still aware of my anxiety and uneasiness about this entire situation. Did I want to know? After thinking over my options for several seconds, I decided I needed to know. I couldn't go on, constantly questioning who my real father was, always wondering and knowing that my mate knew the answer. I appreciated that he once again gave me the option, but I couldn't let Dean carry my burden for me. Hesitating only a second more, I nodded to him. "After triple-checking the information they've come across, it's been discovered that your biological father is the former Alpha of Tropic Sun, Silas Donahue." What I gasped, utterly in shock. I was the daughter of an alpha. That can't be right. There must have been some kind of mistake. That doesn't make any sense. Dean. I pleaded with my mate. Dean quickly approached me, his mating instincts pushing him to comfort and protect his distraught mate. He pulled me into his arms and held me tightly, hoping to ease my anxiety. It's okay, Audrey. This doesn't change anything, he tried to assure me. I looked up at him, feeling the tears start to form. It changes everything. My entire life has been a lie. Dean simply stared down at me, a mixture of emotions swirling in his eyes. I could feel his unease. He was just as taken aback by this information as I was. He was just better at suppressing it. I'm sorry, I added quietly. I figured being mated to the daughter of one of your only true enemies wasn't exactly ideal news either. You have nothing to apologize for. We don't choose our family. And you've never even met the man. The fact that Tropic Sun is an enemy to me doesn't change a thing about our relationship. I'm mostly worried about you and how you will want to proceed with this information. Dean explained. How would I proceed with this information? Did I want to meet my biological father? Part of me certainly did. I longed to know my roots. And somehow, knowing that the man who abused me all these years wasn't my real father was relieving, although that didn't necessarily mean that this Silas Donahue would be any better. What all do you know about them, my father and his family? I asked Dean. Longing for information, Dean sighed and scratched his head a bit, seeming hesitant. Tropic Sun is different from all of the other packs. Audrey, although they're very traditional and value family in their own way, their beliefs aren't the same as ours. They reject the goddess and rely on magic. The entire pack is forced to take a potion every year that turns their eyes an odd violet color and prevents them from identifying their goddess-given mate. All of their mate pairings are arranged by their families. My jaw muscle seemed to give out, and my mouth dropped open. All these years I'd heard of Tropic Sun being an odd pack, but I'd never anticipated the explanation that I'd just received. Is that why you don't get along with them? I asked. Although I figured my question was a bit of an understatement. Dean chuckled lightly. It has something to do with it. Yes. So that means the current alpha is my brother, I asked slowly, still thinking everything over. This was all so much information to process at once. Dean nodded. Yes. That would make Alpha Trey your half-brother. I'm going to need some time to decide whether or not I want to meet them. I told Dean. This new information about Tropic Sun's practices and traditions caused me to have second thoughts. That's completely understandable. Audrey. But the problem is, if Silas gets word that he has a daughter, he will come find you, like I said. They're big on family in their own way. I don't know what all he would want or do, but I do know that he would find you. My eyes widened again as panic began to build in my stomach. Would he take me? I couldn't live a life like that. I couldn't be away from Dean, and I certainly couldn't have two packs at war over me. Dean gently pushed me away from him so that he could look down at me to read my emotions better. I knew my anxiety and worry were likely flooding our mate bond, making him feel uneasy as well. I don't like them. Audrey. I will never like them or accept them as an ally, Dean told me sternly, a low growl breaking through his voice. But I will do everything in my power to keep you and our pack safe. You will meet no one or go anywhere against your will. And our pack cannot endure another war. If I have to bring Alpha Rider into this, I will. Our pack can't take any more losses. And I certainly won't lose you. I nodded, trying to calm myself despite my heart pounding against my chest. Screaming to be acknowledged. I had to trust that everything would be okay. I had to trust my mate. We have a lot to think about and a lot to deal with, he added. What if we reached out to them first? We could inform Alpha Rider of the circumstances, so that if anything did happen, he would be more understanding that we weren't at fault. Then with my father, perhaps if we told him of our findings, he'd be more peaceful about the situation and wouldn't be as likely to try and catch us off guard, I suggested. Dean stared at me for a moment, almost seeming puzzled. Was what I suggested really that confusing or idiotic? I'm sorry, I murmured, quickly looking down at my feet. I'd clearly overstepped in this situation. Dean's hand quickly found my chin and lifted my head back up, this time looking me dead in the eye with a more solid emotion. Stop apologizing. I was only stunned by how much you're already sounding like a true Luna. I blinked a few times, processing Dean's words in my head. I was acting like a Luna. Really, I was making my mate proud. Those are great suggestions. But I may need to deal with my father first. Now that we have some answers. I can see this was probably his plan all along. I need to find him before he tries to flee the territory. He will be sentenced to solitary confinement as soon as possible. Dean informed me before pressing a firm kiss to my forehead and heading for the door. After Dean's abrupt leave from the office, I walked back to our quarters as he had asked me to and decided to work on something simple for dinner. In all honesty, I wasn't even certain if Dean would make it in for the night, as it had grown very late and was already becoming dark outside. Nonetheless, I needed a distraction, and if Dean did make it in tonight, I was sure he'd be hungry. Cooking for the two of us was one of the duties I'd been assigned and agreed upon. After all, I settled on some salmon fillets that I'd found in the freezer. While they thawed in the sink, I started working on a salad and boiled some seasoned rice. It was an easy meal, but still healthy and flavorful. But long after I finished cooking everything, Dean still hadn't arrived. Part of me thought perhaps I should reach out to him via our mind link. But the other part of me only felt I'd be bothering him. After all, he was only out taking care of a mess that had happened because of me. Eventually, I decided to go ahead and eat dinner alone. I ate as much as I could, which wasn't but maybe half a serving, and then put all of the leftover food in containers and stored it away in the refrigerator. My anxiety was too high now for food. Where was Dean? Why was he taking so long? Was he okay? I had no choice but to try and go to bed. It was very late, and I had no idea what the next day would bring, especially with Dean being gone all night. I had to prepare for the worst, which certainly wouldn't aid me in getting a good night's rest. But I had to at least try. I entered our bedroom and sunk into the large, plush mattress without bothering to go through my typical nightly routine. I felt too on edge to bother with any of that. Instead, I simply pulled the blankets over my torso and closed my eyes, praying for my worries to fade and sleep to come. At some point, I managed to doze off, only to wake up a few hours later to the feeling of someone else getting into the bed. My eyes snapped opened, and I flipped over to look next to me. Dean was sliding into the bed, wearing nothing but his boxer briefs, and clearly trying not to disturb me. "Go back to sleep," he whispered, pulling the blankets back over the two of us. "Are you okay?" I asked hesitantly. I really wanted to know what had gone on this whole time he'd been gone, but I refrained from being too bold. "I'm fine. Go to sleep. I'll explain everything in the morning." Well, that was helpful. I spent the remainder of the night tossing and turning, going in and out of sleep, constantly wondering how many hours of sleep I'd actually achieved. Dean somehow managed to sleep soundly beside me. I was incredibly thankful that my restlessness didn't wake him. When the sun was up, I was the first one out of bed. I couldn't handle laying there, struggling to stay still or rest any longer. I needed to move around, and I needed answers and information. I decided to take a shower and get ready for the day. And by the time I was finished, Dean had also gotten out of bed. He looked tired and troubled, causing my worry to grow. What all had happened last night, his attention turned to be as I exited the bathroom, feeling fresh and energized despite my lack of sleep. He motioned for me to come towards him, so I quickly complied. Dean sat on the edge of the bed and gently rested his hands on my hips as I approached, pulling me in between his legs so that we were face to face with very little distance between us. "I found my father last night, and he has been properly detained in a cell," he informed me. I felt a bit of weight come off of my shoulders and sighed in relief, but couldn't help but notice Dean still looked troubled. "Then what's wrong?" I asked cautiously. Dean sighed heavily. "He got word to Tropic Sun before we could. Silas and Trey could be arriving any day now, and I don't know how peaceful or cooperative they'll be. There's no way to be completely prepared for what could happen over the next few days." Just like that, any relief I'd previously felt vanished. I felt as though my heart was constricting, and it was becoming hard to breathe. It seemed I'd be meeting my biological father and brother after all. But there was no way to know how friendly the circumstances would be. I'm increasing security around the pack borders, as well as personal security for our quarters and for you. I can't have you going anywhere besides here in my office until we know if Silas and Trey are going to be any kind of threat. Dean explained. I was truly thankful for the extra security. But in all honesty, this whole ordeal made me not want to leave Dean's side. I didn't know a thing about this so-called family of mine. All I knew was that they were likely strong and powerful, with both alpha genes, loyal pack members, and magic working in their favor. The best-case scenario that we can hope for is that they'll be peaceful and cooperative, willing to put our conflicts as packs and alphas behind us for the time being. I'm hoping to keep as much of this from our pack as possible. But I will do anything necessary to defend both you and the pack. Dean added with a dark, serious look in his eyes. I knew he wasn't lying. My entire body was tense and my breathing began to quicken. A panic attack was surely brewing. And I knew Dean could sense it as well. His eyes darkened even further and his grip on me tightened. I'll stay here with you today. We can work from home until I have a better estimate of when Silas and Trey may arrive. I nodded to Dean, but wasn't able to speak. If I moved or opened my mouth, I knew the tears would come. I'd sink into the depths of my own anxiety and emotions. The only ounce of a comforting thought I had left was knowing Archibald was locked away and no longer able to harass me, interfere with this already terrible situation. You're going to have to be strong. Audrey, you're a Luna, Dean stated, his tone stern. I knew everyone expected me to be strong and even believed that I could be. But I still had my own doubts. I was a Luna now, and apparently the daughter of an alpha, but it felt like my own mind and body hadn't quite gotten the message yet. My wolf, however, was much more fierce. I heard her growl inside my mind, pacing back and forth, ready to fight at any sign of a threat. It was hard to believe that such a confident, beautiful wolf was a part of me. The rest of the day was a bit of a blur. After what must have been hours of helping Dean with pack paperwork, I truly grew to appreciate all this man did for our pack. I knew he was a good alpha, although fairly stern. But I'd never even imagined how much tedious paperwork he had to go through every single day. Being an alpha was so much more than meeting with other alphas and keeping your pack members in line. We finally made it to a stopping point. And Dean had Helen prepare and bring us some lunch, despite me assuring him that I could cook us a simple lunch myself. Today, he insisted that I not worry myself with such tasks, although I was grateful. It was a bit odd being served food by someone else in our own personal quarters. We sat together at the table and ate our freshly made sandwiches, stacked high with meat and cheese between two halves of a croissant. I was amazed at how Helen could make such a basic meal look so gourmet. After we finished, I noticed Dean began to look a bit troubled. I gathered our dishes and carried them to the sink, while he simply stared out the window in deep thought. "What is it?" I asked from across the room. Dean waited much too long to respond, causing my anxiety to flare back up in full force. "I've been informed that Silas and Trey have made it onto pack territory," he told me simply, his voice lacking any emotions. I gasped, standing there with my mouth wide open for a moment, stumped about how I should even react. How did they make it here so quickly? They must have left as soon as they got the news and likely traveled straight through the night. "Non-stop," Dean added, finally turning around to face me. Although he was a master at hiding his emotions beneath his stone-hard face, I could feel his worry slipping through. He didn't know what to expect from Silas and Trey's arrival, and that deeply concerned him. "I'm having my best men meet them at the border. For your sake. They will be welcomed as confidential guests. But if they do not cooperate, I can't guarantee their safety," Dean warned. I swallowed hard but nodded. Although my curiosity to know my father and his side of the family was strong, I knew that when it came to pack relations, these men were my enemies. I had always been a member of the Darkroot pack, regardless of who my mate was. Dean paused for a moment, likely receiving another mind link from a guard, and then looked back in my direction. "They're almost back to the pack house. I've instructed for them to be brought in through the back doors and up to the meeting room. I took in and processed Dean's words slowly. This was it. I was going to meet my biological father and brother. Two men who I didn't even know I had any relation to until a day ago. It all seemed too surreal. And although I was nervous, I also craved answers. Would they know why my mother kept this a secret from me? Obviously. They didn't know of my existence until now. Or they likely would have come for me as a child. You're going to be okay. Dean assured me before picking up some of the files and paperwork that we'd gone through and reorganizing them into their proper folders. I was glad to know my mate had such faith in me. But personally, I felt like I was edging closer and closer to a nervous breakdown. Come on. Let's get to the meeting room before they arrive, Dean added as he gathered up the files in his arms and headed for the door. I quickly followed behind, stealing a glance at myself in the hallway mirror as we exited. Although I wasn't even sure if I'd like these men or not. I wanted to make a good first impression. I didn't want to look like the weak, fragile girl that I once was when Dean first found me. I was a Luna now. And not only that, but I was apparently the daughter of an alpha. I wanted to be strong. And knowing Dean thought that I could be was incredibly empowering. I wanted to be confident in myself. But that nagging feeling at the back of my mind, constantly reminding me that I wasn't strong or beautiful or worth anything. The things that my so-called father had constantly hammered into my subconscious remained. I felt as though I would never fully escape it. I walked with Dean down the hallway towards his office and meeting room. I'd actually never been in his meeting room. Since there hadn't been any important meetings since I'd officially taken the title as Luna, Dean's office was familiar, of course. But the meeting room was completely separate and a little further down the hallway. When we entered the room, I was instantly taken aback by its size. I'd expected to walk into a simple conference room of average size, mostly taken up by an extra-long table with chairs, but this room was huge and extravagant. The ceilings were high with chandeliers hanging from them. The walls were lines with floor-to-ceiling windows, bookcases, couches, and even a minibar. The only thing that had been accurate in my mind was the large meeting table at the center of the room. Good. We've made it here first, Dean said lowly before flipping on the lights. Completely obliviously to my amazement, Dean walked towards the head of the table and had a seat, motioning for me to have the seat to his right, and then dropping his stack of files and paperwork in the chair to his left. Just as I got settled in the large, leather rolling chair, a loud knock sounded from the door. Enter. Dean instantly called out, and on command, the door swung open. Two vaguely familiar guards entered first, followed by two men who I'd never seen before. Both with tanned skin and dark hair, one of them was clearly much older, as his hair was darker, but had streaks of silver running through it, revealing his age despite his still fairly muscular build. I knew that had to be him. That was Silas, my father. The younger male had slightly lighter brown hair but shared the same tan complexion. He radiated the power of a true alpha, his large muscles evident even concealed beneath clothing. He was also incredibly tall, even a bit taller than his father. I knew this to be my newly discovered brother, Alpha Trey. I stared at the two men as they walked into the room and took seats at the other end of the table. My entire body felt numb. I didn't know what to do. What to say. All I could do was stare at them both and take in their every feature, including the extremely bright, violet-colored eyes that they both shared. Welcome to Dark Root. Trey. Silas. Dean finally spoke, sounding a bit like he'd just tasted something bitter. I didn't miss the fact that he didn't address Trey by his title, Alpha. I do hope you both are aware that your visit is to be kept extremely private. No one besides the people present in this room are to know of your presence in my pack. Is that understood? Dean asked, his voice seeming to grow deeper by the second. I could tell he was tense and overall just unhappy about our current situation. Understood. Trey quickly responded with a nod, sounding a lot less bothered than Dean. This is my mate and my Luna. Audrey. Dean spoke again, motioning towards me. You two may now know her as sister. And daughter. A small smile cracked on Trey's face. It's wonderful to finally meet you. Audrey. I must admit that I'd always wanted a little sister growing up. The world works in mysterious ways. It seems. Silas, however, remained quiet. He stared me down, seeming to analyze every detail of my face, before scratching his head. Looking troubled. I just don't understand, he mumbled lowly, shaking his head. Why would Amelia keep this from me? I could have given you both a wonderful life in my pack. The life you deserved. Silas's words completely caught me off guard, especially at his mention of my mother's name. I continued to stare at the two of them in complete shock. This was really happening. Silas saying my mother's name just made it all so much more real. It was all true. What did I say? How do you respond to something like that? You're a beautiful young lady. Audrey. Such a tiny little thing, too. So much like your mother. I can feel your potential from across the room. There's no denying that you're my daughter. And you belong at home with us. In Tropic Sun, Silas added, causing my heart to drop. Dean instantly stood from his seat and slammed his hands down on the table, releasing a loud, snarling growl before speaking. Absolutely not. You are not allowed here today to try and steal my mate out from under me. I instinctively grabbed Dean's arm, hoping to calm him despite his flaming rage. I was trembling lightly, from both his reaction and the overall stress of the situation, but I hoped he wouldn't notice. I'm not going anywhere. It's okay, I told Dean softly, looking up at him with pleading eyes. This is outrageous. Tropic Sun has so much more to offer you. Audrey, you could finally be a part of a family. And I could find you a much more suitable mate than this dangerous hothead, Silas rebutted, his voice rising by the second as a touch of anger entered his violet eyes. Enough, Trey finally intervened, yelling at his father in his alpha tone. Silas instantly shut down, but didn't seem pleased about it. Although Trey had seemed calm and friendly before, he now appeared very obviously irritated and perhaps even embarrassed by his father's behavior. Audrey will not be going anywhere. She doesn't want to go. We've only just met her. We can't bust into her life and demand acceptance or propose outrageous ideas. Her culture is not ours. She has a mate who she's already claimed, as well as the title of Luna and numerous other responsibilities. Trey lectured his father sternly, satisfied with Trey's words. Dean finally sat back down in his seat, but kept a protective hand on my thigh. Watch your words carefully, Silas, because I will not hesitate to throw you out of my territory, Dean warned. Trey nodded to Dean, still clearly determined to be the mediator. As I said, I can sense you have a lot on your plate already. Little sister, becoming a mother is no easy task, especially on top of being a new Luna. I do apologize for our father's behavior, and wish you a sincere congratulations, Trey told us with a small smile. I stared back at Trey, processing his words through my mind several times before speaking. Excuse me, Trey stared back, seeming confused as to why I was questioning him. But before I could ask any further questions, Dean spoke up. Don't you dare come in here joking about things that aren't true, Dean growled at Trey, becoming angry all over again. Trey frowned, his entire demeanor changing. I apologize, Dean. I assumed the two of you already knew. It must be extremely early on. You must remember that some of the elixirs I take as the alpha of Tropic Sun provide me with much more heightened senses than the average alpha or wolf in general. What is going on? I finally spoke up frantically, feeling warm tears begin to fill my eyes. I didn't want to cry in front of these two powerful men with who I shared blood, but complete panic was taking over. Why had Alpha Trey just referred to me as a mother, son? Don't you dare tell me that my daughter is already pregnant with his offspring, Silas spoke up again. Dean jumped out of his chair again and practically flew across the conference room, aiming for Silas's throat. Trey quickly jumped up, prepared to block Dean's attack on his father. Just as Dean got within a few inches of both Trey and Silas, he stopped, simply staring them in the eyes with a look of pure hatred. I want both of you out. Now, he yelled. Silas looked prepared to fight back, but Trey only appeared disappointed. Escort them off the territory and make sure they are gone, Dean commanded the guards before coming back across the room to return to my side. The guards immediately obeyed and grabbed both Trey and Silas by their arms, leading them to the door. Much to my surprise, They both complied, likely knowing there was no way for them to fight back in another alpha's territory. "I'm so terrible sorry." "Audrey," Trey called out as they reached the door. "No she-wolf should have to find out about her pregnancy in such a way. But I promise you I meant no harm." And with that, my newly found father and brother were taken out of the room, and soon enough would be out of our territory, while I was left, sitting there, pondering one word over and over, running it through my head so many times that it sounded foreign. Pregnant. The rest of the day was a bit of a blur. After Trey and Silas were removed from the premises and Dean had a moment to calm down, he escorted me down to the infirmary and demanded a proper pregnancy test be done. Typically, a she-wolf's mate would be able to detect a change in her scent when pregnant. But if it was very early on, like Trey mentioned, then it would be likely that Dean couldn't detect any changes just yet. I felt numb and barely reacted as the doctors and nurses drew blood and requested urine samples from me. After only about an hour, it was determined that I was indeed going to be having a pup. I was still in the earliest stages of pregnancy, and Dean likely wouldn't notice any changes in my scent for several more days or perhaps even a week. I, however, was warned that I could begin experiencing symptoms any day. The nurses kindly warned me of nausea, potential vomiting, cramping, body aches, headaches, lethargy, and about 50 other symptoms that I couldn't even remember. After all, the medical staff felt certain that we were properly educated for the time being. Dean and I were permitted to leave the infirmary. Dean didn't say much, likely due to the same thoughts and emotions that I was experiencing. He would simply hold my hand and give it a squeeze or place a soft kiss on my forehead periodically. We both had a lot to process. It hadn't even been that long since we'd completed our mate bond. We certainly weren't expecting something this serious to happen so soon. The doctor explained that I'd likely been close to my heat when Dean and I completed our mating. And although I was thankful I never had to experience heat, I was just as scared to go through pregnancy. After we left the infirmary, Dean decided to take me outside to the pond at the back of the pack house, which was fed by a thin, quiet creek. Trees, benches, and some flowers surrounded the area, making it one of the most beautiful and peaceful places on pack territory. Despite the warm temperature Dark Root was experiencing today, I was thankful for the fresh air. We sat on the bench and watched some of the fish swim around near the shallow parts of the pond, and I found myself falling deeper into my own thoughts. "What are you thinking about?" Dean finally asked, his voice soft and steady. I shrugged, keeping my eyes on the body of water in front of me. "Audrey," Dean started, adding a stern edge to his voice. "As shocking as this news is, it's not something either of us can just ignore and not talk about." I swallowed hard, fighting back the overwhelming emotions that hit me when Dean spoke. I knew he was right. But if I talked about it, it would become much too real. I'm terrified. I finally spoke. Dean paused for a moment, contemplating his response. "So am I." My head snapped to look in Dean's direction, eager to see his expression and hear more of his thoughts on the subject. Most alphas would be thrilled to know they would possibly have an heir for their pack, but Dean seemed just as troubled as I did. In a way, it was almost reassuring to know we were both feeling the same way about the matter. "I've always wanted to be a mother." I started again, hoping Dean would open up more about his thoughts and feelings if I spoke up first. I desperately wanted the opportunity to give a child love and a wonderful childhood. Much unlike mine, I just never expected it to happen this early. Dean nodded in understanding, but part of him seemed relieved. Had he thought I didn't want our pup at all, just like any alpha? "I wanted an heir," he started, even putting the matter of heirs aside. "I wanted children one day. I hoped to give them a better upbringing than I had. But at the same time, that's what worries me the most." I nodded as Dean expressed his thoughts to me, and then just looked at him thoughtfully, hoping he would elaborate. He let out a rough sigh. "I don't know anything about raising a child, Audrey. All I know is how my brother and I were raised. I don't want that for our pup. But we both know I'm not a good man. I want to give our child a better life than we've had. But I don't know how." I just know I'll mess it up. My heart broke at my mate's words. While he may not be perfect, neither was I. And I knew he would be a much better father to our pup than his father ever was to him. And I'd be here for both him and our children as well. I just knew that Dean would have had a better childhood if his mother hadn't been tragically murdered. You are a good man. Dean. There's no cookie-cutter definition of what it means to be a good person. I know you'll try your hardest to be the best father you can be. And I'll be here to make sure of it, I assured him. Forcing a smile, Dean smiled back at me for a moment. But it was short-lived. His smile quickly faded as more worry consumed his features. I'm so sorry I've already put you through so much. I know none of this could be what you've imagined for yourself. I've been hard on you. You've had to make such a huge life transition. Deal with my father. Deal with me, Dean said, causing my heart to break even deeper. You saved me, I replied without hesitation. If we weren't mates, if you'd never found me, I'd still be enduring the abuse of a man who isn't even my real father. Things may not always be perfect between us, but you've already made me so much stronger than I ever imagined I could be. Dean chuckled lightly, his smile slowly reforming, although he didn't seem completely convinced. I'm glad you see it that way, he told me. He seemed to be feeling guilty for our rocky relationship when we'd only just met. When do we announce this to the pack? I don't know how any of that works. I spoke up, changing the subject slightly. I'd like to wait until we know the gender, Dean told me. I don't want to announce your pregnancy and cause any potential miscommunication through the pack. I nodded, understanding his reasoning. So, what now? Where do we go from here? I asked, probably sounding a bit childish. But I truly didn't know. I was pregnant. That changes everything, yet, for the time being, I didn't even feel pregnant. So it didn't immediately change anything. Right, we go about our business. You continue to work on your duties as Luna and manage any pregnancy symptoms as needed. Our pack members will be able to smell a change in your scent soon. But they won't be able to ask us or publicly comment about it until it's officially announced. We work on ourselves and each other. And we prepare for what's to come, Dean said, sounding surprisingly wise. You're right, I murmured, quickly looking down. I felt a bit silly for worrying when I was still only in the earliest stages of pregnancy. What about my father and Trey? I asked, snapping my head back up to look Dean in the eye. Although I wasn't happy about the whole ordeal with them, I still didn't feel like I had all of the answers and closure I needed. Dean's jaw visibly clenched. That is something we will have to play by ear as well, I sighed. Although I understood. Pack relations were complex. Dean had given Tropic Sun a chance. And Silas blew it. It didn't matter that he was my father by blood. He was still an enemy to Darkroot. And he'd pretty much screwed up any chance he had to resolve past issues with Dean and our pack. Trey seemed like a good person, I added, hesitantly. Dean's muscles clenched again before he responded. Maybe he is. But he's also your father's son and the alpha of Tropic Sun. Maybe he is better than Silas. But he's going to have to prove himself for me to believe it. As I absorbed Dean's words, I noticed that the sun was beginning to set. So much had happened in one day. I hadn't even realized how late it was. I guess we should be going inside soon, I said half-heartedly. Dean cocked an eyebrow. Why, I looked at him with a puzzled expression. It's getting dark. So he challenged. We are the Alpha and Luna of this pack. Can we not do as we please? I chuckled at him, flashing him an amused smirk before shaking my head. I guess you're right. I'm still not used to being outside after dark. You're not afraid of the dark, are you? My Luna, Dean teased, a hint of mischief flashing through his eyes. I laughed lightly and shook my head. Well, we can certainly go inside if that's what you wish. You've had a very long day, and I'm sure you could use a good night's sleep, Dean said, slowly standing from the bench. I followed his lead and stood as well, honestly more than ready to be in the comfort of our bed. I wasn't sure if I'd actually manage to sleep well, with all of these thoughts and emotions constantly running through my mind. But I was exhausted. I had to at least try, once your pregnancy is announced. Your duties as Luna will slowly decrease. Guards will have to accompany you. And at some point, you'll have to stop altogether for a while. Dean told me as we walked back towards the entrance of the pack house. What I asked? Instantly feeling troubled with his words. I'd only just gotten the freedom to act as a true Luna, and I was going to have it all taken away soon. Dean glanced over at me, but kept walking. You already had a target on your back as my mate. Audrey, once it becomes public knowledge that you're carrying our child, both you and our pup become a huge target to any of my enemies. I have to keep you both safe. Once you have the baby and have recovered and adjusted properly, you'll be able to resume your duties and visits. I sighed, looking down at the ground as we walked. I understood Dean's worry and protective instincts over both me and our unborn child. But that didn't make this any less disappointing. Once we were back upstairs in our personal quarters, Dean decided to take a quick shower while I wasted no time getting ready for bed. As I slid under the covers, I heard Dean's cell phone ringing in the bathroom. Moments later, he shut off the shower and answered it, sounding disgruntled. I strained to listen in from the comfort of our bed, but his voice was low and hard to understand behind the closed bathroom door. The whole situation was a bit odd, as Dean didn't typically get calls on his personal cell phone. In fact, I believed he only carried it in the case of a true emergency. A few minutes later, Dean exited the bathroom and came to join me in bed, clearly trying to ignore the questioning look I was giving him. After several seconds of me just staring at him, Dean sighed, finally ready to explain the phone call. It seems your brother is unwilling to leave us alone, Dean said, sounding thoroughly annoyed. That was Trey on the phone, I asked, a bit shocked. Dean nodded as he pulled the blankets up over his body and then leaned over to turn off the bedside lamp. Yes, he's desperate to make amends. But I'm exhausted and don't have the energy to further discuss anything else that's happened today. Tomorrow is a new day, and we can deal with it then. I nodded in response, understanding completely as I was also both physically and mentally exhausted from the day's events. Dean leaned over to softly kiss my lips before wrapping his arms around me and pulling me close to his chest. I laid comfortably in his arms, finding comfort in his warmth and reassurance that everything would work out eventually. My eyelids grew heavy quickly and my worries grew quieter, slowly but surely allowing me to drift off to sleep. The next morning, I was surprised to find that Dean and I had awoken around the same time. It was early, but fully daylight. It was time to start a new day as the Alpha and Luna of the Dark Root Pack. Despite knowing Dean had many duties to attend to, I couldn't get Trey out of my mind. I simply had to believe that my brother was a good man. Surely he wouldn't have reached out to us again so soon if he didn't truly care about having a relationship with me. I was his sister, after all, and we'd only just discovered our relation. Silas, on the other hand, I was much less concerned with getting to know. Although I did believe that he wanted what was best for me as his daughter, I could tell he didn't truly care about me. To him, this was all about blood, lineage, and legacies. Audrey, it's much too early to be so deep in thought. Dean grumbled at me as he rummaged through the closet to pick out his clothes for the day. It was only then that I realized I was still sitting on the bed, simply staring across the room at a wall. I blushed and shook my head lightly. You're right, I murmured before throwing my legs over the edge of the bed and heading for the bathroom. About Trey's phone call, I assumed Dean asked from the bedroom as the two of us continued on with our morning routines. I nodded as I brushed my teeth at the bathroom sink, but quickly realized Dean couldn't see me through the wall that separated us. I paused for a moment to spit, before responding. Yes, I just don't feel like he'd be trying this hard if he didn't truly care, I said quickly before shoving my toothbrush back in my mouth. I heard Dean sigh heavily, followed by a rather long moment of silence. I finished up brushing my teeth before quickly washing my face and then starting on my makeup. Finish getting cleaned up and you can call him while breakfast is being made for you, Dean told me before exiting the bedroom. I'm likely to find Helen and have her start preparing me something to eat. I knew there was no way he'd allow me to skip any meals now that I was pregnant. My heart fluttered a bit at Dean's words. He was going to let me speak with Trey again. Perhaps there was a chance for a relationship with my brother after all. Holding on to that thought, I sped up my morning routine, seeing as I didn't have anything special planned for the day. A simple makeup look should work fine. That, paired with freshly brushed hair and a nice outfit, should be fine for the day. After I was satisfied with my hair and makeup, I settled for a pair of black skinny jeans that I'd found at the back of the closet with a pair of black flats and a baby blue blouse that was just long enough to cover the pockets on my pants. Once I felt I looked presentable, I headed straight for the kitchen to find sitting at the dining room table with a cup of coffee, and Helen in front of the stove, flipping what appeared to be an omelet. "Good morning." Luna Helen called cheerfully without even turning to look at me. "Good morning, Helen," I replied sweetly before joining Dean at the table. Dean looked across the table at me as I took my seat, a mixture of emotions swirling through his multicolored eyes. "You may talk to Trey freely, but please do not make any promises or decisions without consulting with me first." Dean slid his cell phone across the table towards me, watching carefully as I picked it up. "His number is the last call I received," he added, allowing me to find the correct number easily, with a deep breath. I tapped the phone number on the screen and put the phone to my ear, listening intently as it began to ring. While I waited, Helen brought 2 plates to the table, setting one in front of each of us. I paid no attention to it for the moment. I had business to take care of first, after what seemed like 5 to 100 rings, but in reality was only 3. Trey picked up. "Dean, thank you so much for giving me a call back. I know this must be complicated for you." I cut him off. "Trey, it's me." There was a rather long pause. "Audrey, yeah." "Dean said I could call you," I told him simply. "Well, that's great. It's so good to hear from you. I apologized to Dean last night, but I want to apologize to you as well for our father's behavior. He was completely out of line, and although our packs are very different, I can assure you that myself and Tropic Sun as a whole do not share the rather close-minded beliefs that our father does. A lot has changed since I've been the alpha," he explained, sounding sincere. "I believe you," I told him honestly, not missing the slight cringe from Dean as he heard my words. I heard a sigh of relief through the phone. "Thank you. I've really been trying to think of a way to make it up to you, and I must admit I'm coming up short on ideas. But one thought I've had. Why don't you come visit Tropic Sun Dean too? If he'd like. All expenses on me." I froze. That was quite the offer Trey was giving me. And to be honest, I'd love the opportunity to visit another pack. I knew Darkroot didn't branch out too much. We weren't big on pack relations. This could be my only chance, and it'd allow me to get to know my brother better. Dean stared at me rather intensely, sensing something was up. Give me just a second," I told Trey, laying the phone down on the table before hearing his reply. Trey offered me, or us, a visit to Tropic Sun. "All on him," I told Dean softly. "Absolutely not," Dean growled. "Dean." I tried to protest. "We don't even know them or their intentions. Audrey, there are so many risks. Especially now that you're pregnant," Dean said, raising his voice a bit. "But Trey is my brother. Dean, my family. Something I've never truly gotten to experience." And he said, "You're welcome too. You'd be there to make sure everything was okay." I tried to compromise, attempting to block out his anger. Dean paused. My comment about family got to him. "And leave the pack unprotected. We have a beta. A gamma. And warriors," I reminded him. Forcing a smile, Dean sighed in frustration before closing his eyes and pinching the bridge of his nose. "You do realize you're asking for a lot right now?" I sighed and nodded in response. "There are hundreds of risks involved in a situation like this. We'll be visiting enemy territory. I hope you're not taking any of this lightly. But it's nearly impossible for me to tell you no in a situation like this. After all you've been through," Dean explained before reopening his eyes. A small smile grew on my face, but I remained composed. "So, what should I tell?" Trey. Dean hesitated. "Tell him we will come for a visit on the dates of their choosing. but we will cover all of the expenses and travel arrangements ourselves. I don't want to owe Tropic Sun anything. I nodded excitedly and picked up the phone. Trey, I spoke, making sure he was still on the line. Yes, Audrey. I'm here. Dean has agreed for us to visit your pack on whatever dates work best for you. But we will be taking care of expenses and travel arrangements ourselves. I told him, oh. Well, that's great that you're both coming. I was hoping to cover the expenses as sort of a gift to you both. But if Dean insists, then I won't argue with it. I'm just glad that you're coming. We do have some fun events and celebrations going on this week. Would you be able to fly out tomorrow? My eyes widened. Tomorrow, Dean sighed heavily again, knowing what I was referring to without hearing the full conversation. I know it's a bit last minute, but I just thought it may be more exciting for you to visit when we actually have things going on. It'll give you two something to do and show you our pack culture. I figure it's better for you to come sooner rather than later, too. With your pregnancy and all, Trey added. Tell him that's fine. We will leave tomorrow. Dean spoke up before standing from the table. I'm going to go to the office and make the arrangements. I nodded to Dean before responding to Trey. Okay. Tomorrow. We will leave tomorrow. Dean has gone to sort everything out now. Great, I really hope I'll be able to make it up to you. Audrey, to both of you, I'll send Father away during your visit so he doesn't damage things beyond repair. Trey told me with a small chuckle. That would probably be for the best, I admitted. Although I was still feeling down about the already strained relationship I had with my biological father. It seemed I didn't have good luck with any kind of father figure, but maybe I could have a good relationship with my brother. And finally, I'd have someone to call family. Well, I'll see you sometime tomorrow, little sister. Trey joked. Safe travels. With that, the conversation ended, and I was left to eat my omelet. It looked and smelled delicious, as Helen's meals often did. It was stuffed with cheese and vegetables. A few pieces of ham or turkey peeking out here and there. I dabbed a bit of salsa on it and then cut into it. I was suddenly feeling very hungry. I began eating, savoring every bite and eager for more. In record time, I'd finished everything on my plate. I was never able to eat everything on my plate before. It seemed this pup already had quite the appetite, despite not making itself known in any other way just yet. As I sat and thought about the tiny pup growing inside me, something felt off. Perhaps I'd spoke too soon. Suddenly, my stomach felt twisted, and I was overwhelmed with nausea, as I began breaking out in a cold sweat. I took off towards the bathroom and soon found myself hunched over the toilet, feeling terrible. Of all the ways the pup could have made its presence obvious, it chose this way. I stayed there for quite some time until my stomach was completely empty and I felt entirely weak and miserable. Dean suddenly pushed in through a mind link, sensing my discomfort. What's wrong? He demanded. Nothing. I'm fine. I mind linked him back. Don't lie to me, before I even had the chance to think of a response. I heard the front door open, causing me to groan. He obviously hadn't believed me and came to check on me instead, and would now find me clutching the toilet with sweat on my forehead and spit around my lips. I reached for a towel to try and clean off my face. But Dean was too fast and came through the bathroom door before I had the chance. Are you okay? He questioned, looking me up and down. Just sick, I mumbled before wiping my face. Dean let out a sigh of relief, although he still seemed displeased that I wasn't feeling well. The doctors did warn us that these symptoms would be appearing soon. He reminded me as he walked to the sink and ran a clean cloth under cool water before handing it to me. That doesn't mean I was ready for it. I whimpered as I took the cloth from him and wiped my face and neck. Dean smiled weakly. Do you think you're okay now? I paused for a moment to pay attention to my body, waiting to see if it showed any signs of needing to vomit. At this point, I didn't see how I could physically vomit anymore. But anything was possible. Yes. I think so, I told Dean truthfully. I felt a bit tired and weak now. And hungry. But there was no way I was going to try eating anything anytime soon. You go lay down and rest for a bit while I finish up the arrangements. We can start packing later. But for now, rest should be your priority. After all, we have a long trip to make tomorrow. And something tells me you've never been in an airplane. Dean told me as he helped me up off the floor and guided me into the bedroom and to the side of the bed. I nodded, confirming Dean's assumption. I'd never left this pack, much less been on a plane. I didn't know if I was more excited or nervous. I slid onto the bed as Dean helped me up onto our high mattress, and then scooted back against the pillows. An array of thoughts flying through my mind. I could only hope that this pup-related sickness would calm down long enough for me to enjoy our trip to Tropic Sun. Dean gently pulled the sheets up over my chest and tucked me securely into the bed before leaning down to press several soft kisses on my forehead. And then my nose, before finally falling on my lips. Please rest, he requested softly. Tomorrow is going to change a lot of things for the both of us. The next morning, I awoke to Dean gently shaking my shoulder, urging me to get up. We were leaving for Tropic Sun today, and he'd apparently booked us an early flight out. Slowly and groggily, I slid out of bed and headed for the shower, listening to Dean make promises about having breakfast brought up while I was getting ready and packing, although breakfast sounded delightful. After yesterday's food-related mishap, I wasn't sure if eating was such a good idea, especially since I was going to be getting on a plane for the first time immediately after. Paying close attention to the clock, I showered, did my hair and makeup, and then got dressed before gathering clothing and toiletries and placing them in the suitcase that Dean had laid out for me. He hadn't mentioned exactly how long we would be gone, so I figured it may be better to have more clothes rather than not enough. Once I was satisfied with my packing, I zipped up in suitcase and attempted to lift it off the bed, only to find that it was much heavier than I anticipated. Instead, my feeble attempt caused the large bag to slide off the bed and crash onto the floor. Dean was in the bedroom within seconds, examining me and my surroundings from the doorway to make sure everything was okay. His eyes soon fell on the suitcase, and he chuckled deeply before walking over and picking it up off the floor. You need to be more careful. You shouldn't even be trying to lift anything heavy while you're pregnant. He lightly scolded before turning around to carry the suitcase out of the bedroom and towards the front door. Upon entering our living room and kitchen area, I saw that Dean had kept his word about having breakfast brought up. My stomach gurgled a bit, but I couldn't tell if it was from hunger or unease. I don't know if that's such a good idea. After yesterday, and all, I told Dean, staring at the food rather pitifully. You're eating, he stated, leaving no room for argument. You need the nutrients. And now you're growing our pup as well. Getting you to eat regularly is now much more important than it already was. Dean walked around the kitchen island and grabbed a paper bag that had been sitting on the far corner. He opened it up and dumped out a small bottle before opening the bottle and pulling out 2 small pills. Take these, he said, setting them next to my breakfast plate. They're for nausea and motion sickness. I had the infirmary provide you with enough for our trip. I sighed and nodded, walking towards the counter to grab the pills. I then tossed them to the back of my throat before grabbing a glass of water and swallowing, as I took a few more sips of water and then sat down to attempt to eat breakfast. Dean carried the bottle of pills over to where my suitcase was placed and shoved them into one of the zipper pouches. I ate my breakfast as quickly as I could without upsetting my stomach further. Dean still hadn't exactly told me what kind of schedule we were on this morning, and I didn't want to be the cause of any holdups. The fruit and yogurt went down rather easy, but the eggs and sausage on my plate were a bit heavier and harder to stomach. Regardless, I ate most of both of them. All that remained on my plate was a couple pieces of toast that I knew I simply had no room left for. I looked over at Dean, and he nodded approvingly. Apparently, the amount I had eaten was satisfactory to him. If you're ready, we should go ahead and get to the car downstairs. We have a short drive to the airstrip, and then the flight itself will likely be at least 5 hours. Dean explained to me as he walked to our front door. When he opened the door, 2 Omegas were waiting outside to carry down our bags. Without a word, the 2 young men grabbed our suitcases and turned around to go downstairs, Dean waiting at the door for me as I slid off of my stool and walked his way. When I got within reach, he held out his hand for me to grab. For some reason, that simple gesture made my heart flutter. Although a lot had happened, and I was sure there were plenty more obstacles to come, It was kind of amazing to think back about how far Dean and I had come. We quickly walked down the stairs until we reached the main floor of the pack house and exited through the front door. A large black SUV was parked right outside the door and was running, prepared for Dean and I to get inside. Dean helped me into the back seat and then shut the door before walking around to the other side of the vehicle and getting inside himself. Just as he shut his door, the Omegas shut the door on the back of the car, signaling that everything was loaded and ready to go. The ride to the airstrip wasn't too long, although I was rather mesmerized by all the scenery that surrounded us as we drove down the road. In reality, it probably wasn't all that beautiful, but after not leaving pack territory in at least a decade, anything new was breathtaking. Dark Route was made up of dense forests with some mountains, valleys, even farmlands here and there. There were rivers and streams, perhaps even a lake here and there, but I hadn't seen any of it since I was a child. And now, I'd be venturing to a completely different pack, one rumored to be surrounded by oceans and jungles. Tropic Sun was quite diverse in its land, ecosystem, and people. From what I'd learned in school, it was hard to believe that half of my DNA was from Tropic Sun. It wasn't an island like the Moonwave Pack, but rather a secluded, coastal community. Thick jungles made up at least half of the territory, while the rest was sandy beaches along deep blue waters. It was a place I'd only seen photos of in textbooks, but from everything I'd seen, learned, and heard, it seemed magical. Perhaps that's why the pack relied so heavily on their use of magic. "Are you okay?" Dean asked, interrupting my thoughts. I looked over at him and smiled. "Yeah. Just thinking. We're here," Dean informed me. I looked straight ahead to see our driver turning us onto a side road, which didn't appear to be anything special at first. But after another minute or so of driving, a large clearing appeared, featuring a long, concrete runway with a small jet parked upon it. "Wow," I said softly, having never seen an airplane in person before. Dean chuckled lightly and waited for our driver to come to a stop. Once he was close enough to the plane, Dean opened his door and climbed out of the vehicle, making his way over to my side to help me out. He offered his hand for support as I slid off the rather high-up seat and gently planted my feet on the ground. Some men I didn't recognize quickly approached the vehicle and opened the back-end door before unloading our luggage onto a large cart, and then rolling it all towards the airplane. They carefully placed all of the bags into a compartment on the bottom of the plane as Dean and I walked towards the set of stairs that stretched up for several feet, leading to the entrance of the airplane. My stomach turned, seeming to twist into knots as Dean and I started up the stairs. I'd never done anything even remotely similar to this before, and something about being thousands of feet in the air was unnerving, to say the least. Before I knew it, we were fully inside the plane and walking down the aisle towards the few seats that were set up inside. The inside was more casual than I'd been expecting. There were about 6 seats, a couple of TVs, and a small bar area. I had to remind myself that this was a small, personal airplane and not a large commercial jet like what was shown in movies. It was only Dean and I traveling after all. The only other individuals on the plane would be the pilots, an Omega as an attendant, and one guard. As I lost myself to my thoughts once more, Dean gently sat me down in one of the seats and buckled me in. I heard him quietly explain that I could take the seatbelt off once we reached a specific altitude, but I wasn't fully paying attention. This was happening. I was in an airplane, going to a completely foreign pack, to get to know my brother, who I had only just found out even existed. It was all surreal before I knew it. Dean was seated beside me, gently holding my hand. When I felt the plane lurch forward, we were moving. The airplane was traveling down the runway, but it really wasn't all so bad. It wasn't all that different from riding in a car. Right, wrong. Very wrong. Suddenly, I felt the front end of the plane lift. The feeling was completely bizarre and made my stomach clench again. We were still traveling forward. And then slowly but surely, I felt the rest of the plane lift into the air as well as we slowly rose higher and higher into the air. The feeling was like nothing else I'd felt before. It was like floating. but perfectly grounded at the same time. The floor beneath my feet was solid. The walls around me seemed strong. Yet, we were in the air. My heart was pounding with both anxiety and excitement. Quickly catching Dean's attention, he squeezed my hand and urged me to calm down, not wanting me to stress too much or to distress our unborn pup. Shortly after, Dean was somehow able to coax me into sleep, although it wasn't a deep sleep. It was just enough to keep me calm during the remainder of our flight. When I woke, part of me felt as though I'd missed out on an entire experience. But I quickly reminded myself that we'd have to get on an airplane to fly back to Dark Route. As well, it was both the sound and feeling of the landing gears on the plane touching the ground that woke me up. In fact, it startled me quite a bit. I jumped in my seat, only to have Dean gently squeeze my hand in reassurance. My eyes snapped open and were immediately met with his beautiful, multicolored eyes. The blue eye sparkled ever so slightly, subtly revealing his joy. "We're here," he spoke softly, although his voice remained deep and gruff as usual. "What, we're here already?" I asked, both a bit disoriented and shocked. It didn't feel like I'd been asleep for the entire flight. Dean chuckled deeply. "You needed the rest." I sighed, but nodded. He was probably right. Who knew if I'd be able to sleep in this foreign environment? Dean quickly unbuckled my seatbelt and helped me out of my seat. I was still a bit groggy from my slumber and needed a moment to ground myself. I took a deep breath and took a step forward. We were here. We were in Tropic Sun. Dean led me to the back of the plane where we had entered several hours before and lightly placed his hand on my hip as I started down the stairs and onto the runway of Tropic Sun territory. With my feet finally placed firmly on the ground, I took a deep breath and looked around at the scenery that surrounded me. At first, I saw nothing but concrete that made up the runway. But in the distance, I noticed thick, green trees, vast, deep forests that I'd never seen before. Even living in a fairly green environment, even from a distance. It was breathtaking, a true jungle. The air felt thick here. It was a warm and sunny day. So this wasn't unfamiliar to me either. However, there was a dense moisture in the air and a slight saltiness that I definitely wasn't used to it. In fact, I wasn't quite sure how I felt about it just yet. I suddenly found myself longing for the beach and hopefully a nice breeze that I imagined would come with it. Perhaps this environment was a bit uncomfortable compared to my home pack. There were omegas everywhere. Unloading our luggage and transferring the bags into a nearby vehicle. No one looked even the slightest bit familiar until I saw a tall, rather bulky figure with well-groomed brown hair slide out of the vehicle and quickly approach us with a wide smile, revealing his bright white teeth. "Audrey." Alpha Dean Trey spoke loudly, his violet eyes sparkling in the sun. I didn't miss Dean's overall tension as his grip on my hip tightened ever so slightly. "Welcome to Tropic Sun," Trey greeted, stretching his arms out wide, as if presenting his most prized possession to us. Reluctantly, Dean guided me in the direction of Trey and the car that had clearly come to pick us up and transfer us to pack territory. The smile on Trey's face never faded a bit as we approached him. "I'm so glad you both decided to come. Truly. I hope I'm able to make this trip fun and enjoyable for the two of you. I know our pack is very different from your own, but I hope to show you all that we're not as crazy as everyone makes us seem," Trey explained with a wink. "This car will take us back to pack territory. It's not too far from here, maybe 10 minutes or so. And once we arrive, I'll show you all to the guest quarters, I assure you. I've had the best room reserved for you two," Trey told us while gesturing towards the car. He then opened the front passenger door and slid inside where the driver awaited. Dean followed Trey's lead and opened the back door, cautiously peeked inside, and then motioned for me to get in. I almost chuckled at him, but managed to suppress it. It was as if he were afraid someone was going to jump out and attack or the car would explode once he pulled the door open. I knew he was being extra protective now that I was pregnant with our pup, but I knew just as well that he would have acted the same way if I wasn't. It was nice to have someone who cared for me so much. Dean was the first person to show me this much love since my mother died, and I couldn't help but soak up every ounce of it. Once inside the vehicle, I slid to the other side to allow room for Dean to get in behind me, and then reached for the seatbelt to fasten myself in. Dean did the same before reaching over and taking my hand in his, clearly needing my touch to help keep him calm. Although I did hope his worries would settle once we'd spent a bit of time here. I certainly didn't mind the affection. After we all settled inside, I heard the trunk shut, followed by 2 loud taps on the back of the car. With that signal, the driver put the car in drive and started us on our short journey to Tropic Sun territory. The area around the airstrip was mostly barren, for obvious reasons, other than a few trees in the distance. However, the further we drove away from our arrival point, the more the scenery began to change. Suddenly, dense, lush trees lined the roadway, making it seem a bit dark out despite the sun shining high in the sky. Every now and then there'd be a curve in the road that revealed a large river running further back in the jungle. Birds were everywhere, along with other wildlife that I couldn't quite make out due to the speed of the car. Regardless, it was all incredibly fascinating to me. Never in my life did I expect to see anything beyond Darkroot's border. I turned my head for a moment to look over at Dean, only to see that he clearly wasn't as thrilled with the change of scenery as I was. I smiled sweetly at him, hoping to lighten his mood a bit, and received a light squeeze of my hand in return. I know I told you over the phone, Audrey, that we had a lot of events going on in the pack this week. Trey finally spoke, breaking the silence and diverting my attention from the jungle that surrounded us. This week is what we like to call our annual Founders Week. We celebrate our pack's ancestors, founding Alpha, and the introduction of magic into our way of life. The events kick off tonight with a large pack feast, and will continue throughout the week with various activities, Trey explained. The entire concept sounded bizarre to me, but interesting at the same time. Dean, however, did not seem impressed. You're both welcome to attend any events that you'd like, but of course, also aren't expected to attend or participate in anything you're uncomfortable with. You're my guests and family. My number one priority is to make both of you feel comfortable here. Having fun is just a bonus, Trey added, shooting a wink at me through the rearview mirror. Dean seemed to grumble a bit, but finally spoke up. Your hospitality is appreciated. At least he was trying. After several minutes more of driving through the vast jungle, there seemed to be a bit of a clearing ahead. It was gradually getting brighter, and the trees became less thick. I watched carefully to see what was approaching, unsure if we were arriving to pack territory already, or simply passing through a new set of scenery. Look to your right, Trey told me. Observing my fascination, I did as he stated, looking out the window on Dean's side of the car, scooting a bit closer to him in the process. Seconds later, the trees thinned out considerably, and I was presented with the most beautiful view of the beach. The sand was a deep tan color and sparkled ever so slightly in the sunlight, while large rocks and boulders decorated the area further up the beach. Closer to the road, the water, however, was the star of the show. It seemed to go on forever, miles and miles of nothing but deep, sapphire blue water. I'd never seen anything like it. It was absolutely mesmerizing. But as soon as the view came, it passed, unfortunately. Riding in the car didn't exactly permit me to ogle over Tropic Sun's beauty for too long. I made a mental note to spend plenty of time at the beach during our stay. Several more minutes passed driving down the winding road before the car started to slow down and then eventually make a right turn down a secluded gravel road. We drove on that bumpy nightmare for only a couple minutes more before the trees began to clear again and an enormous building slowly came into view. The Tropic Sun pack house. Once we were close enough to the entrance, the driver parked the car and quickly got out to walk around the vehicle and open all of our doors for us. Before I even had a chance to unbuckle my seatbelt, Omegas flooded the vehicle, gathering our luggage in a quick and orderly fashion. Slowly, I turned my body to the open door and slid out of my seat. Placing my feet firmly on this foreign land, I stood and looked up at the building that towered before me. And I once again found myself mesmerized. Although the pack house itself and the smaller buildings surrounding it appeared to be about the same size and in a similar layout as Darkroot, The architecture was stunning. To me. Dark Root always seemed a bit darker and more plain on the outside despite the beautiful decor inside. But Tropic Sun's exterior blew me away. All of the buildings were made from a white-colored wood that, from a distance, appeared smooth in texture. There were many windows that were large, some that even appeared to stretch the entire length of a wall. Gold accents framed the windows and doors while palm trees and ferns were planted all around the building and along the walkways. Something about the buildings just seemed so light, welcoming, magical. While admiring the beautiful structures before me, I hadn't even noticed that Dean had made it to my side until he wrapped his arm around my waist, pulling me from my thoughts. "Are you all right?" he asked. I looked up to see concern filling his eyes. I quickly smiled. "Yes, It's beautiful." Dean let out a small sigh of relief. But his look of concern was then replaced with a look that I couldn't quite make out. Perhaps he knew that in my eyes. Darkroot's territory was nowhere near as beautiful as this. "Let me show you the inside." Trey called to us as he walked towards the front doors of the pack house. Begrudgingly, Dean took a step forward and we proceeded towards the pack house. Following closely behind Trey, we entered the pack house, and I was pleased to see that the inside was just as stunning as outside. There were marble floors and gold accents throughout the entry, making for a clean and elegant atmosphere. I continued to look around at our surroundings, observing every bit of decor, taking in every detail, as he followed Trey to the left towards where I assumed the guest quarters would be. We started down a long hallway, passing a few pack members here or there who simply bowed their heads out of respect for their alpha and his guests. There was no chatter or overdone welcoming party, and for that I was thankful. Instead, everything seemed clean, quiet, and orderly. Once we reached the end of the hallway, Trey turned and opened the door to our right, presenting us with an absolutely stunning guest bedroom. There was a gigantic king-sized bed on the far wall covered with bright white, fluffy blankets and pillows. A white dresser was placed against the wall nearest to use, along with a couple of rather decorative-looking chairs. And on the side of the room opposite to the bed was an open door that I assumed was the adjoining bathroom. "Will this room be okay for the two of you?" Trey asked once we were all inside. Dean grimaced a bit, and although I wasn't quite sure why, part of me wondered if it was because of all the white. After all, Darkroot was, well, darker. "It's lovely, Trey." "Thank you," I told him sincerely, before anything else could be said. A group of Omegas appeared in the hallway with our luggage. Dean and I moved out of the doorway to make room, and they quickly came inside, placed out luggage on a low table that was placed near the dresser, and then turned around and left without a word. It seemed this pack had strict rules for their Omegas, just as Darkroot did. For a moment, I thought about inquiring more about the Omegas, but quickly decided against it. I didn't figure Dean nor Trey would appreciate those kinds of questions right now, especially since we were guests in Trey's pack. "I'll give you two a bit to freshen up and settle in. I've got a few things to check on in my office. And then I'll come back, take you both on a bit of a tour if you'd like." I figured that would occupy us until the celebratory pack feast this evening. Trey told us. He certainly seemed to have this all planned out. "That will be fine," Dean replied, still keeping his answers short and to the point. "Excellent. I'll be back in about half an hour," Trey said before exiting the room and quietly shutting the door behind him. "Are you feeling up to attending this so-called feast?" Dean asked as he turned to face me, concern filling his eyes again. I nodded and smiled softly. Trey promised that he would send Silas away during our visit, so I'm sure everything will be fine. I'm still not sure about this entire visit. Audrey, Silas here or not, we're in a pack that has been one of Darkroot's sworn enemies for decades. And tonight his pack will likely find out why we're here. It's all dangerous and unpredictable. And with you being pregnant, there's so many risks involved." Dean ranted, his voice sharp as he expressed all of his concerns to me again. "I know. We've talked about this." I started, but I'm sure Trey can control his pack just as you can control ours. The pack members we've witnessed so far seem to be obedient and respectful, so I'm sure everything will be just fine. Can we just try and enjoy ourselves? Please." Dean stared at me for a moment as he listened to everything I said. taking time to process each and every word, and then let out a long, frustrated sigh. I will try to relax a bit. For you, you deserve answers and to have a nice trip. But I can't completely disregard the risks of being here. And I will not completely let my guard down, Dean said. I smiled again. That's all I want. I told him before standing on my toes to plant a soft kiss on his lips. Dean quickly kissed me back and then pulled back to speak again. Well, we'd better get cleaned up then. I'm not sure what this pack's standards are on dinner attire. I nodded and turned around to find my suitcase. At this point, I couldn't even remember what clothes I'd packed. But I hoped there was something nice for me to wear to this feast. While I dug through my clothes, Dean stepped into the bathroom for a quick shower. After a couple minutes of pulling out a few possibly outfits, I settled on a casual t-shirt dress. I quickly changed into it before checking things out in the mirror. It was a dark gray color and seemed to fit me perfectly. Not too dressed up, but not too casual, and not a color or design that would draw too much attention. To me, it seemed perfect. I quickly slipped on a pair of my black flats and a gold necklace just in time for Dean to exit the bathroom so I could put on a bit of makeup and straighten up my hair. Once I was satisfied with my overall appearance, I went back out to the bedroom just in time to hear Trey knocking on the door. Dean walked over to the door and opened it, presenting Trey on the other side. Trey had also taken a moment to clean up and change clothes, it seemed. He was now wearing a pair of gray slacks with a white button-up shirt and navy blue jacket. In fact, he and Dean almost matched. The only real difference was that Dean's shirt was a dark gray that matched his pants. Dean frowned slightly once he took in Trey's appearance. He, too, must have noticed the similarities in their outfits. You two clean up nice, Trey finally spoke with a smile and humor in his voice. I smiled back and thanked him, while Dean only nodded. I figured I'd go ahead and show you two the main level of the pack house and some of the facilities we have here. Then, before the dinner, I've planned a bit of time for us to relax in my personal lounge and perhaps have a couple drinks, Trey explained, and we all exited the guest room, shutting and locking the door behind us. Sounds perfect. Dean finally spoke. Clearly the mention of a couple drinks piqued his interest. We followed Trey through several hallways and listened as he showed us some of the pack house's most popular spots. A library, several rooms for small group workouts and dance classes, a music room, an art studio, a gaming room that was popular amongst the teenagers. It was all laid out beautifully. Everything was clean and organized. And I found myself wishing that Dark Root could offer such a thing to our pack members. We had a library and some common areas, as well as the typical training center and stores surrounding the pack house. But we didn't really have any areas like this where our pack members could really practice their talents or develop new interests. Once our tour of the main level led us back to the entrance of the pack house. Trey stopped to point out the entrance to the infirmary, and then the entrance to the kitchens and dining hall where we'd be having dinner soon. That pretty much sums up our first floor. So, how about those drinks? Non-alcoholic for you, of course. Audrey, Trey said, referencing my pregnancy. That sounds great. I could definitely go for a glass of water, I replied sweetly. Dean nodded, clearly excited to get a bit of alcohol in his system to take the edge off. Trey spun back around and headed for a secluded area behind the staircase where a single door was somewhat hidden. He opened it up, revealing a large room with several couches, a small bar, and a pool table. We followed him inside only to find that two women were already there. One was younger, probably around the same age as Trey, and the other was probably in her late 50s. The younger lady had long mented on lamb, red-brown hair that hung over her shoulders, straight and smooth. Her skin was about the same shade of tan as Trey's, and her eyes were, of course, the same bright shade of violet as every Tropic Sun Pack member. She was dressed professionally and offered a wide smile as we entered the room. The older woman had short, dark brown hair and appeared to have the same eye and nose shape as Trey. Trey started to speak, but I already knew. This woman was his mother, the woman who Silas likely cheated on with my mother to conceive me. Please, Audrey. Dean. Have a seat. Make yourselves comfortable. This here, as you may have already guessed, is my mother, Rhea. Trey told us. I swallowed hard and forced a smile, completely unsure about how all of this was about to play out. Dean quickly wrapped a protective arm around my waist. Rhea only chuckled and shook her head. I know who you are, dear. And I assure you there's no reason for panic. I hold no ill will towards you or your late mother. She wasn't the first woman Silas cheated on me with. And she certainly wasn't the last. My mouth opened slightly, but I couldn't find the words to speak. I was, of course, relieved that she wasn't angry. But I was also baffled at how open and relaxed she seemed about the fact that her mate regularly cheated on her. I guess that was just a common occurrence in this pack, since the mate pairings were arranged by family to ensure strong bloodlines and any chance of a true mate bond was blocked out by their odd little potion. Love wasn't often involved. Something told me that Rhea and Silas likely didn't love each other at all. Dean led me to one of the empty couches across from Rhea and the younger woman, encouraging me to sit down while I continued to process this entire situation, and this. Trey started again, walking towards the young lady seated next to his mother. Is Brenna, my soon-to-be Luna, or as you all may see it, my mate that was chosen by our families. She's the sister of my beta, and we've been friends our entire lives. I was once again speechless. I hadn't even thought about the fact that Trey's family had already arranged him a mate, and I certainly hadn't been expecting to meet her. A whirlwind of thoughts spun through my mind. I felt sad for them, that this was how they lived, never getting to experience the real magic of the goddess-given mate bond. At the same time, however, I was relieved to hear they had always been friends. That certainly seemed like the best-case scenario that one could hope for in this pack. It's so nice to finally meet you, Audrey. I was absolutely thrilled when Trey told me he'd discovered he had a sister. Brenna finally spoke. She was poised, proper, and her voice was soft. But her eyes were bright and kind. It's nice to meet you both. Truly. I finally replied, forcing the words out of my mouth. I was honestly still stunned but was determined to not make a fool of myself. Dean, feeling just as overwhelmed as I was in this situation, turned his attention to Trey. I'll have a glass of bourbon. The rest of our time in Trey's personal lounge went smoothly, for which I was very grateful. Brenna and Rhea made light conversation and made me feel welcomed, while Dean continued to down his drinks. I was also grateful for that, as they seemed to help him loosen up. Trey tried to crack jokes here and there to lighten the mood, and I appreciated the effort. The more Dean drank, the more he also seemed to appreciate it. As long as Dean could control his tongue and temper, I knew this trip would be at least somewhat enjoyable. After about an hour, Trey looked down at his watch to check the time before jumping up from the couch. It's about time for the feast. We should all go ahead and take our places at the head table before the pack members arrive. Brenna and Rhea stood up first to exit the room, followed by Dean and myself. Slowly, we followed the three of them down a long hallway that led to the other side of the pack house, and then through a set of large double doors. When the doors opened, a massive dining hall with high ceilings was revealed. There were rows upon rows of tables lined up, perhaps even more than in Dark Root, and each table was decorated with blue placemats and several lit candles. To our left, near a row of tall windows, was a large table set off by itself, one that I could only assume was the Alpha's table. Sure enough, Trey led us all in that direction with Brenna closely trailing behind him. I could already tell from the minimal interactions we had that she would be an excellent Luna. Once we reached the table, Trey took his seat in the middle with Brenna on his right and his mother on his left. Rhea quickly gestured for us to sit on the other side of Brenna, and I assumed the Beta family would be taking their place on the other side shortly. Shortly after, an older couple joined the table with a young man, perhaps only a year or so younger than Brenna. By their side, I assumed he must be Brenna's younger brother and the Beta of the pack, since she and Trey said she was from the Beta family. For a moment, I couldn't help but wonder if Brenna felt cheated out of the Beta position since she was the firstborn. But I, of course, didn't question it. Luna was a higher title than Beta anyways, so I was sure she was likely content. After Dean and I took our seats next to Brenna, the pack members began to file into the dining hall. They seemed to come in groups, family by family. I had to admire how close-knit they seemed from afar despite the way the mating system worked in this pack. But I knew it could all be for show. After all, my so-called father had always portrayed us as a happy little family when we were around others. Despite the fact that he abused me in private, I inwardly cringed at the memories, pulling me from my thoughts. Omegas began to enter the room with platters full of food. Approaching the alpha's table first, I could see plates of thick sliced ham, potatoes, fresh vegetables, pasta, rotisserie chicken, a variety of sauces, and even rice. I hadn't been expecting such a large meal. But then again, what had I been expecting when Trey referred to this as a feast? The Omegas served Trey and Brenna first, taking their requests one by one and scooping the food onto their plates politely. They then moved to Rhea and filled her plate before serving us, the Alpha's guests. Dean chose ham, potatoes, and vegetables, while I went for the chicken, pasta, and vegetables. The food looked amazing, and me and my unborn pup couldn't wait to dig in. I only hoped the nausea wouldn't interfere. Once the Alpha's table was fully served, the Omegas moved on to the pack members, filling their plates in order of rank, I assumed. Once every table and plate in the dining hall was full, the Omegas retreated to the kitchen where I assumed from experience that they'd divide up the leftovers and have a meal of their own. Suddenly, Trey stood from the table and tapped his fork against his glass of wine, gaining the attention of his pack members. Tropic Sun, today, in the opening of our Founders Week, we host some very special guests. He started. This here is Alpha Dean Whitaker of Darkroot and his mate, Audrey, my sister. A few soft gasps were heard from the crowd, followed by whispering. Most of them had already suspected Alpha Dean as the guest. But not that I was Trey's sister. I know this all may come as a shock to many of you. It's been surprising for all of us as well. But I expect you all to treat them with the same respect and kindness as you do our Alpha family. I know Founders Week is an exciting time, but good behavior is not optional. Trey lectured his pack, his voice deep and stern. He then sat back down in his chair, and the feast began. I carefully cut into my chicken before placing it into my mouth, meaning to eat slow and in small bits in hope of keeping the pup in my belly from forcing the food up later. The chicken was exquisite, tender and full of juice and flavor, just the right amount of herbs and spices. Impressed, I then went for my pasta and vegetables, only to be blown away once again. Food in Darkroot was good, but this was amazing. This food tasted like it had been made by a gourmet chef. I was convinced that the Tropic Sun Omegas were either required to take cooking classes, or they simply had a few who were extra talented. I glanced to my right to look at Dean and was pleased to see he appeared to be enjoying his food as well. It was nice to see him looking even slightly content, although I was sure it'd be short-lived. The rest of dinner went smoothly. The pack ate and enjoyed their meal, talking amongst each other as Trey, Brenna, and Rhea made casual conversation with Dean and I. It was nice to feel so welcome and be treated so kindly in a foreign pack. I knew we were guests, and me being Trey's long-lost sister had a lot to do with it. But it was nice. Regardless, once the pack dinner began to wind down, the Omegas reappeared to collect the dishes and clean the tables. Little by little, the pack members began to stand from their tables and exit the dining hall, likely to turn into bed for the night. I wasn't sure exactly what all their Founders Week entailed, but something told me it was probably an all-day affair. The dining hall was nearly cleared out when Trey stood up and began to speak. Mine and Dean's attention quickly turned to him, eager to see what he had to say next. If you two are tired, you're more than welcome to turn in for the night. If not, I'd love to show you around the exterior of the pack as well as the beach. The sun is setting, but I assure you the beach is just as beautiful and exciting no matter the time of day. Trey told us. My eyes lit up, although I tried not to react too obviously in case Dean was completely against the idea. I'd wanted to see the beach from the moment we passed it on the road. But I also knew we'd had a long, trying day, so if Dean wanted to call it a night, I'd be understanding of that as well. Dean looked over at me, judging my reaction despite my efforts to hide it. He sighed. Sure. The beach would be fine. Trey and Brenna both seemed excited that we'd accepted their invitation. But Rhea appeared tired. This old woman had better call it a night, she said with a small chuckle before standing from her chair. I do hope to see you both in the morning. Dean and I nodded to her as she slowly exited the room to return to her personal quarters, where she would likely spend the night alone. My heart silently ached for her. And I couldn't help but wonder if she and Silas even lived together anymore. I couldn't blame her if they didn't. But life here seemed rather lonely. Several minutes later, Trey and Brenna stood from their seats and motioned for us to follow them towards a set of doors that appeared to lead outside. I could tell through the windows that surrounded the dining hall that the sun was beginning to set, so the visibility outside wouldn't last much longer. Dean and I quickly followed them out and found ourselves in a courtyard-type area that separated the pack house from the smaller buildings that make up the pack territory. This building here houses our gym and training facilities, Trey told us, gesturing towards the large building in front of us. The smaller buildings you'll see throughout the territory are various shops and eateries that are run by pack members. Without wasting much more time, Trey and Brenna began walking away from the buildings and towards treeline where there appeared to be a bit of a clearing. The closer we got, the easier it was to see that the pack house was much closer to the beach than I'd realized. In fact, I was almost certain that rooms on the higher floors of the pack house likely had a gorgeous ocean view. My heart rate increased the closer we got, and my ears gradually began to pick up on the beautiful, relaxing sound of waves crashing ashore. Once we walked through a thin layer of trees, the beach, ocean, and all the sights, sounds, and smells that came with it were in full view. I gasped as I took it all in, causing Dean's head to quickly snap in my direction, fearing the worst. Once he saw I was simply in awe with the scene before me, I could tell, even from my peripheral, that he visibly relaxed. Trey chuckled. Have you never seen the beach before? Little sister, never, I replied, my voice soft as I continued to process my surroundings. Everything seemed to go in slow motion as we got closer and closer to the deep blue, mysterious waters, although deep blue from a distance. The closer we got, I noticed that the water nearest to the shore was actually much lighter in color and more transparent. It was all breathtaking. We have a bit of tradition here. For guests, Trey told us as we came to a stop only several feet from the edge of the water. Dean and I raised our eyebrows at him, suddenly wondering if we were going to be drowned. Crabbing, he stated. Excuse me, Dean, inquired almost instantly, his voice equally parts confused and cautious. Crabbing. Crab hunting. Crab chasing. Call it what you'd like. But it's the best part of the beach at night. You see, the lower the sun gets, the more of those, Trey said, suddenly pointing towards the ground. Dean and I looked down to see a light tan-colored crab, about the size of my fist, sitting only a few inches away from our feet. Come out, Trey finished as I quickly jumped back, bringing Dean back with me and causing the little crab to scurry away. Sounds a bit childish, Dean grumbled. Call it what you'd like. Trey started again. But it's a favorite activity of anyone who visits the beach. 9 times out of 10. It's nearly impossible to catch the little creatures. They're insanely fast and will run right for the water. But the fun is in the chase, the beach, and the dark. I know it sounds silly, but it really is a good time. Brenna tried to assure us, sounding much more professional than Trey had. I couldn't blame the guy. He was excited. I was sure this was something he did more during his childhood. But now, as an adult and an alpha, he didn't get to enjoy little things like this very often. Moments later, Trey took off across the beach, chasing a crab. He was exceptionally fast, but looked like an overly excited child as he ran. Brenna took off after him, laughing the whole way. I smiled, happy that the two of them seemed to enjoy each other. But I still couldn't help but wonder who their true mates were. I knew that no one would likely ever know, but I was content knowing that they got along and made each other laugh, at the very least. I then took off after them, determined to find some crabs of my own, but moved at a slower pace, merely jogging. I was clumsy and out of shape, so I didn't need to risk slipping or tripping in the sand. I knew Dean would probably freak out because of our pup growing inside me. Dean followed behind. Although he didn't seem as enthused, he kept up with me in an effort to make me happy, but didn't even attempt to chase a single crab. We went on like that for at least half an hour, running about like fools but never actually catching more than a handful of sand. It was nice to run and laugh and let loose for a change. I was sure Dean enjoyed it a tiny bit as well, even if he didn't show it. At that point, I'd started to slow down. Fatigue was slowly consuming me. Likely due to my pregnancy, Dean took notice immediately, and didn't waste even a second to use it as an excuse to go back to the pack house. I think it's about time for us to go in and rest. Dean spoke up, yelling across the beach so Trey and Brenna could hear him. The two of them turned mid-laugh to look at us, giving us understanding looks as they stopped what they were doing to walk back in our direction. I took a moment to really take in our surroundings as I waited for the couple to walk back to us. It was fully dark out now, and nearly impossible to make out the ocean from the night sky other than from the rippling reflection of the moon and stars across the water. The sound of the waves and the feeling of the cool sand between my toes relaxed me, and I knew for sure that I would need to spend some time at the beach during the daytime before we went back home. The four of us made our way back to the pack house at a slow, steady pace, making casual conversation as we walked. I truly enjoyed Trey and Brenna's company, and I hoped that our relationship would continue to develop in a positive way. I knew Dean would remain cautious for a while, but I truly hoped he was wrong about all of the worries and suspicions he had. So far, Trey had been nothing but good to us. Tomorrow is the first full day of festivities, Trey reminded us as we approached the pack house. Breakfast will be early, around 6 inches the morning, and then a wide variety of activities will begin and last throughout the day. I'll get you to an itinerary and you can let me know which ones you might be interested in. I was intrigued as to what kind of festivities this pack had during their week-long celebration. I felt like there were only so many things a pack could do within a week before things started to get boring or repetitive. But then again, I didn't know much about tropic sun culture. Anything fun or interesting. Mark us down, I said as we came to the pack house door. Trey chuckled. Noted. But I'll still give you a list in the morning, so you don't walk into anything blindly. I know our lives are vastly different from yours, and I truly don't want to make either of you uncomfortable. Very respectful of you, Dean replied, his voice low and serious, but I almost detected a hint of sarcasm. Trey held the front door open for us, welcoming us into his pack house once more. We entered the massive, elegant building, and Dean immediately headed towards the guest wing. I hope you both sleep well and comfortably. If there's anything I can do, don't hesitate to ask. Otherwise, I'll see you both in the morning, Trey told us once more, reaching out to gently grasp my shoulder. I felt as though he'd actually wanted to pull me into a hug, but knew that not only was our siblings' relationship not yet to that point, but Dean may also have his head. It was so nice to meet you, Audrey. I look forward to getting to know you during your stay. Brenna spoke up, flashing me a beautiful, genuine smile. Trey smiled too before releasing my shoulder and moving back towards Brenna, wrapping his arm around her waist, and walking towards the staircase. I smiled and nodded to them, and then quickly turned around to catch up with Dean, who was waiting near the entrance of the guest wing. He watched me carefully as I approached him, studying my emotions and features. I wished I knew exactly what he was thinking in that moment, but I knew it was likely a large array of thoughts, emotions, and concerns. Ready for bed, he asked, his voice still low, but softer as he spoke to me. Sounds like we have a long day ahead of us tomorrow. Absolutely, I replied. I can't wait. The next morning, I awoke feeling sore and exhausted. I hadn't slept all that well due to being in a foreign place, and Dean's anxiety that I could quite literally feel radiating off his body. It wouldn't surprise me if he hadn't slept at all. Although he'd laid next to me in the bed all night, he was restless and on guard, despite my pleas. He still wasn't convinced that Trey wouldn't have me kidnapped or killed at any moment. It was still early, but I knew the Founders Week activities likely started early as well. Trey hadn't yet explained what all there was to do, but I couldn't help but feel excited. Despite my exhaustion, I decided to go ahead and get up so I could get ready for the day. After all, Trey also hadn't said what time he was going to come get us. Dean jumped out of bed as soon as my feet hit the ground. Clearly anxious to get up and get this day over with. We each quickly showered before picking out clothes from our suitcases and continuing on with our morning routine. About a half hour later, as we were close to being ready, a loud knock came from the door. I popped my head out of the bathroom to look as I was in the middle of finishing up my hair, only for Dean to wave me back as he stood up to answer the door. He carefully unlocked the 3 locks that secured our guest room, and then slowly opened the door to reveal none other than an all-too-cheery Trey. So, he was a morning person. Dean was going to love that. "Good morning, Dean." "Audrey." Trey greeted us with a smile. "I'm glad to see I haven't woke the 2 of you. I was a bit worried about that. Since I did neglect to tell you a specific timeline for today's events, I'm sure you're both hungry. So I figured our first stop today would be breakfast on the beach with our pack mystic, Mercy. She does a bit of storytelling about the pack's history while we eat. If that sounds okay to you both," Trey told us, seeking our approval. I thought it sounded like a lovely idea. I was hungry. And I was also very intrigued by Tropic Sun and its odd pack life. Perhaps I would learn something during breakfast that would help me understand better. After all, I do have roots here through my father and brother. Dean looked back at me and immediately caught on to my excitement. He sighed, not even bothering to ask, before turning back to face Trey. "That will be just fine." I smiled brightly before dipping back into the bathroom, quickly finishing up my hair, and then walking back out to join Trey and Dean. Trey nodded to me with a smile as Dean reached out to rest his hand on my back, leading me out of the room. "What exactly is a mystic?" I asked Trey as the 3 of us walked towards the exit of the pack house. "And then to the beach." Trey chuckled. "It's more or less our term for a witch." My eyes widened. A witch, I'd heard stories about other packs having alliances with witches, but I was never sure just how true those stories were. Even when Dean had suspected his father of working with witches, I was skeptical. Although, this did make sense. It was always a bit of a mystery as to how Tropic Sun acquired their magic and potions. A witch was the perfect suspect. "Don't be frightened. It's just a way of life for us here," Trey assured me. I nodded and forced a smile, telling myself that this would be fun and interesting. After all, I'd never met a witch before. Dean, however, was seeming just as tense today as he had yesterday. As we approached the beach, I could make out a group of people in the distance, sitting in the sand and talking amongst each other. It was still fairly early, so I was surprised at the number of pack members who'd already made it out. Perhaps everyone in Tropic Sun was a morning person, with such a beautiful area to live in. It was almost understandable. Once we were within a few feet of the pack members, Trey led us to our spot near the center of the circle that they'd formed, where Brenna and Rhea were already seated comfortably in the warm sand. "Audrey." "Dean, I'm so glad you've joined us," Brenna said with a wide smile as she stood up and pulled me into a friendly embrace. My body went rigid for a moment, not used to any positive contact with others besides Dean. After a few seconds, I forced my body to relax and gently hugged her back. Maybe she and I could be close someday. After all, I didn't have many friends. Dean and I followed Trey's lead and settled down into the sand near Brenna and Rhea as a very tall, middle-aged woman approached. She had deep, chocolate skin and long, curly hair. She was gorgeous with wide, almond-shaped eyes that almost appeared golden in the sunlight. I could only assume that she was the witch, or rather, mystic, that Trey had told us about. We made eye contact as she made her way into the circle, smiling at me with pearly white teeth. I wasn't sure if I should feel welcomed or uneasy, but was determined to remain calm regardless. "Good morning, Tropic Sun," she greeted as she took her place in the circle. I noticed out of the corner of my eye that the Omegas were walking towards the group with platters and dishes, ready to serve breakfast. "I'm glad you all could join me today as I tell newcomers and remind others of this pack's amazing and unique history. It's always a pleasure to retell this story during Founders Week, but it's an even more special event this time around since we have Alpha Dean of Darkroot present, along with his mate Audrey, your Alpha Trey's half-sister." My eyes widened. Surely Trey had simply told her all of this, Or did her witchy abilities allow her to uncover this information on her own? I began to feel a bit uneasy. Being put on the spot by a stranger, my cheeks turned bright pink, and I could feel a bit of anger radiating off of Dean. Suddenly, I heard Trey clear his throat loudly. I glanced over at him to see he was staring directly at Mercy. She returned his gaze for a moment before giving him a slight nod, and then continued on with her story. 107 years ago to this day, the Tropic Sun Pack was formed, the first alpha. Michael Donahue won the battle against the newly established Darkroot Pack. The battle was intense, and many were lost. In fact, the remaining pack members feared that they may never have enough pack members for Tropic Sun to function properly. Luckily, the word spread of the prosperity in Tropic Sun and the unique abilities possessed by the Alpha and his Beta. Little by little, wolves moved to Tropic Sun on their own free will. Mercy told us. The story had only begun, and I was already in awe. No wonder Darkroot and Tropic Sun had such a rivalry. It had been rooted in their culture for over 100 years. But that wasn't the only astonishing thing. I had no idea that many Tropic Sun families had actually come from other packs voluntarily. I guess back in that time, the concept of this pack was seen as new and different rather than odd. After Alpha, Michael and his warriors won the battle. They made friends with a witch named Xena. Intrigued by all she had to offer, they struck a deal. Xena offered them all the magic they'd ever need and the assistance of a witch from her coven for eternity. All they had to do in return was have all of their pack members over the age of 18 take the moon potion every year during a special ceremony. This would prevent the pack members from being able to identify their goddess-appointed mate, and instead allow the families to choose mates for their children that would be more fitting to their rank and strength. My jaw almost dropped. I should have pieced together by now that this strange potion had come from a witch. But I'd never imagined that a witch had struck a deal with the Alpha. The catch to this deal, however, was very serious. If any pack member refused to take the moon potion or attempted to find their goddess-appointed mate, they must either leave the pack voluntarily or be banished. If a pack member attempted such betrayal in secrecy and didn't take the potion or found their mate, the deal would be broken. The potion's magic would break for every single member of the pack, causing mass chaos as members began to find their goddess-appointed mates. Not only that, but Tropic Sun would lose all of their magic and their power would decrease drastically, leaving them vulnerable to invasion. Mercy continued to explain. My eyes widened. That sure did explain a lot. That's why Tropic Sun took their potions and chosen mating so seriously. They didn't have much of a choice. Breaking the deal their ancestors struck over a century ago could potentially destroy the pack altogether. For a moment, I wondered why the first Alpha, Michael, would strike such a serious deal with the witches. But it may have very well been the best choice they had at the time. Newly formed packs were weak, in fact. Many never lasted more than a few years before willingly disbanding or being taken over by another pack. Alpha Michael knew that and made a choice. This is why the culture and way of life is so important to us, and why disloyal members are encouraged to find a home elsewhere. Magic, and the deals made involving it, are the lifeline of the Tropic Sun Pack. Mercy concluded right as the Omegas began handing out plastic plates and serving up the breakfast food. Although I'm sure most of you are very familiar with our culture and history, I will accept a few questions, Mercy added, nonchalantly looking in my direction. Oh, I certainly did have questions. I had a whole list of what-ifs and hows lined up in my brain, but I couldn't make a fool of myself. I'd almost convinced myself to ask nothing at all, when a question popped into my mind that I couldn't ignore. If Alpha Michael was the founder of Tropic Sun, where did he come from? This was a question I simply couldn't brush off. It regarded my lineage. Where did my roots lie? Slowly and hesitantly, I raised my hand in the air. Mercy, Brenna, and Trey all smiled as if they knew I'd be the only one with questions. In fact, I couldn't help but wonder if this event had been put together just for me. Yes, Luna Audrey Mercy asked, her amber eyes sparkling every so slightly in the sun. Yes. Thank you. I started, clearing my throat. Where did Alpha Michael come from, before he founded Tropic Sun? Excellent question. Mercy clasped her hands together excitedly. Alpha Michael Donahue was born to an average, mid-ranked family in a pack that was once located very near here called Lunar Sea. Right before the founding of Tropic Sun, the Lunar Sea pack went to war with Darkroot and lost miserably, which led to the destruction of the pack itself, along with the death and displacement of the pack members. Alpha Michael's entire family was killed, so he was incredibly motivated to come out on top somehow. He and the small group that was left of his pack members gathered the resources necessary to form a pack of their own, Tropic Sun. This story just kept connecting so many dots. Darkroot didn't hate Tropic Sun for a difference in values. They hated them because they were never supposed to exist, and their magic made them nearly indestructible. So, I started again, even more hesitant to ask the next question that had come to mind. I felt Dean tense next to me as he quietly ate his breakfast. I knew he was worried if I went too far with my questioning, I'd cause trouble. Alpha Michael wasn't born, and Alpha Mercy smiled even wider, seeming excited that I'd asked. Correct, Alpha Michael is the only known alpha in werewolf history to not be born into his role. This was hard for many other packs to accept. But as Michael stepped into the role and demonstrated that he was a worthy leader, he began to change and naturally developed some of the characteristics of a natural-born alpha. That is why all of the alphas since him have possessed the typical size, strength, and power appropriate for an alpha. Although my coven helped in many ways, Alpha Michael earned his title of alpha on his own. I was almost in awe with her explanation. It was an incredible story, truly, and I couldn't help feel a bit of pride for my ancestors. Although I'd only recently discovered my true lineage, I nodded to Mercy with a small smile, letting her know that I not only appreciated the information, but that I was done asking questions for the time being. Despite still having a long list at the back of my mind, I was elated with all that I'd learned in such a short amount of time, but I could sense that it had only made Dean even more uncomfortable. The rest of the pack breakfast went on rather casually. Mercy ended up sitting near Brenna and Trey, chatting with them as she nibbled on a croissant. Dean and I finished our plates rather quickly, but didn't engage in much conversation. He seemed a bit uneasy with me knowing all of this information about my paternal ancestors, as if he was worried I'd somehow hold it against him. But for me, the past was the past. We'd only just discovered that I had connections to Tropic Sun. Why would I make a big deal out of Darkroot's negative involvement? It didn't really affect me. In fact, it may have even influenced where I am today. Audrey, Trey spoke, pulling me from my thoughts. I turned my head to look at him with wide follows, questioning eyes. What else would you like to do today? There's a whole lineup of events. We've got music and other performances, surfing lessons, ziplining, a shrimp eating contest. You name it, I laughed lightly, shaking my head. All of that seems a bit too adventurous for me. I heard Dean release a soft sigh of relief. Is there anything slower paced? Trey chuckled. Of course. I keep forgetting you're pregnant and just not accustomed to our lifestyle. We have some traditional art classes and demonstrations going on this afternoon. Would you be interested in those? My eyes lit up. Art's something I was actually good at. I think that'd be great, I replied, trying to contain my excitement. I felt Dean relax a little as he reached out to rest his hand on my leg. It was nice to know that despite his discomfort here, my excitement still had a positive effect on him. Trey smiled and began to stand up from the sand. He dusted off his pants and then reached towards Brenna to help her up. Dean quickly jumped to his feet to do the same, as if it were a competition. I held in a giggle. Well, let's go make some art then, Trey said with a wink. We spent the rest of our day walking through various activities, and Trey was true to his word about taking me to the art demonstrations and classes. In fact, he took me to several. Dean looked bored out of his mind, but he didn't complain. He knew how much I enjoyed art, and I knew it also reminded him of his mother. By the time it was all over, I'd managed to make a piece of traditional Tropic Sun pottery and paint a portrait of the beach. I was already thinking of where I could place the items in our home back in Darkroot, and I couldn't help but think it'd add a bit of life and color to the place. The last area we visited was ran by a woman and her children who made quilts, stuffed animals, and other goods made of various fabrics. I smiled as we walked through and looked at the beautiful, handmade items laid out on her tables. Dean walked silently beside me, while Brenna and Trey browsed through some tables on the opposite end of the woman's stand. Just as we were about to leave, I noticed Trey and Brenna talking with the woman who was running the stand. I furrowed my eyebrows a bit as I watched them hand the woman some money in exchange for a paper bag. What could those two possibly have purchased here moments later? My question was answered as Trey and Brenna quickly walked in my direction, holding out the paper bag they'd just acquired. "For my little niece or nephew," he said with a proud smile as I gently took the bag from them. Brenna looked giddy, excited to watch me open it, and Dean looked a bit confused. My smile grew and I nodded to Trey before gently opening the top of the paper bag. I reached inside and felt something soft and plush to the touch, causing my excitement to grow. Wrapping my hand around it, I pulled the object out to see a stuffed sea turtle, clearly handmade by the woman at the booth. It was beautifully made, extra soft and colorful with wide eyes sewn onto the face. "It's adorable, thank you so much, Trey," I squealed excitedly. Our pup had his or her first toy. Sea turtles are protected and loved here. Our people believe them to be a sign of good luck, since I don't know when we will be able to see each other again. I wanted to get a gift for my little niece or nephew, a gift of good luck from Uncle Trey. "Yeah, I like the sound of that," he said, chuckling lowly. I continued to smile at him as I felt tears prick at my eyes. Trey was really the only family I had, and although we still didn't know each other very well, it meant the world to me that he cared not only about me, but about my unborn pup as well. "Thank you. This really means the world to me," I told him again, my voice much softer this time as I tried to hold back my tears. Dean wrapped a comforting arm around my waist, knowing I wasn't upset, but still not liking the sight of his mate nearly crying. "It was a kind gesture," Dean added with a nod. I laughed a bit, wiping at my eyes. I knew that was Dean's attempt at saying thank you and being kind to Trey, despite the lack of emotions in his words. "Absolutely," Trey said with a nod. I was thankful that he understood how Dean was and how he felt about this entire situation. Trey then looked up at the sun for a moment before looking back down at Dean and I. "Dinner time is approaching, and I'm sure you two are hungry. It's been a long day," I was thinking. Tonight we could all have a private dinner, rather than eating with the pack again. It'd just be us four and my mother. That way we could all really talk and work on getting to know each other better. "I know you two are probably wanting to make the trip back to Darkroot tomorrow," Trey explained. I personally loved the idea. Being around Trey's pack members made Dean uncomfortable, and it made me a bit nervous knowing I was kind of in the spotlight. Not only that, but there were still things I wanted to talk to Trey about. I still needed information about my mother. I think that would work best for us. Dean replied quickly. I must have been projecting my thoughts and feelings through our mind link again. I still wasn't very good at controlling it. We will want to leave fairly early in the morning. So that should be an adequate way to wrap up this trip properly and still give us plenty of time to rest tonight. He added, "Of course, I'll let the chefs and Omegas know to start preparing the food. Do you both like fish? I'm having them make a traditional meal for us. Since it's your last night and it's Founders Week," Trey asked. Dean looked down at me in question. Fish wasn't something we ate a lot of in Darkroot, but I was really willing to try anything. "That'll be fine with me," I said. Dean nodded, indicating he would tolerate it as well. Although I'd been having such a good time in Tropic Sun, I couldn't deny that I was ready to get back home so that Dean would hopefully be less tense. I knew he was going to be extra protective of me during my pregnancy regardless, but hopefully being back in his own territory would ease his mind a bit and things could go back to normal for us, after everyone was in agreement. Trey led us back into the pack house and to one of his meeting rooms that would be used for our private dinner tonight. It seemed that the Omegas had already been there and set up the table and bar as well as providing a few small appetizers. Dean and I took our seats at the table across from Trey and Brenna, leaving a spot open for Rhea at the end. I was actually glad she would be joining us. I felt like she could provide me with the most information about my mother. Soon, the Omegas began bringing out platters of food. There appeared to be salmon, fresh steamed vegetables, pasta with various sauces, and salads. My stomach grumbled looking at all the food being laid out before me. Although I knew I wouldn't be able to eat even a little bit of everything before getting full. Rhea entered the room as the Omegas were dishing up our plates. She smiled kindly to all of us before taking the seat we'd left open for her. "Good evening to you all. Sorry to keep you waiting," she added as she picked up her silverware and placed a cloth napkin in her lap. "It's quite all right, Mother," Trey assured her, once everyone's plates were filled. We dug into our meal. The long day of activities in the heat seemed to have built up an appetite for us all. The flavor of the fish was exquisite, much better than I'd anticipated. And the vegetables were fresh and cooked perfectly. Audrey, Dean, I do hope you've both enjoyed your time with us. I know things are very different here, but I hope you know I truly want us all to have a good relationship with one another. I know it's difficult given our pack's histories, but I vow to make an effort for things to move in the right direction. I really want to continue to have a relationship with my newly found little sister. Our father doesn't have to be involved," Trey told us in between bites of his food. I felt Dean tense beside me as Trey mentioned pack history and relationships. But he held his tongue. I knew pack relations with Tropic Sun were something he was not planning to work on if he could help it. But I hoped I'd be able to have a relationship with Trey and Brenna regardless, even if it meant keeping it under the radar so our pack wasn't aware. "We've had a very eventful time here, Trey. Thank you for your hospitality," Dean finally responded. His voice was steady, but the tension in his jaw was rather obvious. "Of course," Trey started again. "And Audrey, if you have any more questions for us, please don't hesitate to ask. I know this is all a lot for you to take in." "Yes, dear. Please let us know if there's anything else we can do or tell you before the two of you depart. This trip was meant for you to not only get to know your brother, but to get to know your history and find answers to any questions you have." Rhea spoke up between bites of her food. Dean looked over at me, knowing there was likely a horde of unanswered questions still swirling in my mind. I looked back at him and sighed. There was plenty left that I wanted to ask, but I felt bad bombarding them with questions. "My mother," I started, still feeling hesitant to bring her up in front of Rhea. "How did she and Silas meet? I don't understand any of that." "Well, she was a Tropic Sun native, dear," Rhea said nonchalantly. "Silas had a whole selection of mistresses, much to my displeasure. And I must admit that your mother was one of his favorites. Amelia was beautiful and kind, and she cared for Silas. But she wanted more. She eventually became unsatisfied with not being his one and only. But she was a realistic woman. She knew she could never have him to herself, so she began seeking out other options behind his back. She wasn't close with her parents, so they'd never chosen a mate for her here. She confided in me, and I offered to help find her a strong, kind mate. But that didn't satisfy her either. She wanted someone who had eyes only for her." Rhea's eyes glimmered with a hidden emotion as she spoke those last few words. Something told me she craved the same thing. Eventually, her decision was to leave the pack. She wanted to travel and find her goddess-given mate. And she succeeded. She found Drake Allen in the Dark Root pack. But she was already pregnant with you when they met. Drake loved her regardless and vowed to raise you as his own. But he never knew the truth about who your father was or where Amelia came from. All he knew was that she'd made a mistake and gotten pregnant. And then when she died, he couldn't cope," Rhea said sadly. I frowned slightly. How did she know all of this? I hadn't expected her to have any information about my mother after her relationship with Silas had ended. "The Mystics," she said, as if she could read my mind. "I kept tabs on Amelia after she left Tropic Sun, because despite her sleeping with my mate, I did like her." How I blurted out, "How could you be so calm about your mate being unfaithful?" Rhea smiled a bit. "There were many times when I wasn't calm, dear. But it's something many of us she-wolves here deal with. It's not ideal, but it's our life. And we understand the importance of the mate system we have here. I'm just thankful that I raised Trey better than that. And although we paired him with his mate, I know he adores and respects her and would never be unfaithful." I looked over at Trey to see him blushing ever so slightly. Brenna smiled at him, warming my heart. I really hoped Rhea's words were true. I liked Brenna. And even if she wasn't Trey's goddess-given mate, I wanted him to treat her well. Another thing. I spoke up boldly. If you knew my mother was pregnant. Why did you never say anything to Silas? Why didn't you speak up before now? I wasn't certain that Silas was your father, she answered, dabbing the corners of her lips with a napkin. I knew Amelia was pregnant, but I also knew she'd traveled to several other packs in search of her mate. I didn't know what happened during her journey, and I certainly didn't want to make assumptions or spread false information. Besides that, Silas would have done everything to get you back to this pack. I knew Amelia didn't want that life for you, and neither did I. My heart throbbed at her words. Rhea seemed so kind and genuine. She deserved her true mate as well. If he was even alive or available. Anyone with a good soul like hers deserved to be truly loved. Thank you, I said to her softly, nodding in understanding. If Rhea had ever mentioned the possibility of my existence to Silas, I may have never met Dean. Of course, dear, Rhea said with a smile before cutting into her food once more. I'm just glad you and Trey have finally been able to meet. Please know that we're here for you, Audrey. You are family to us. Trey spoke up, gesturing to his mother and Brenna. As heartwarming as his comment was, I knew good and well that it would be a while before I was ever fully comfortable around any of them. So much had happened to me in such a short period of time. It was nearly impossible to process it all. I was still recovering from a life of abuse and working on a relationship with my mate, only to find out I was pregnant and had a brother. It was all extremely overwhelming and was something I'd have to work through piece by piece over time. I'm sorry if I've misjudged any of you, Dean added, shocking me a bit. I hadn't expected his input, much less an apology. I hope you all are true to your word and will be a positive influence in Audrey's life. I know family is something she values and is unfortunately something she's never truly been able to experience. Neither of us have. If I hadn't caught myself, my jaw would have dropped. Was Dean being nice to the alpha of Tropic Sun? Trey's face lit up at Dean's words. However, our pack's relationship is a different situation. Maybe over time we can reconcile things little by little. But for right now, all of this cannot be made known to my pack. Tropic Sun and Darkroot can't just become allies overnight, Dean added, although hearing that was disappointing. I knew pack relations were a complex issue, especially if there was a long history of conflict. I did have hope, though, that we would be able to put those issues to rest over time, as Dean suggested. Trey smiled. Absolutely understood. Dean, we certainly would never want to cause issues within your pack. However you want to handle things is how we will do it. I was incredibly thankful that Trey was much more reasonable and kind than his. Or our father. Dean quickly stood from his chair and leaned over the table, causing me to jump in my seat as I was unsure of his actions. As he leaned forward across the table towards Trey, he stuck out his hand, offering it to him. Trey stood to his feet, looking Dean in the eyes the entire time, and grasped Dean's hand in a firm, alpha handshake. The next morning came rather quickly. Although I slept terribly, I guess I was anxious about the flight back home, and a bit sad to leave Tropic Sun so soon. Dean seemed to sleep soundly next to me, and I hoped that meant he was finally a bit more at ease with Trey, although it took him quite literally the entire trip to get to that point. When the sun rose, Dean and I got out of bed and cleaned ourselves up before packing up our bags. Trey had offered for us to stay for breakfast, but Dean politely declined and insisted that we needed to get back to Darkroot as early as possible. I knew he not only wanted to get back to his own home and territory, but he would likely have a ton of work to catch up on once we arrived. Our beta took care of the pack and most of the alpha duties while we were away, but that didn't mean there wouldn't be plenty left over to do. Trey, Brenna, and Rhea all saw us off to the airstrip where our plane was ready and waiting. We quickly exchanged goodbyes, not wanting to get too emotional, and then Dean and I boarded the plane to make our way back home. Once we were seated inside the plane, I looked out the window to see Trey and Brenna still standing there, holding each other lightly as they watched the plane begin to move down the runway. Even from a distance, I didn't miss the sad looks on their faces, and I genuinely hoped I'd get to see them again soon. The plane quickly ascended into the air, and I molded myself into Dean's side, resting my head on his chest before slowly falling to sleep. I was thankful for the rest. Not only was I incredibly tired, but the thought of being thousands of feet in the air still didn't sit well with me. When I awoke, we were back safely on the ground. Dean gently nudged me, hoping to wake me without startling me, and I reluctantly opened my eyes before letting out a long yawn. "Almost home," he said softly before urging me to get out of my seat. I noticed his voice already sounded more relaxed now that we were back in familiar territory. I complied and allowed Dean to lead me off the plane as I struggled to fully wake up and for my eyes to readjust to the lighting. Although it was rarely ever bright or sunny in dark route, the daylight was still bright to my sleepy eyes. Once we made it to the car, Dean helped me inside and made sure my seatbelt was fastened before shutting the door and walking around to the other side of the car to get in. The Omegas quickly loaded our luggage into the trunk, hitting the top of it when they were done to signal the driver, and then we took off on our short drive back to dark route home. When we arrived back in pack territory, everything seemed just as how we'd left it. For a moment, I was a bit disappointed that our pack members weren't gathered around to welcome us back. But then I remembered that our trip was kept a bit of a secret. "We need to get you to the infirmary for a checkup," Dean said as the car came to a stop in front of the pack house. We hadn't even been gone a full week, so I felt that was a bit unnecessary. But I also knew there was no point in arguing with Dean about it. He needed to be assured that his mate and pup were in pristine condition, especially after traveling. Although I still felt exhausted, I allowed Dean to lead me to the far west wing of the pack house where the infirmary was located. There we met with the same pack doctor who'd seen me last time. She was a kind, older woman with large green eyes. I was sure she'd been on staff here for many years, and likely always served the Alpha family and higher-ups. "This will be a bit cold, dear," she warned as she lifted up my shirt and smeared a cool, clear gel over my stomach. I was beginning to notice that my stomach curved out just the slightest bit, but I doubted anyone else would notice yet. She then took an instrument of some sort that was attached to the ultrasound machine and carefully ran it over my stomach. Dean stood next to me, holding my hand tightly as he carefully watched the doctor's every move. Suddenly, an odd thumping sound came from the monitor and a black and white picture appeared on the screen. The doctor smiled and nodded to a small, unclear object that seemed to be moving around on the screen. "Ah, yes. Your pup is in perfect shape. My Alpha and Luna, everything looks normal. And that sound you hear is a strong, healthy heartbeat," she explained to us. Dean's grip on my hand seemed to relax a little as we got the news that our pup was healthy and developing normally. I thought it was sweet that he was so concerned. He certainly wasn't the fatherly type, but I knew he would learn to be. "Now you be sure to take care of yourself, dear. You'll need to eat much more than you're used to eating. And make sure you stay fairly active without overexerting yourself. You're growing a strong, alpha-blooded pup in your womb, which could really drain you if you don't stay on top of your own self-care," the doctor explained. Dean shot me a look that seemed a bit like a "told you so" when the doctor mentioned eating more. "Any nausea you've experienced should begin to subside in a couple weeks. And any other side effects should be minimal as long as you're taking care of yourself properly. I'm not sure how much you know about a she-wolf's reproductive health, dear, but our pregnancies are much shorter than that of a human, only about 4 months. Our pups grow big and strong, and they do it quickly. So I will emphasize one more time how important it is for you to get the proper rest, nutrients, and activity. I'm going to prescribe you some prenatal vitamins to help keep you on track. But the rest is up to you," she added. "Thank you, doctor. I'll be making sure she and our pup are properly taken care of," Dean assured her. After the doctor got my vitamins for me, Dean and I left the infirmary and headed back upstairs to our quarters. I felt even more exhausted now. Not only had it been a long day, but my mind was now swirling with information and concerns. I knew our pregnancies were shorter and more intense than a human's, but I hadn't realized it would be such a dramatic difference. My hand instinctively fell to rest on my flat stomach as I thought everything over. I would do everything in my power to make sure our pup was happy and healthy, but it wasn't going to be easy. And I was scared. Once we made it upstairs, we both immediately headed for the bathroom to take a quick shower. I knew Dean was just as tired as I was, if not more so. Days upon days of worrying and little sleep was sure to have worn him down much more than he let on. We quickly helped each other wash up before getting ready for bed. We slid into bed at the same time, pulling the covers up over our bodies and savoring the feeling of our soft, familiar bed. I'd had a blast in tropic sun, of course. But something about being home was surprisingly comforting. It was something I hadn't felt since my mother died. Dean rolled over and pulled me into his arms, holding me against his chest with his chin resting lighting on top of my head. I smiled to myself happily before quickly drifting off to sleep. The next morning, I woke several hours before Dean. In fact, the sun was just barely beginning to rise. Our bedroom was still dark, yet I felt wide awake. I had slept most of the journey home, and then we went to sleep as soon as we arrived. So perhaps I was finally fully rested. After several minutes of adjusting my position in the bed, I decided there was no way I was going back to sleep. I sighed heavily before inching towards the edge of the bed and sliding out, trying my best not to disturb Dean in the process. Once my feet hit the floor, I turned to look at his sleeping figure, convinced that he was still sound asleep. I then began to quietly tiptoe towards the bedroom door. I thought perhaps I could have a nice, quiet walk around the pack house before the pack members were out and about. I could watch the sun rise beneath the clouds and then return in time to make Dean and I a nice breakfast. I knew Dean wouldn't like me walking around pack territory at such an hour alone, but I'd be back before he was even awake. Once I made my way downstairs and out the front doors of the pack house, I took a deep breath and smiled, although our air certainly didn't have the same flair as the dense, salty air of tropic sun. It was familiar and comforting. The smell of fresh water and trees brought me more happiness than I'd remembered. I made my way around the side of the pack house, admiring the orange glow of the sun as it slowly rose through the trees from beneath the clouds. It was rare to have a clear, cloud-free sunrise or sunset here, but they were beautiful. Nonetheless, something about the sun behind the clouds seemed to paint a vibrant watercolor picture, and I suddenly felt inspired for my next attempt at sketching. I rounded the corner towards the back of the pack house as the sun rose higher in the sky. I was truly enjoying the peace and beauty of my pack while its people were still tucked away in bed, and all seemed right in the world for a moment. That is, until I heard a rustling nearby. My head snapped to the left to look in the direction of the noise. At first, I didn't see anything and assumed it had been a rabbit or a squirrel. But after several more seconds of surveying the area, a tall, ghostly pale woman emerged from the surrounding woods. Every muscle in my body froze, yet my heart went into overdrive. Who was this woman? What was she doing out at such an hour? She was completely unfamiliar to me, and she certainly didn't look like a Darkroot native. Luna Audrey. She finally spoke. Her voice low and her eyes narrowed as her lips curved up into a sinister smile. I've heard so much about you. Yet, you're still nothing like what I was expecting. My lips parted in shock. Who was she? This all must seem odd to you, but I've been watching you for some time now. Archibald has big plans for you and that pup growing in your womb. She snickered. I began to panic. My breathing quickly turned into hyperventilation, and I suddenly felt dizzy. It had been a while since I'd had such an intense panic attack. But this woman truly scared me. I had no idea who she was, but what was clear to me was that she was working with Archibald, and she had just threatened me and my unborn child. "Dean," I shouted through our mind link, "is your father still locked away?" It was silent for a moment before I felt Dean break through. "What? Of course he is. His cell has been guarded continuously." "What's wrong? Where are you?" Dean's voice gradually transitioned to panic as he realized I wasn't laying next to him in bed. I'm out back, behind the pack house. There's a woman. She knows your father." I told him, still too stunned to go into detail. "Darn, Kiriana," he cursed, sounding both angry and concerned. "Audrey, get back inside now, I'm on my way." "But she's dangerous. You need to get away." I nodded to myself and began to turn away, determined to make it back to safety while I still had a chance. "Oh. What's wrong, love? Dean won't let you have any fun. He has always been a bit of a buzzkill." Kiriana pooted. "Get off of our territory before you're killed," I yelled. though still sounding like a scared pup. She cackled wildly before making eye contact with me. Her eyes were dark and fiery, holding no hint of humor despite her laughs. "Kill me. You're much more naive than I'd anticipated." "Clearly, you don't have a clue who I am." Kiariena, a loud voice, suddenly boomed from behind me, growling loudly with unspoken threats. And just like that, she was gone. Tears puddled in my eyes as I quickly turned and ran towards Dean. Crashing into his arms and sobbing, I knew I'd messed up. But I truly hadn't thought a simple walk around my own pack could bring any harm. But this woman, this being, not only had she threatened me, but she threatened our pup. I felt Dean's body tense as he held me, and I realized he was likely listening to the thoughts that were running through my head. In this time of distress, I hadn't thought about concealing my thoughts and emotions, and now he was being flooded with everything that had just happened without me even speaking a word. Dean grabbed me tightly and headed back towards the pack house, desperate to have me back inside and safe. "She's a witch. Audrey, the witch that works with my father," he growled, making me shrink further into his chest. "I'm sorry," I cried out. I knew he wasn't truly mad at me, but more so the situation I'd gotten myself into. Regardless, seeing him so angry still caused a reaction from me. I couldn't go back to sleep, and I didn't want to wake you. I was going to come right back. I didn't think. He stopped us on the middle of the staircase and grabbed my chin, forcing me to look up at him. "I know you didn't think. Audrey, that much to me is clear. I know you think I'm overprotective and paranoid. But hopefully now you see it's for good reason." More tears fell from my eyes, and I nodded. Dean stared back at me for a moment, and once he seemed satisfied with my understanding, he continued leading me back upstairs to our quarters. Once inside, Dean quickly locked the door and rushed me to the bedroom, gently guiding me against the side of our bed and taking my chin in his hand once more. He peered down into my eyes, his blue and green eyes burning with an intensity I don't think I'd quite seen before. "You scared me. Audrey, you can't even begin to imagine the things she could do to you and our pup." His voice slowly began to mellow out as he began to feel more secure with me being back in his arms and in the safety of our home. For a moment, I truly feared that I might lose you. "Both of you," he said, his voice now much softer and lower. He gently pulled my chin towards him and kissed me with an intensity that showed he truly meant what he said. He quickly lifted me onto the bed and moved his large body close to mine, now cradling my face with both hands as he continued to kiss me with a sense of urgency. I gasped as he moved from my lips to my neck, kissing over his mark and causing firework-like sensations to go off throughout my body. "I can never lose you, Audrey," he whispered huskily against my ear before trailing his lips back to mine. "Dean." I breathed heavily, quickly submitting to him but still having so many questions. "Why? Why was she here? What does she want?" "Shh." Dean hushed me as he ran his hands down my sides teasingly, grasping at the bottom of my shirt and then quickly pulling it over my head. "Questions later. Right now, I need to have you. Let me ease your mind." His voice was still low and seductive as he spoke near my ear. He then began kissing down my neck once more before moving lower toward my chest, causing me to gasp out once again at the sensations he was causing me. I felt it was a bit odd for Dean to go from angry to this so quickly. But me potentially being in danger was likely very distressing to not only him, but his wolf as well. Not to mention, he'd just spent the entire trip to Tropic Sun being tense and on high alert. This was what he and his wolf both needed right now, to unwind and have me as close as possible, to ease both of our minds. Although we'd already mated, I was still feeling a bit insecure when it came to our intimate relationship. But Dean's warm kisses and gentle caresses quickly calmed my nerves. It was so easy to melt into him and our bond. He laid me back on the bed and began to slide down my pants and underwear in one go, still moving his kisses further and further down. Then he suddenly stood up and began to remove his own clothing as he stared down at my now bare figure laid out on the bed. A low growl came from his throat as he finally removed all of his clothing. And then he came down on top of me once again, His fingers quickly found me and slowly began gentle contact, causing my heart to speed up almost instantly. Dean's lips met mine again, this time much more heated, as his fingers moved inside of me, increasing pace agonizingly slow. My mouth fell open and a soft moan escaped, causing him to engage in a deeper kiss. My back arched in response to him and my head fell back, breaking our kiss and exposing my neck. Dean's lips moved back to my neck, and I began to pant. The pace of his fingers was gradually increasing, and I could already feel myself starting to reach a peak. I whimpered and moved beneath him, seeking the sweet release. And just as I felt I was at my peak, he stopped. I opened my eyes and looked up at him in shock, only to see a mischievous grin on his face. He leaned down and placed a soft kiss on my lips before quickly positioning himself and joining our bodies. I cried out in pleasure, still not used to how amazing it felt to have him inside of me. Sparks erupted from deep inside of me, and I knew it wouldn't take much longer for him to have me reaching satisfaction beneath him. He slowly started moving in and out of me, connecting fully with every single motion. His strong, muscular arms supported his upper body so he didn't crush me, but our lower bodies were joined as closely together as possible. I could feel every inch of him, making me moan and writhe in pleasure. Dean then picked up the pace, leaning down slightly to capture my chest. A loud moan escaped me again as I arched my body closer to him, needing as much contact as possible while I felt myself nearing the edge once more. Dean could sense I was close, and that only encouraged him. A fire was quickly building inside me, ready to explode at any moment. Dean. I breathed out heavily, causing his eyes to turn dark. We watched each other for several seconds before I suddenly found release, crying out loudly as my body began to tremble with pleasure. Waves of feeling overtook me. But Dean still didn't let up. His pace quickened yet again until he finally let out a deep moan and found his own release within me. Dean moved slightly away from me several seconds later before collapsing on the bed next to me and pulling me into his arms. We laid there for what seemed like an eternity, simply enjoying the bliss that we'd both just experienced. In that moment, I'd almost forgotten that more troubles awaited us. 5 months later. 5 months had passed since my encounter with Kiriena, and some days, I'd almost forgotten about the experience completely. Yet, there was still this sense of danger looming at the back of my mind. Things had been peaceful, happy, normal, if I dare call it that. Dean and I went about our business as Alpha and Luna of the pack, and up until recently, I'd been visiting the schools and infirmary almost every day. Archibald remained locked up with guards monitoring him 24 hours a day. Life was good. Today was like any other. Although I was no longer permitted to visit the schools or infirmary, I was now in the late stages of my pregnancy. Only a week or so left before my due date. So Dean insisted that it was safest for me to stay home and take it easy. I was able to help him with some of the pack paperwork and a few phone calls here and there. But otherwise, I was left to relax. I felt rather useless if I was honest. I'd grown very fond of my duties as Luna of Dark Root. Interacting with the pack became easier every day. And I absolutely loved helping with the school children or visiting with our sick wolves in the infirmary. I felt like I was finally making a difference. Both Dean and our doctor were proud of me for keeping myself strong and healthy during my pregnancy. I made sure to eat as much as I could during meals, took my vitamins regularly, and made sure I walked around the pack house plenty during the day. I was determined to do whatever it took to make my pup happy and healthy. We'd found out not too long ago that our pup was a healthy little boy. Dean and I were both equally ecstatic and terrified, although I knew it meant a lot to Dean and the pack to know that there was going to be an alpha heir. Knowing the realities of the life and responsibilities an alpha had, especially in Darkroot, was unsettling. Dean was just as worried about it as I was, although he didn't let it show. He was proud to be having a son, a little boy he could pass on his title to, but I knew deep down. He was worried that he'd end up like his father, making our son's life miserable. I was determined to never let that happen. I wandered around our living room area, fumbling with my drawing pad, but too consumed by my own thoughts to really create much of anything today. I'd been drawing a lot recently and had even began experimenting with paints and canvas a bit. I was hoping some newly developed skills and hobbies would help keep my mind occupied with things other than worries. I truly didn't think about Kiriena or Archibald all that much. But when I was alone and unoccupied, my mind would wander and fear would creep in. Dean was great at reassuring me that I was safe and protected at all times. But at the back of my mind, something still felt off. Perhaps it was because I was pregnant. My motherly instincts had gone into overdrive, and I felt myself becoming insanely protective over the little pup growing inside of me. There'd even been a couple instances recently where I'd snapped at some of our guards for getting too close to me, which wasn't like me at all. Dean's protective instincts had increased as well, and I thought that wasn't even possible. I was thankful our pack doctor was female. Otherwise, I wasn't sure that our appointments would go so smoothly. After about an hour of contemplation, I finally decided I would make Dean and I lunch and take it to his office. I was bored and lonely at this point. So this was the best solution I could come up with. Recently, Dean had Helen preparing our meals so I didn't have to. But this time, I wanted to. It wouldn't be anything too extravagant, of course. But some nice sandwiches on French bread with all the fixins would be good enough. Dean preferred ham and roast beef on his sandwiches, while I usually went for turkey with avocado. Once I was finished constructing the sandwiches, I packed them in little containers before grabbing a couple bags of chips and bottles of tea from the fridge. I smiled at my work as it laid out on the counter before me. It was funny how I could miss something as simple as this. And I suddenly found myself feeling excited for the day to come that I would be packing our little pup's lunch for school. I shook that thought off quickly. He didn't need to grow up that fast. I exited our quarters and started down the hallway towards Dean's office. My arms full of our lunch items. I'd forgotten to put it all in a bag. So I used my large, rounded stomach to balance the sandwich containers as walked. My stride had turned into a slight waddle, as my large belly still threw me off balance a bit. I knocked once on Dean's large, wooden office door before twisting the knob and pushing the door open. Struggling to hold on to our lunch as I did so, Dean looked up from his work and quickly made his way over to me, grabbing several items out of my hands. "What is all of this?" he questioned, raising an eyebrow at me as he set everything down on a nearby table. "I made us lunch," I told him plainly. Dean said, "Audrey, if you wanted us to eat lunch together, you could have had Helen make it and pack it up. You need to I cut him off. "I'm tired of resting." Dean mumbled something under his breath and shook his head at me before opening the containers and bags of chips. I smiled as he handed me my sandwich and sat down on the couch, pulling me down with him to rest on his lap. We ate our food quietly, as we were both tired and hungry. My pup had caused my appetite to grow significantly, so it wasn't as much of a struggle for me to finish my food. "Thank you for lunch," Dean told me as he finished off his food. He wrapped his arms around me and leaned forward, placing a delicate kiss on my cheek. I smiled and sunk into his body, enjoying the warmth and comfort of having my mate so close. It'd never get old. "I still have some work to finish up here. Why don't you head back home and take a warm bath?" Dean suggested. I said, not really wanting to leave or take a bath, although it probably would feel really nice. My back and feet had been aching quite a bit recently from the extra weight I was carrying around, I suppose, I murmured before reluctantly getting up from Dean's lap. Dean chuckled deeply. "I'll be there soon. I promise." He leaned down and kissed me once more, putting a lot more emotion into this one. I felt my face heat up quickly. He still had that effect on me, and I kissed him back with just as much passion. Despite our differences and everything we'd already been through together, I loved this man, my mate, more than I ever thought possible. After we finally separated ourselves from each other, I let out another sigh and headed for the doors to go back to our quarters. I gently closed the office door behind me, and then began on my short walk back. For a moment I thought about taking a walk around the pack house, but I knew Dean wouldn't be happy about that, especially after what happened last time. I stopped for a moment in the hallway to stretch out my arms and take a deep breath. I found myself getting short of breath every now and then, but the pack doctor assured me it was normal. As I stretched my arms up above my head, an odd feeling suddenly came over me, followed by an intense pain in my abdomen that nearly knocked the breath out of me. I doubled over, reaching out to grab the wall for support as this sudden wave of pain hit me like a ton of bricks. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself and figure out what was happening. When I noticed water trickling from my legs. No. Oh, no, no, no. I was not ready for this. I felt tears begin to form in my eyes as the realization of what was happening took over. I suddenly felt scared and completely unprepared. I was supposed to have another week. Suddenly, I heard the door to Dean's office burst open. I glanced back down the hallway and saw Dean sprinting towards me. He must have felt my pain and fear through our bond. "Are you okay?" he asked, sounding completely panicked as he looked me over. It seemed the reality of our situation hadn't quite hit him yet, and then it did. I watched as his face contorted slowly, and he began to realize what was happening. "Wait. What?" "Now," he asked frantically as he helped me stand back up straight. I simply nodded in response. Tears still threatening to spill, Dean wasted no further time. In one swift move, he scooped me into his arms and rushed for the staircase, practically running to the infirmary and likely mind-linking the pack doctor and nurses along the way. Before I knew it, I was in a large, surprisingly comforting-looking hospital room with nurses surrounding me, ready to get me in a gown and hook me up to various IVs and monitors. They were all incredibly kind, but I could barely pay attention to any one thing that was happening. It all happened so fast. "All right, Luna. This labor and delivery is going to progress very quickly for you, which is both a curse and a blessing. Children of alphas tend to not only grow quickly, but arrive quickly as well. But we're all going to be here with you throughout the process, and you will get through it." One of the nurses told me once I was settled into the bed. Tears spilled from my eyes, and I clenched my jaw tightly as another contraction hit me, this time even more intense than the last one. I nodded as the nurses continued to feed me information, but I wasn't really sure that I'd remember any of it. Dean stood by my side and let me squeeze his hand as hard as I possibly could every time another contraction came. I felt like I could break his hand at any moment. Yet he didn't even flinch. He just stood there, took it, and continued to murmur words of encouragement to me. You need to call Trey," I told Dean, sounding incredibly out of breath. "He and Brenna want to be here." Dean growled a bit under his breath. "They can wait until after you deliver. It'll take them all afternoon and evening to get here anyways." "I want them here," I snapped at Dean, not truly knowing where the outburst had come from. This pain was worse than anything I'd ever endured. And considering my childhood, that was saying a lot. It was making my body and mind react in ways that it typically never would. Dean's eyes widened, my tone clearly shocking him. He paused for a moment, but even he knew better than to argue with a she-wolf who was in labor. Without a word, he gently tugged his hand from my grip and stepped outside the room, cell phone in hand. Now only one nurse remained in the room. She monitored mine and the pup's vitals closely while coaching me through every contraction. I didn't think most nurses stayed in the room continuously like this. But with this birth being from the Alpha and Luna of the pack, things were taken much more seriously. I was birthing the future Alpha of Darkroot after all. No pressure. Dean eventually came back in the room and quickly returned to my side, grasping my hand once more before pulling up a chair with his free hand. "They're on their way. They'll be here as soon as they can." I nodded, feeling surprisingly relieved. My pup may be born into a bit of a dysfunctional family, but I wanted him to be surrounded by those who loved him most on his first day in this world. And although we still didn't know each other incredibly well, I knew Trey was one of those people. Hours went by and my patience became incredibly thin. I'd complained several times about how I'd been told this was supposed to go much faster for me, only to be informed that a few hours was very quick compared to some she-wolves who were in labor for 24 hours or more. I got quiet after receiving that information, suddenly feeling sympathetic towards my fellow she-wolves who had to suffer through that. Dean seemed stunned by my attitude and slightly aggressive behavior, but he knew better than to comment on it. He simply tried his best to comfort me, and I appreciated it more than he knew. At the 6-hour mark, my nurse decided to check me once again. Except this time, she informed me that it was about time for me to push. Push, no, 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 no. I may have endured several hours of pure hell already, but I was not ready to push. Soon the pack doctor reappeared with 2 more nurses following. silently indicating that it was indeed time for me to push. I followed their instructions the best that I could. Bear down. Push. Breathe. Wait for the next contraction. And repeat. Perhaps not in that order. But it was all a blur at this point anyways. Dean continued to be incredibly great and supporting and comforting me. And while I was grateful, I couldn't really express that to him right now. It'd have to wait for later. He truly surprised me though. Although I loved him with my whole heart. I'd never been able to picture him in a moment like this before. He was so raw. So real. After what seemed like an eternity more of pushing, a sense of relief came over me. And then I heard the tiniest, sweetest little cries. My heart swelled. And I felt Dean freeze next to me. Neither of us could believe this was real. The nurses wiped off our newborn pup, while the doctor quickly checked him over. Once she was satisfied that he was perfectly healthy. He was swaddled in a pale blue blanket and walked over to us. A small sob escaped me as the nurse handed me my tiny, perfect baby boy. This was real. Dean and I had created this tiny, perfect little life. I was a mother. We were parents. Dean stared down at the two of us in awe. Clearly not knowing what to say or do, I awkwardly cradled our son, scared that the slightest movement would break or disturb him. And Dean seemed equally as cautious. After several minutes of staring at our perfect little son, our future alpha, as he now slept peacefully in my arms, Dean finally spoke. "What's his name?" he asked me, his voice surprisingly smooth and calm. I froze, realizing I'd forgotten one of the most important parts of having a child. I sat there for several moments, thinking long and hard about any potential names. I criticized myself a bit for not having this planned out ahead of time. Then it hit me. It was perfect. Owen. Owen Whitaker. Where this name came from so suddenly, I wasn't sure. But what I was sure of was that it was the perfect fit for our little boy. We were discharged from the infirmary several hours after Owen's birth. Sent back to our personal quarters to learn how to take care of this fragile little life with no loving family to help assure and guide us. Luckily, and to both of our surprise, we caught on rather quickly. It was true what they say about motherly and fatherly instincts. Dean and I took to our roles in no time at all. Several days went by with just the three of us holed up in our personal quarters, loving and cherishing our precious pup and feeling our hearts grow for each other as well. I adored the sight of Dean holding Owen or giving him a bottle. And I knew Dean had the same feelings watching me be a mother to his pup. Everything was warm, happy, and blissful. But those several days passed quickly. And Dean needed to get back to his duties as alpha. Not only that, but Owen still hadn't been formally introduced to the pack. The thought made me nervous. But I brushed it off, summing it up to normal motherly worry and protective instincts. I knew the pack was insanely excited to see their future alpha, and that they, too, would see that he was always protected until he was big and strong enough to hold his own. And today was that day, Owen's introduction to Dark Root. Dean was to spend the day working in his office, catching up on everything that he'd missed and taking care of the tasks our beta didn't have the authority to. And then there would be a mandatory dinner in the dining hall to celebrate the arrival of not only the alpha and Luna's pup, but the future alpha of Dark Root. I still had a couple more weeks of quality time with my sweet little man before I'd need to start gradually tending to my duties as Luna again. I tried so hard to savor every moment, but time seemed to fly by so fast. In fact, it appeared I'd already spent the majority of the morning loving on my little man and admiring his sweet little face. I quickly jumped up from the couch, careful not to jostle Owen around too much, and headed for the bedroom. I still needed to shower, get dressed, tend to my hair and makeup, and get Owen ready. All of this seemed to take 10 times longer now that I had Owen to watch over and care for. I wouldn't change a thing, but it was definitely a huge adjustment. I laid Owen in his bassinet, rolled it near the bathroom door, and made sure he seemed content before practically sprinting for the shower. I knew I only had a small window of time before Owen would likely begin crying for me, not wanting to be alone or away from his mother. I quickly washed my hair before smoothing in some conditioner to soak while I washed my body and started shaving my legs. About halfway through my first leg, Owen began to cry. I jumped out of the shower, water dripping down my body, conditioner still in my hair, and shaving cream smeared on my legs, to soothe my sweet pup before sprinting for the shower once more, hoping I could at least wash out half the conditioner and shave up to my knee before he got fussy again. Once everything was properly washed, rinsed, and shaved, I hopped out of the shower, wrapped a towel around my waist, and quickly went to the closet to pick out something nice to wear. I hurriedly shuffled through my assortment of dresses, trying to find the perfect one, but also trying to move quickly before Owen needed me again. Once I was dressed, I could wrap him up and tie him onto me while I did my hair and makeup. He'd be much more content like that. Before I made my selection, he began to cry again. I sighed heavily, and immediately felt guilty for doing so, before running towards his bassinet to scoop him up once more. On my way over, I tripped and fell, nearly hitting my head on the floor, but luckily caught myself with my arms just in time. Owen cried harder. Hearing the loud, foreign sound of me falling, I tried to get up as quickly as I could, but I caught a glimpse of the clock in the midst of it. I'd already taken an hour and a half, and I wasn't even close to having us both ready. The tears hit me out of nowhere, and I suddenly found myself curled in a ball on the floor, listening to the heartbreaking sound of my son crying for me. I was already failing him. How could I give this perfect little human all the care he deserved when I could barely keep myself together? Much less be a Luna on top of it all. My cries turned into sobs, and I just barely heard the front door burst open. Heavy footsteps quickly made their way down the hallway, throwing open our bedroom door as if there was an emergency. Dean froze when his eyes landed on me in such pathetic shape, a crying mess on the floor while our precious son continued to wail. He was down by my side in an instant, checking me over for any injuries, confusion written all over his face. It occurred to me then that he'd either felt my fall or my overwhelming emotions through our bond and had panicked. Once he was sure I wasn't seriously injured, he pulled me into his arms and held me there on the floor as I continued to cry. Audrey. What's the matter? What happened? I sniffled, attempting to both catch my breath and stop crying. Nothing. I tripped, but... Dean, I'm so terrible at this. I'm never going to be a good mother and Luna. Dean's body tensed and he quickly stood up, bringing me to my feet with him. He turned me around, looking me dead in the eyes as he kept his grip on me. Audrey, you listen to me, and you listen good, he started, his voice stern, but his eyes full of love for me. You're the most amazing person I know. You've been through more hardship in your short life than anyone should have to deal with in a lifetime. You're an amazing mother, a wonderful mate, and a perfect Luna. Despite all of your self-doubt, none of these things become easy overnight. But once you get the hang of it, I know you will handle it all flawlessly. Dean told me, miraculously. It seemed his speech also somehow soothed our little Owen. As his cries began to fade, I sniffled again and nodded, loving that I had such a supportive mate who thought so highly of me. I never thought I'd have something like that. If you were feeling overwhelmed trying to care for Owen and get yourself ready, why didn't you tell me I could have called for someone to come up and watch him for you? Dean questioned. I don't know. I'm his mother. I'm supposed to be able to handle him on my own, I answered. Dean sighed heavily and pulled me to his chest, stroking my back lovingly as he held me. Don't ever be afraid to ask for help. Audrey, we can't always do everything on our own, especially when it's new. Just wait until the first time you leave me alone to watch Owen. It'll probably be a disaster. I laughed at his words, although it was likely true. Dean was proving to be a great father so far, but it was new to him and uncomfortable at times, especially given his upbringing with his father. Dean chuckled lowly before leaning down to press a kiss to the top of my head. Now that I'm here, you go ahead and finish getting ready. Owen and I will relax in the living room until it's time for us to get cleaned up too. I looked up and smiled gratefully at my mate, my tears now fully dried. He may be a little rough around the edges, but his love for me and our son was undeniable. He leaned down and planted a soft, Sweet kiss on my lips before releasing me from his arms and stepping over to the bassinet to scoop up Owen. Dean smiled down at our little pup, his eyes lighting up ever so slightly. Before turning around to walk out of the room, my heart grew warm every time I saw the two of them together, giving me hope for the future, that our son would have a much better relationship with his father than Dean ever had with Archibald. Now that I had some time to myself, I moved back to the closet to pick out the perfect dress for tonight's occasion before pulling it on over my head and then returning to the bathroom to tend to my hair and makeup. I hadn't really done much of either since having Owen. I did my makeup first, applying some light-colored eyeshadow, a little bit of eyeliner, mascara, and a light coverage foundation. Once I was satisfied with my typical, natural, but put-together makeup look, I moved on to my hair. I blow-dried it, brushed it out, and then curled the ends before smoothing out any frizz with some products I'd acquired. I smiled at my reflection, finally feeling more like myself again. Although it had only been a little over a week since I'd had Owen, it seemed like a rather long time of not getting cleaned up and looking presentable every day, especially since I'd just started getting used to life as a Luna. Once I was fully satisfied with my appearance, I returned to the living room to take Owen from Dean so he could go shower and clean himself up. In the meantime, I'd feed Owen and get him ready as well. Although he was a tiny infant, I wanted him to at least have a cute outfit for his introduction to the pack. I cradled Owen in one arm while heading back to the bedroom towards our dresser to sort through his clothing with my free hand. Dean passed by me to go shower, and for a moment I couldn't help but stop and smile about how natural this all felt. It just felt right. Soon enough, all three of us were ready for the big dinner. My stomach turned a bit, still nervous for this big event and feeling insanely protective over my son. But Dean squeezed my waist reassuringly as we made our way down the staircase. When we entered the dining hall, I was immediately overwhelmed with the strong aroma of fresh-cooked food, the loud, excited chatter of literally the entire pack, and the bright sparkle from the hundreds of decorations that had been hung for the occasion. The pack quickly quieted as they saw us enter the room, most of them straining their necks to try and catch a glimpse of the little alpha I had bundled in my arms. I smiled courteously as we passed by them and headed for our table at the front of the room. Since neither of us really had any family here, I'd expected to only see the beta and his family seated at the table. But there sat Trey and Brenna. My smile grew instantly as a million questions formed in my mind. They were supposed to be there immediately after Owen was born. But something had come up and they had to cancel at last minute. Although I was disappointed, I didn't bother them about it afterwards. I knew well what life was like as an alpha and Luna. I tried to speed up my pace without being too obvious about it. But excitement quickly consumed me. Not only was I ecstatic to see them, but their appearance here in the dining hall on such a special occasion could mean only one thing. Darkroot had officially and publicly declared Tropic Sun as an ally. My smile was as wide as it could possibly be as Dean and I took our seats at the center of the table next to Trey and Brenna. Trey's eyes locked onto Owen almost instantly, clearly in awe of his little nephew. My first instinct was to pass Owen over for Trey and Brenna to hold him. But then I remembered the occasion and knew it'd have to wait. Dean would be introducing our son to the pack at any moment. Before the Omegas could begin serving dinner, Dean stood from our table and tapped his fork against his glass, causing a sharp ding to echo throughout the dining hall. The pack immediately became silent, their full attention on their alpha. They'd been anticipating this moment for months. Darkroot, thank you all for gathering with us today for the celebration and introduction of my son, your future alpha, Owen Whitaker, Dean announced loudly before motioning for me to stand. I slowly stood from my seat, not wanting to disturb Owen too much despite the circumstances. Once I was on my feet, I carefully unwrapped his blanket from around him, finally offering our pack a glimpse at their tiny alpha. Gasps were heard throughout the room, followed by excited chatter as the pack members finally saw him. A smile quickly formed on my face. I was so proud of this little creature Dean and I had created. After several more seconds, Dean cleared his throat loudly. Thank you all. Now let dinner be served. With that, the Omegas trailed out with their platters, serving our table before moving on to the rest of the pack. Tonight, we were served a traditional meal of steak, potatoes, and vegetable soup that was thought to bring good fortune and strength to our future alpha. After taking several bites of my food, Owen began to stir in my arms. I looked down to see his little face becoming disgruntled, and immediately knew he'd start crying any second. He was either hungry, needed a diaper change, or both. And of course I hadn't thought to bring any of those things with me. It was just a dinner after all. Who would have thought? Certainly not this brand new mother. Owen is getting fussy. I'm going to go upstairs to change and feed him. I'll only be a minute. I mind-linked Dean, not wanting to cause too much of a disturbance. Do you need Brenna to come with you to help? He asked, clearly still worried about my behavior earlier. I smiled over at him reassuringly. I'll be fine. I promise. He nodded to me as I stood from the table, not wanting to draw too much attention to myself. Luckily, most of the pack members didn't seem too concerned as I crossed the dining hall towards the exit. Most of them had children. After all, they understood. I quickly made my way across the first floor of the pack house towards the staircase, gently bouncing Owen in my arms and shushing him the whole way as he became increasingly more fussy, just as I was rounding the corner to the staircase. I felt large. Rough hands wrap around my waist and yank me backwards towards the back hallway. I screamed, but only for a second before one of the hands was slapped over my mouth. Muffling my cries for help, I held Owen tightly to my chest, trying my hardest to form some kind of plan. I knew I had to protect my baby boy at all costs. I tried to use my legs to kick back, hoping to hit my captor in the kneecaps or groin, but managed to miss every time. He was too strong, and I was too worried about dropping Owen. Just as I was about to try something else, I felt a warm breath on my ear, followed by a low, familiar chuckle. What are you doing out alone with the future alpha? Luna, no. No. It couldn't be him. Could it? He was supposed to be locked up. Dean was sure of it, and after my encounter with the witch, he doubled security. I did try to tell my son that there was no way you were capable of raising an alpha, but he wouldn't listen. Archibald taunted. So, I guess I'll just have to take you out of the picture. I awoke in a cold, dark room. The air felt damp and reeked of dust and mold. I was disoriented for several seconds before I finally realized that my son was no longer in my arms. And then the panic set in. Where was my Owen? Where was I? My first thought was that Archibald had brought me down to the dungeons. But would he really be stupid enough to hide me within the pack? He was many things. But he wasn't stupid. Dean would be able to track my scent much easier within the pack. And someone might hear me. The fact that my mouth wasn't even covered led me to believe that I, indeed, was no longer in Darkroot territory. However, the chains around my wrists and ankles, along with the walls that surrounded me, were preventing me from even attempting an escape. Not having even an idea of where I was or where my son could possibly be stirred deeper anxiety within me. My heart began to race as my panic rose. The only thing I could try at this point was mind-linking Dean. But then again, he hadn't mind-linked me, and surely he'd noticed something was wrong by now. Dean, it's Archibald. He's taken me and Owen. I shrieked frantically, urging my mind-link to go through. Nothing. No response. No feeling that I'd even been heard. Had he drugged me after all? There had to be some explanation for me blacking out between here and Darkroot. That may also explain why I was unable to mind-link. So, with no other feasible options, I screamed. I screamed as loud as I possibly could until my throat burned and my lungs pleaded for air. It was a shrill sound, full of desperation and fear. But I continued to scream, mentally pleading for someone, somewhere to hear me. In the midst of my display of despair, a nearby noise caught my attention. I quickly became quiet and tuned in to the sound, trying to figure out where it came from and what it was. Suddenly, a stream of light came through the room, followed by a low, familiar chuckle. Stupid girl. He spat. Did you really think anyone could hear you? Anyone but me and your pathetic son upstairs? He hasn't stopped crying this entire time. Further proof that his separation from you is vital. No. No. Absolutely not. I would not allow this vile man to have my son. Tears began to form in my eyes. But I fought hard to hold them back. I had to be strong for Owen. I had to get us both out of here. Why are you doing this? I demanded, my voice hoarse from all the screaming. You really aren't very bright. Are you, girl? I've already told you. You're too weak to raise an alpha. But my foolish son will never leave you on his own. You see, you've made him soft. You've brought weakness upon him. As his father, I have to correct that. And I have to prevent the same thing from happening to my grandson. Archibald lectured. I was seething at this point. I could feel the anger boiling in my stomach. And although it was a foreign feeling, it insisted to be released. You are the weak one, I yelled, heat rushing to my face. No strong alpha male kidnaps a Luna and threatens her while holding her son hostage. All out of fear that one day he will be a good, kind alpha. Archibald chuckled darkly, shaking his head. Darkroot wasn't built on kindness. You naive little girl, that's exactly why I have to take you out of this situation entirely. You'll ruin everything our pack was built on and stands for. And even worse, you'll ruin my son and grandson. Kindness is not weakness, I quickly yelled back, my anger still fueling my outbursts and managing to keep the fear at bay. I refuse to let me son grow up thinking otherwise, he chuckled again, making me cringe. Well then, it's a good thing you won't be around to worry about it. Archibald then turned around and leaned over, pulling a large trunk towards him. It was still fairly dark in the room, making it difficult to see what exactly he was doing. But once he opened the trunk, I heard him digging through some objects that seemed to clink and ding like some sort of metal. I actually had high hopes for you. Audrey, you're a pretty girl. I knew you'd produce a satisfactory heir despite your size. And with your upbringing, I'd hoped you'd remain meek and subdued. But once I saw my son begin to change, I knew I had to act quickly. Archibald explained as he continued his rummaging. Seconds later, he stood up straight, showing off a large knife in each of his hands. He had a twisted grin on his face that made me shiver. And suddenly, all of my fire had diminished and was quickly replaced with tears. This was really happening. I was going to die. I tried to tell myself that as long as Dean and Owen were alive, it'd be okay. I didn't really matter all that much anyways, but I knew deep down, my sweet baby boy needed me. My mate needed me. My wolf suddenly began to howl within my mind, begging to break free. Perhaps if we shifted, we could break out of these chains. It was the best shot we had. After all, if we did it quickly, we could catch Archibald before he shifted as well. I remained quiet, knowing I'd need to put all of my focus and remaining energy into this shift, but didn't want to make my intentions obvious at the same time. My wolf and I both visualized our shift in detail and pushed all of our energy towards it. Yet, nothing happened. We tried again, trying to push through any effects of whatever he drugged us with. That's when I realized my wrists were burning. Through my anger and adrenaline, I hadn't even noticed that my wrists were blistered and nearly raw. Even in the dim lighting, I could tell that they were bright red, my skin suffering terribly from the metal wrapped around it. Silver. I was chained with silver, which was prohibiting me from shifting. I began to curse in my mind out of frustration, something I never did. Was there really no way out of this? I'd felt weak and helpless many times in my life. But this topped them all. There was absolutely nothing I could do to save my son or myself. I was pathetic. What kind of mother can't protect their own child, and a Luna at that? So I did the only thing I could do in that moment. I closed my eyes, tears beginning to stream down my cheeks, and prayed for the moon goddess to have mercy on me. Archibald began chuckling wildly again, sensing my change in demeanor. Foolish. Foolish girl, did you really think I wouldn't cover all my bases? I couldn't risk you shifting and breaking out of here just then. A loud crash came from upstairs, causing my eyes to snap open. Archibald turned and looked towards the staircase, listening intently, but he didn't seem impressed. Children, he muttered under his breath before picking up a hard slab of some sort and beginning to run the blade of one of his knives across it, presumably sharpening it up to make his plans for me go quick and easy. But I now knew that he wasn't as smart as I'd believed him to be. Did he really think Owen could cause a noise such as that? The only way that would be possible was if he was in a bassinet that toppled over on its own. He's an infant. He wasn't capable of hardly anything at this stage in his life, much less a noise that loud. Someone was here. I knew it. Yet, Archibald seemed oblivious. It seemed that he was so overly confident in himself and his plans, that his confidence became his blind spot. He'd let his guard down. My heart suddenly felt hopeful again, but if someone was here, why hadn't they already come down here for a moment? I contemplated screaming for help. But then I realized that, if it was Dean here coming to my rescue, he probably had a very specific plan and reason for not immediately bursting down here. So, having faith in the moon goddess and my mate, I waited a bit longer, remaining silent and holding on to hope. I really am sorry it had to be this way, dear, Archibald told me as he set down his sharpening block and began to walk back towards me. His demeanor had changed yet again, and he seemed more like his usual self, creepy, but less maniacal. I was truthful in saying that I had high hopes for you, but you disappointed me, Audrey. Much like my own mate disappointed me, he added. I froze. What was that supposed to mean? He held up one of the knives and took another few steps towards me. This should be relatively quick and painless, dear, but the hard part is finding someone else to frame for it. Perhaps that brother of yours will do. Anger began to bubble up in my stomach again at the thought of him framing Trey for my murder. Surely no one would be that ignorant. After all, Trey was in the dining hall with Dean when I was taken, but if I'd learned anything by now, it was to not underestimate one of Archibald's schemes. I wanted to lash out at him, but I forced myself to stay quiet. I needed to buy myself time however I could. And if I argued with him, he may revert to his manic ways and simply lunge forward to slash my throat. Archibald let out a long sigh, although he didn't truly seem troubled. Well, I suppose this is goodbye. Audrey, it's a shame that my son loves you so much, but I assure you I will get him through this hard time. It'll all work out according to plan. Just as his mother's death did. I'll end your little life and find a very thorough way to blame it on your brother. Just as I did with my mate, Dean's mother. But of course it was my own brother I sacrificed for that plan. My heart nearly stopped beating right then and there. Did Archibald just confess to killing Dean's mother and framing Casper? I tensed my muscles to keep my jaw from dropping. But holding back my tears was even more of a challenge. How could he kill his own mate, the mother of his sons? He didn't even have to elaborate. It was the exact same scenario as mine. Dean's mother was good and kind, just as he'd told me. And Archibald couldn't tolerate her having that influence on their sons because he was twisted and sick in the head. So, he killed her and then blamed his own brother. Which was believable since Casper had never found his own mate and was infatuated with Dean's mother. It was the perfect scenario. As was mine. I find out my long-lost brother is the alpha of an enemy pack, and Archibald can run with the story from various directions. Lost in my own thoughts, I almost hadn't realized that Archibald was approaching me once again, his knives in hand. You killed my mother. An angry voice suddenly erupted from the top of the stairs. Dean. It was him. He was really here, I was right. He had a plan and was waiting it out this whole time. Archibald quickly turned around, panic written all over his face. He dropped one of his knives in the process, and a large, brown wolf sprinted down the stairs in a flash, grabbing the knife in its mouth and then turning to snarl at Archibald. Trey. Dean and Trey were both here to save me and bring Archibald to justice. I looked back up towards Dean as he began walking down the stairs toward Archibald while Trey had him cornered. The expression on Dean's face was one of pure hatred. And although it scared me a bit, I knew that Archibald deserved every ounce of anger and disgust that Dean was about to unleash on him. Dean. Son. You don't understand, all of this is what's best for you. For your son, Archibald pleaded. Desperation now in his voice. Oh, I understand perfectly. Dean started. Venom laced in his voice as his muscles began to tremble from anger. You killed my mother, your own mate. And then you framed your brother for it. That's murder and treason. Both crimes which are punishable by death in this pack. Archibald made a feeble attempt to crawl towards Dean. Now understanding that his life was in imminent danger, Trey pounced forward, pinning Archibald's legs with his massive paws, causing Archibald to shriek, even in the dim lighting. I could tell that Dean's eyes had gone pure black. He was moments away from breaking, and I wasn't sure that was something I wanted to witness. Archibald deserved whatever he had coming for him, but I still wasn't someone who could handle watching violence. And I desperately wanted to get upstairs to my little boy, sensing my fear even through his intense anger. Dean's attention quickly turned to me. His angry eyes softened only slightly as he took in my appearance, and then stormed past Archibald to come to me. He kneeled down to my level and pulled me close to him for a moment before turning his head back in Archibald's direction. "Where are the keys to the chains?" Dean demanded. "Son, let's just talk about this. Hear me out." Archibald stuttered, still trying to prove his case despite his current circumstances. Trey growled wildly, and Dean's grip tightened on me. "Tell me where the darn keys are." Now Archibald cowered and then gestured in the direction of a large table that sat across the room. Dean wasted no time jumping up and walking over to the table, quickly grabbing the small bundle of keys before returning to my side. It took him a moment to find the right one, but after only a couple of minutes, he'd freed me from all of the silver chains. Dean took in the state of my wrists and ankles, terribly raw and sore from the silver, and his eyes filled with rage once again. "Go get Owen and get out of here. Brenna is outside with the pack warriors. They'll get you back safely. I don't want you to see this," he told me, struggling to keep his voice as calm and steady as he could for my sake. He leaned down and pressed a warm, longing kiss to my lips before helping me to my feet and ushering me towards the stairs. Once at the bottom of the stairs, I quickly made my way up towards my baby boy, scared to look back, knowing that Dean and Trey were about to fully unleash their rage on Archibald. As soon as I entered the room above, I spotted Owen across the room on a dusty old couch. I frowned, immediately rushing over to scoop him up in my arms. My body ached terribly from the effects of the silver, but I didn't care. I had to get my son out of here. I scanned his little body over for any injuries and was immensely relieved to find none. I stared down at his precious little face for a moment before leaning down to press a loving kiss to his forehead. And then I quickly spun around and ran for the front door, just as chaos began to erupt below. As promised, I was met outside by Brenna and a dozen or so pack warriors. Relief washed over Brenna's features when she saw me, and then she quickly ran towards me. Pulling Owen and I into her arms, I let out a long sigh of relief, followed by streams of tears as Brenna held me to her. And in that moment, all I could do was thank the moon goddess for answering my prayers. A week had passed since my encounter with Archibald, and although we were all recovering, things seemed peaceful. Of course, after everything that had happened between us and Archibald over the past few months, I was naturally skeptical of things going so well. It took several days for my wounds to heal completely. The dose of silver that was laced in the chains was much stronger than anticipated, and it actually took me a couple of days to regain my ability to mind link. Owen was doing amazingly well, and I thanked the moon goddess daily for babies being so resilient. Although nothing traumatic really happened to him during the ordeal, I was thankful that he would never remember anything from that day. Dean and Trey had returned back to us that night with some cuts and bruises, but they were very minor injuries, especially for Alpha's. I didn't ask for any details of what happened after I left, but Dean did inform me that it was quite hard for the two of them to restrain themselves from killing Archibald. But, being the Alphas they were, they knew they'd have to go the proper way about it. Darkroot had been in enough trouble throughout the years. We certainly didn't need any more, so Dean and Trey contacted Alpha Rider as soon as they arrived back that night, and he was set to arrive sometime today to go over the proceedings and then bear witness to Archibald Whitaker's death. I certainly wasn't an advocate for death as a punishment, but after all he'd put me and our family through, not to mention all he'd done to Polar Moon years ago, there was no way I'd argue on his behalf. Truthfully, I didn't believe I'd ever feel completely safe with Archibald alive anyways. I worried about how Dean would truly take his father's death, As cruel of a man as he was still Dean's father. And after he was gone, Dean would have no family left. Besides Stefan. I'd encouraged Dean to reach out to Blue Mountain to make contact with Stefan. After all, their father was about to be put to death. As much as Stefan hated his father and the pack, he deserved to know. Dean wouldn't talk about the outcome of the conversation, only that he had indeed spoken with his brother. Despite him giving me no further details, I could tell he wasn't feeling confident that his brother would come. I'd later contacted Hannah and begged her to try and get Stefan and Farah to come, and she assured me that she would try her best. I replayed the past week through my head as I stood in our bedroom, cleaning Owen up and getting him ready for the day. Trey and Brenna had left after the incident to return to Tropic Sun, but they would be returning to Dark Root today since they were now involved. Not only that, but they insisted that they be here to support me. After all, they were family. True family. If my time estimate was correct, they'd be arriving any moment. And I was just as excited as always. But especially since their last visit had been interfered with and cut short by Archibald. A light knock sounded from the bedroom door, and I quickly looked up to see Dean standing in the doorway, smiling softly at me. Trey and Brenna have arrived in pack territory. I smiled and nodded, quickly finishing up buttoning Owen's little shirt before picking him up and walking towards Dean. I stood on my toes and stretched my neck upwards to give him a soft kiss on his cheek, only for him to reach out and pull me tightly to him before returning the kiss, but on my lips and with much more vigor. We made our way downstairs just in time to greet Brenna and Trey as the Omegas helped them inside and took their luggage to the guest wing. As we said our hellos and I exchanged hugs with both of them. Dean and I got notification via MindLink that Alpha Rider 2 was now arriving on pack territory. This was happening. It was all really happening. There was a knot in my stomach from the thought of what was to come. After all, we were putting a man to death. My mate's father at that. I tried to distract myself mentally, wondering what Alpha Rider was like. I'd heard all the talk of him being quite peaceful and kind, which made me curious as to how he felt about this ordeal. I also knew that Alpha Rider had already had his fair share of dealing with Archibald Whitaker, so perhaps he was at the point of feeling no remorse for him. I finally snapped out of my thoughts and tuned in to hear Dean and Trey chatting with one another. The exchange made me smile. They were both so much more relaxed around one another now. It made me happy to see the progress they'd made, developing a friendly relationship. Not only because they were both very important to me, but because they were both sort of the black sheep of the Alpha world. Neither of them had many friends or alliances. Other packs were generally too afraid and distrusting of Dean, and they didn't understand and felt threatened and insulted by Trey's pack's way of life. But now, the two of them were family. They were allies. They had each other's backs. And I'd even dare say a friendship was on the horizon. This time, my thoughts were interrupted by the front door opening again. 2 pack guards had escorted Alpha Rider to the pack house, letting him inside. I'd never seen Alpha Rider in person before, and to say I was stunned would be an understatement. Although it was a completely platonic thought and felt odd for me to think so, Alpha Rider was a beautiful man. He had sun-kissed skin and golden hair that he kept slightly longer than most alphas did. Yet he was still well-groomed and put together. His turquoise eyes popped against his other features, and his white teeth were perfect and dazzling as he shot us all a friendly smile. "Alpha Dean, I'm very pleased to say it's been a while," Ryder greeted with a chuckle before outstretching his hand to shake Dean's. Dean returned the gesture, and Trey followed. "I wish this gathering was under more pleasant circumstances, but I'm glad to see you all nonetheless, and very honored to finally meet Luna Audrey and Luna Brenna," he told us, bowing his head down ever so slightly out of respect. I nodded and smiled back. "It's a pleasure to meet you as well. Alpha Rider, I've heard great things of you and your reputation." I felt Dean tense beside me despite us not touching, and I almost giggled, but refrained. Although we'd come a long way, Dean was still as protective over me as ever, and I wouldn't have it otherwise. In fact, I was sure the only reason Dean hadn't shown his discomfort more visibly was because he knew that Alpha Rider was a respectable man. He wasn't the kind to go around causing trouble. flirting with other wolves' mates, or being disrespectful in any manner. He'd always been that way, even before he'd found his mate. Alpha Rider was the designated peacekeeper of all the packs. He'd been voted in years ago, and no one dared try to take his place. Not only did no one want such a job, but at the end of the day, all the alphas knew that Ryder was the best man for the cause. He was kind, fair, and just. And that's why I knew putting Archibald to death wasn't as bad as it sounded. Because Alpha Rider supported it. That. And I knew Archibald had a long, terrible history. He'd wronged so many families, Lena and her parents being one of them. And at this point, Alpha Rider likely knew that Archibald had it coming for him. I hate to rush anyone, but we do have a lot that we need to tend to before today's events. Ryder spoke up again, clearing his throat. Of course, Dean quickly replied, gesturing towards the staircase for all of us to meet in his office, once upstairs. Brenna and I settled in on the couch next to each other. She asked if she could hold Owen, and I obliged without hesitation. She and Trey had barely even gotten to see him during their last visit, all because of Archibald. The meeting with Ryder went by more quickly than I'd anticipated, although he did ask me several questions. Most of the conversation was directed towards Dean and Trey. There were a lot of formalities that had to be taken care of with something as serious as this. It didn't happen often nowadays. So when it did, it was a big deal. The bright side, if there was one, was that this all was happening within our own pack. If Archibald was a member of another pack, the situation would be much more complex due to the risk of war and other legal complications. I glanced over at Brenna to see her looking down at Owen with a huge smile, and him looking back up at her with his little eyes full of curiosity. The little scene before me warmed my heart. But it was short-lived. Dean cleared his throat loudly to get our attention, indicating that it was time to move on to the next steps in this process. We were one step closer to Archibald's death. We decided it would be in the best interest of all parties involved for Archibald's death to not be public. Ryder spoke up. I instantly let out a long sigh of relief that I didn't even realize I'd been holding in. It was Darkroot tradition for any punishments, including death sentences, to be carried out in front of the entire pack. I supposed it was likely a large combination of circumstances that led them to their decision, and I approved. Dean had seen how negatively I reacted to those girls being whipped when our bond was still brand new, so I was sure that was taken into consideration, along with the fact that Archibald was his father. This was different. It was personal, little by little. I could see my hardened mate begin to soften. It was gradual and over long periods of time, but it was definitely happening. And it made me extremely proud of him and how far he'd come. He would always be the more serious type and a bit rough around the edges. But that was just fine with me. I'd never want to change who my mate truly was. However, knowing that he paid attention to my thoughts and feelings and that he was growing as a person made my heart swell with pride and adoration. I agree. That is likely for the best. I finally replied with a small nod. I'd been so distracted by my own thoughts that at first, I hadn't even realized everyone was waiting for me to say something. He will still be put to death by traditional means, but it'll be in a secluded location and carried out by the guards. Dean added, "Ah yes, tradition and brutality." My mate was definitely still himself, regardless of any bit of softening happening to his heart. As twisted as it may seem, that made me happy. Darkroot's traditional death sentence was beheading, followed by burning the body. Any ashes left behind were tossed to the woods to be blown away and forgotten. Archibald, however, would have his ashes buried in a grave next to all the other former alphas of Darkroot. It was the only honor he would receive. "I guess it's time then," I asked, my hands now feeling a bit shaky. I was glad I wouldn't have to witness any of it, but the thought still made me nervous. Dean nodded, seeming quite tense. He swallowed hard before reaching out for my hand, taking it in his, and helping me up off the couch. I knew he was nervous as well. He was putting his own father to death. Who wouldn't be? I gave his hand a light squeeze, hoping to somehow comfort him through the complex emotions he was experiencing and trying to keep hidden. I then turned to Brenna to try and take back Owen, only for her to shoo me away. Don't even think about it, she said, slapping my hand away playfully. I laughed at her and was appreciative of her lightening the mood a bit, even if only for a second. It also pleased me to know that Owen had an aunt and uncle who were just as infatuated with him as Dean and I were. I will be the witness for the execution. And then Dean will come in to confirm before the body is burned. Ryder told me. His voice still calm and oddly soothing. Something about him instantly put me at ease, despite what he'd just told me. Thank you for taking that burden upon yourself so none of us have to, I told Ryder, my voice full of sincerity. He nodded with a small smile. It's part of my job, but I would do it even if it wasn't. I smiled back, feeling very grateful towards the kind Alpha. I knew he and Dean hadn't always gotten along in the past, yet he was here to help us regardless. Dean then moved towards the door, opening it for all of us before leading us out and down the stairs to the main level of the pack house. Once at the bottom of the staircase, we all came to a halt. While Ryder continued towards the front door, he reached out to grab the doorknob and then paused, turning around to look back at all of us. I'll come for you when it's done, he told Dean, who nodded grimly in response. In the meantime, the rest of us were to wait in the dining hall and try to eat something for lunch. Unfortunately, I don't think any of us had much of an appetite. Regardless, we sat together in the dining hall and picked at some food. Dean and I watched lovingly as Trey and Brenna continued to bond with Owen. I could feel through our bond that this made Dean just as happy as it did me. Seeing our son surrounded by people who truly loved him, it, however, also brought something else to my attention. Stefan still wasn't here. My heart dropped when I came to that realization. No matter how hard I tried, no matter the circumstances, Stefan had refused to step foot in Darkroot again. I knew this hurt Dean, although he'd never say so. I knew what it was like to grow up with an abusive father. Dean and I had that in common. But I'd like to believe that if I'd had a sibling that endured all of that trauma alongside me, that we would be closer because of it. I guess Stefan couldn't bear the thought of Dean potentially walking in their father's footsteps. Time seemed to drag by as we all sat there rather mindlessly, avoiding the elephant in the room. Even Trey had been unusually quiet throughout the entire ordeal, probably not wanting to overstep any boundaries. I began to wonder how long it took to behead someone. Was there a whole process involved? Did he fight back? The questions that filled my mind were rather dark, but I couldn't help it. It seemed like it should be quick. Yet, it also seemed like we'd been sitting in here forever, as if he could read my mind. Ryder then entered the dining hall, looking over at us all respectfully with an otherwise expressionless face. Yet he somehow still managed to radiate this aura of comfort. Something about Alpha Ryder was strange. Different, but fascinating. I didn't know what it was, but I couldn't help but notice it. We're ready for you, Alpha Dean, Ryder spoke as he approached. I felt Dean tense beside me. He remained frozen for a moment, and then he slowly began to stand from the table. My heart began to pound erratically in my chest, thinking of the pain my mate was about to endure. I'm coming with you, I blurted out suddenly as I jumped up from the table. Everyone's eyes widened, Trey and Ryder included. Audrey. No. Dean argued, his voice stern. I can't let you go through this alone, I retorted, my voice pleading. And I can't let you experience something so traumatic again because of me, he replied, his voice a bit louder this time. Part of me wanted to stand down, but I persisted. I'm coming. Please, Dean sighed heavily, clearly frustrated and torn. Fine, Ryder simply nodded, shot me an encouraging smile, and then turned around to lead us out the doors. The walk to the woods seemed to take forever, although I was sure it was just the anxiety and anticipation making it seem that way. The forest truly wasn't all that far away from the pack house. After all, half of Darkroot territory was the forest. After what had seemed like an eternity later, we'd finally made it to the tree line. We'd taken only a few steps into the forest, and my nose was suddenly overwhelmed with the smell of blood. I was instantly hit with my gag reflex, but I quickly forced it back. Now was not the time for a weak stomach. I was here to support my mate. In the distance, I saw two of our best guards standing near a large tree. They stood completely still and quiet as we got closer, not wanting to do anything to offend or trigger their alpha in any way during such an intense moment. And then I saw him. My body wanted to lock up and freeze in place, but I fought hard against it. I was here for Dean. I didn't need to do anything to make him worry about me. I pushed onward, fighting down the bile in the back of my throat. It was so much worse than I'd imagined. But how does one prepare themselves for something like this? Archibald Whitaker's body lay sprawled out in the middle of the forest floor in a pool of blood. Guards standing on either side of it. His head was completely severed and laid several feet to the left of his body. Blood still trickling from it as his eerie, lifeless eyes remained open. I could hear my heart pounding in my ears as I watched Dean take in the scene before him, his father's dead, bleeding body. He stared for quite some time, remaining silent as he tried to process his mixed emotions. I could feel him blocking his emotions from our bond, even in a moment as tragic as this. He was still protecting me, not wanting me to experience even a fragment of his suffering. 5 minutes had passed as we continued to stand there, allowing Dean to deal with this however he wanted to. Ryder remained at our side, continuing to show his support. After a couple more minutes had passed, I began to feel a weird wave of calm overcome me. My thoughts and emotions were all still the same. But suddenly my body didn't feel as tense and my urge to vomit subsided. I was thankful for the change, but extremely confused. I glanced over in the direction of Dean to see his demeanor was still the same. So clearly, I was the only one feeling this. I then turned my head to look at Ryder, only to find him still looking forward, not seeming to pay too close attention to Dean or myself. Just as I began to turn my head back to look at Dean again, I caught just a glimpse of something that intrigued me further. Ryder had glanced over and gave me a knowing smile. Alpha Ryder was certainly an interesting man, one who I now had even more questions about after spending only several hours with. But I didn't have time for those questions or thoughts right now. There were more pertinent matters at hand. Finally, Dean let out a long, heavy sigh. "Let the bastard burn," he growled out, without a moment's hesitation. The guards turned around to grab 2 large canisters that had been sitting behind them by the tree. They quickly doused Archibald's body in gasoline before whipping out a box of matches, lighting a couple, and tossing them onto the body. I jumped back slightly as flames burst from the ground, quickly consuming Archibald's entire body and head with fire. We stood there for several more minutes, watching the body disintegrate little by little as the flames ate away at it. Once Dean was satisfied that his father was really, truly gone, he reached out to grab my hand again and began leading me back towards the pack house. He walked at a fast pace, making it very clear that he was ready to get as far away from his father's dead, burning body as possible. I struggled to keep up with his stride, but I didn't complain. I heard footsteps following close behind us, indicating that Ryder was following us back. As we walked, I wondered what the rest of the afternoon and evening would bring. How did one simply go on with their day as normal after witnessing something like that? I knew Dean would likely have to make a statement to the pack at some point, but it probably wouldn't happen tonight. Would we simply go back inside and be a happy little family as if nothing happened? I didn't feel that it would be possible for either of us. Perhaps we'd spend the rest of the day busying ourselves with tasks. Or maybe Dean would retreat into solitude. I didn't want him to push me away, but I knew he had his own ways of coping with things. Perhaps it was best to let him do that tonight, if that was what he truly needed. We finally approached the pack house, only to be met with another odd sight. Trey was standing outside with a couple more of our guards, looking a bit distraught. I furrowed my eyebrows in confusion as Dean quickly approached them to figure out what the problem was. I hung back a few feet with Ryder as Dean and Trey talked in lower, hushed tones. Once they wrapped up their conversation, Dean turned back to look at me, his eyes locking with mine, revealing an emotion that I couldn't quite decipher. "Stefan is here." He came. I let out an audible gasp, not quite knowing how to react to that information. I wanted to smile and be happy for my mate, which I was, but the 2 brothers hadn't seen each other in years. There was no telling how this reunion would play out. "He's upstairs, waiting in Dean's office," We didn't want to risk any pack members recognizing him and stirring up trouble. Trey told us. I nodded, completely understanding the decision. None of us had expected Stefan to come, so we hadn't made proper arrangements. Many pack members held a grudge against him and his mate for fleeing Darkroot to voluntarily live their lives as rogues for many years before Stefan became the beta of the Blue Mountain Pack. With no further words exchanged, we all went inside and quickly made our way up the staircase. Each of us anxious for the reunion of the two Whitaker brothers, despite the grim circumstances. I silently prayed to the moon goddess, pleading with her for this to go well so that Dean could have his little brother in his life again. Once we finally made it to the door of Dean's office, we all suddenly came to an unexpected stop. Dean had stopped in front of the door, his hand hovering over the doorknob, hesitating, not sure what to expect from the situation that was about to unfold before us. Then, in one quick movement, he turned the doorknob and pushed the door open, leading us all inside. Dean came to a dead stop once again while Ryder quietly shut the door behind us all, ensuring the proper privacy. A young man, slightly younger than Dean, sat on the couch in our office, staring back as we all entered. Stefan was nearly a spitting image of Dean. It was obvious that he was a bit younger, and he also seemed a little less rough around the edges. There weren't as many obvious scars on his body, and he somehow seemed a bit more carefree. Less stressed than an alpha, especially an alpha of Darkroot. Regardless, he had the Darkroot aura about him. Despite his slightly less rough features, something about him still screamed power and darkness, the typical vibe of a Darkroot pack member, especially one of alpha blood. He shared Dean's dark hair and skin tone, but his eyes were an icy gray color rather than Dean's heterochromatic eyes. Seated next to Stefan was a young woman with an olive-toned complexion similar to my own. She had long, thick mahogany hair with bright, grassy green eyes. She was stunning and had this feeling of strength that seemed to surround her, a perfect match for a male of alpha blood. It was easy to assume she was Stefan's mate, Farah. The silent moment of intensity between the brothers seemed to go on forever. No one dared speak. This moment was between Dean and Stefan. The rest of us were simply bystanders. Slowly, Stefan stood from the couch and made his way across the room towards Dean. When he was about 6 feet away, he stopped. My muscles tensed and my heart raced as the tension in the room rose. He's gone, Stefan finally spoke. Silence. Dean nodded. Slowly. Hesitantly, Stefan's jaw visibly clenched and he slowly shook his head as a variety of emotions overcame him all at once. It's about darn time, he said before taking 2 large strides to close the space between them and colliding with Dean, wrapping his brother in a tight, emotion-filled hug. Dean stood there for a moment, clearly in shock as to what had just happened. I was sure whatever he'd been expecting, it wasn't that. I watched closely as he processed it all before finally reacting and returning his little brother's embrace. No further words had to be spoken. The brothers knew exactly what the other was thinking in that moment, and the rest of us couldn't have ever hoped for a better outcome. After we allowed the brothers to have their moment, the atmosphere in the room changed. Suddenly, there was a lightness in the air, and despite what Dean and I had witnessed less than an hour earlier, everything seemed happy. Stefan smiled widely at his brother as the two chatted casually for several minutes. Ryder and Trey made their way over to greet Farah, while I simply stood in the middle of it all, feeling a bit awkward, but so incredibly happy at the same time. Stefan and Dean then made their way back over to me, Stefan smiling brightly the whole way. Stefan, this is my mate, Audrey. Dean introduced us proudly. Stefan held out his hand formally, his smile never fading. I shook his hand eagerly, returning the smile. Audrey, you have no idea what a pleasure it is to meet you. I honestly never thought my big brother could find a mate who would tolerate him, Stefan joked as if no time had passed. Dean elbowed him playfully in return. Farah quickly joined the group, smiling at me while looking me up and down. I have to agree with Stefan. Audrey is absolutely lovely. I was convinced the moon goddess would pair you with an old hag at the rate you were going. I couldn't help but laugh. Farah had an energy about her that was both friendly and bold, and I immediately knew I liked her. Dean, on the other hand, scowled at her, clearly not amused by the joke. Shaking off the joking comments, Dean turned to Trey. "Trey, could you get Brenna to join us?" he asked. Trey nodded before quickly stepping out of the room. I knew exactly where Dean was going with this. "We do have one more person for you to meet before we all catch up," Dean told his brother. Stefan raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued with the vague statement his brother had just made. Farah seemed confused at first as well, but then quickly shot me a knowing look as her eyes lit up. Seconds later, Trey returned with Brenna behind him. She was carrying Owen, who was now wide awake and very curious about all the new people before him. Stefan's jaw dropped. "No darn way. Dean has a baby," Farah squealed. I could tell it was taking every ounce of restraint she had not to jump up and down from excitement. Farah raced over to Brenna, introduced herself in a split second, and then held her arms outward, begging to hold Owen. Brenna laughed at Farah's excitement before happily passing Owen over to her. Stefan was soon at her side, taking in every detail of his little nephew with pride. My entire body filled with warmth as I watched the scene unfold before me. A soft smile formed on my face as pure joy overwhelmed my soul. My son was so incredibly loved already by more people than had loved me my entire life. A mother couldn't hope for much more than that. I felt Dean's arm come around me as he was likely catching glimpses of the thoughts running through my mind. I looked up at my mate, still smiling, and locked eyes with him as I watched a small smile form on his face as well. We were really, truly happy. Dean slowly leaned down to plant a soft kiss on my lips, and I returned it with twice the emotion before pulling away to continue watching Stefan and Farah get to know their nephew. Trey and Brenna even seemed to be incredibly happy about the entire ordeal. It was such a pure, wholesome moment for all of us to share, especially after the grim events that had taken place earlier. No matter how sick to my stomach I'd felt over Archibald's execution, this made it all worth it. For the first time in a very long time, I felt like everything would be okay. All of us would be able to move forward happily and without fear. For the first time in my life, I wasn't afraid. All of our parents may have failed us in one way or another, but now we all had each other, and I wouldn't have it any other way. We were a family. -6 months later, I felt a bit jittery and out of place as Dean and I entered the large dining hall of the Moonwave Pack. I'd never worn such a long, fancy dress before, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't love it. It was a deep green, satin, V-neck gown that was cinched at the waist by several rows of dazzling rhinestones, while the bottom half trailed all the way down to my feet in an A-line fashion. My hair fell in long, loose curls, and my makeup was done beautifully, thanks to the help of Hannah and Farah. I wore Owen proudly on my hip and had my free arm linked in Dean's as I took in the large room around me. It had been converted beautifully for the event, but I had no doubt that it was stunning even as a normal, everyday dining hall. A couple of weeks earlier, Dean and I had received a letter in the mail from Alpha Rider that turned out to be an invitation. His birthday was coming up, and he insisted that all the Alphas, Lunas, and Beta families travel to his pack to celebrate the occasion with a formal party. We were a bit shocked, seeing as none of the Alphas had all gathered together at once in years. But Ryder insisted that this was the best time for us to all come together, seeing as none of the packs had any specific quarrels with one another for the time being. Not only that, but he guilted us all into it. Ryder was the only Alpha that was loved by everyone, so no one could say no to him, especially on his birthday. I was excited to finally be going such a prestigious gathering, but also extremely nervous for all the unknowns. I took comfort in knowing there would be some friendly, familiar faces, but there were still several Alphas and Lunas who I'd never met. And some of them, I wasn't quite sure if I wanted to. Hannah and Farah assured me that they'd be with me the entire night, as the men would probably congregate together for most of the night, chatting and drinking with one another. I took comfort in knowing I'd have 2 friends with me, and then felt even better knowing that Brenna would be there as well. Once we found our table, I was introduced to a sweet middle-aged woman named Barbara who took Owen from me so I could let loose, as they put it, for the night. I didn't like having a stranger watch over my son, but I trusted that Ryder would only pick someone he trusted for such a job. and I took comfort knowing that Hannah and Luna had little ones as well who would likely be taken care of by the same ladies. Hannah soon approached with a bright smile, clearly excited for the night's gathering. She was much more outgoing than I was, but she always assured me that she hadn't always been that way. It was something that came with time. Farah was at her side, also seeming quite excited, and quickly began to shoo Dean off. Go on now. I know you want to spend time with the boys. So let me spend time with my girls. Rhett and Stefan are getting drinks. Dean rolled his eyes at her before leaning down to give me a quick kiss. I won't be far if you need me, he assured. I smiled and nodded at him, not wanting him to worry about me tonight. This was supposed to be a fun night for both of us. And like he said, we wouldn't be far from one another. If we wanted to spend time together or needed something, the farthest we'd have to go was across the room. After Dean left us to go meet up with Rhett and Stefan, I realized I hadn't seen Brenna yet and began to scan the room for her. What's wrong? Hannah asked, sounding a bit concerned. She knew I was nervous about some of the people who'd be here tonight, like Luna Zara and Luna Lena. I'd never met them. And from what I'd heard, I wasn't quite sure if I wanted to. Oh, nothing, I quickly assured her. I told Brenna we'd keep an eye out for her so she wouldn't be alone. Oh, of course, Hannah replied, seeming delighted to meet another new Luna. Hannah had been a Luna longer than any of us, other than Lena, and always seemed to make a point to make sure any new Lunas felt welcomed and had someone to support them. That reminds me. Isn't the new Luna of Goldwind supposed to attend tonight? Farah asked Hannah. Oh my goddess. You're right, we'll definitely need to find her and make sure she feels included. I'm sure she's more nervous than anyone here, given her circumstances, Hannah said. I raised an eyebrow. What circumstances is she? Okay, I asked, suddenly worried that perhaps the girl came from a background much like my own. Or maybe her mate wasn't kind to her. I didn't know much about Alpha Gavin, as he'd only taken over the role from his father within the past couple years. You haven't heard she's a human, Farah blurted out with a laugh. My jaw dropped. Now I understood why Hannah was concerned. It was extremely rare for any wolf to be mated to a human. But an alpha, it was unheard of. Farah, be nice, Hannah scolded, glaring at her. Farah rolled her eyes and quickly apologized. Lighten up, let's go get a drink. Hannah nodded and the two began to lead me through the crowd over to the bar that was set up on the other side of the room. The music seemed to be louder over here as well, making me wonder how the bartender could accurately hear anyone's drink orders. 3 cranberry cocktails, please, Hannah said loudly, trying to talk over the music. My stomach turned slightly. I rarely ever drank alcohol. And when I did, I was definitely a lightweight. I'd have to take it easy tonight and make sure I drank plenty of water as well. I had a feeling that Hannah and Farah wouldn't go easy on me. While we waited for our drinks, I couldn't help but notice 2 young women across the room who I immediately knew were Luna Lena and Luna Zara. They were unmistakable. Lena had snowy skin, white blonde hair, and intense, icy blue eyes. While in contrast, Zahra had jet black hair, deeply tanned skin, and bright baby blue eyes. The 2 Lunas were best friends. And as far as I knew, they were each other's only friends. Both of them had a reputation for having an attitude, a foul mouth, and a hot temper. Lena was Alpha Elijah's mate, who I'd heard good things about. And Zara was none other than Alpha Ryder's mate. I wasn't quite sure how well those pairings worked. But I had heard that Zara and Ryder struggled with their relationship for a very long time, several feet to the left of the infamous duo. Another young woman caught my eye. Brenna. I quickly turned back to Hannah and Farah, tapping Hannah on the shoulder persistently to get her attention. Brenna is over there, grab her a drink, and we'll go to her, I said, giving my very best attempt to be loud. Hannah nodded before turning back to the bartender to request one more drink. While I looked back over to see if Brenna was still in the same area, something seemed off about her. But perhaps she was just nervous about this event as well. After all, she and Trey were still the outsiders of the Alpha world. I was fairly certain that Ryder, Dean, And maybe Elijah. Were their only allies. Ooh. Ooh, Audrey-Hannah shouted over the music. That's her. That's the new Luna of Gold Wind. I quickly looked in the direction that Hannah was so eagerly pointing to see a young woman with fiery red hair, sitting by herself at a nearby table. My heart hurt for the poor girl. She must have felt so out of place. I'm going to introduce myself, Five. You two go ahead and go to Brenna. Hannah told us before handing Farah and I ours and Brenna's drinks. Farah and I quickly made our way through the crowd over to Brenna, who now appeared to have a drink of her own that she was finishing quickly. I pulled out a chair at the table and sat to Brenna's left while Farah sat on the opposite side of the table and immediately pushed Brenna's next drink to her. Clearly she needed it. Hey, sis, I said jokingly with a bright smile, although I could tell for sure now that something wasn't right about her. She seemed upset and stressed. Hey, she replied, forcing a smile before finishing the drink that Farah had passed her. What's wrong? I asked her, getting straight to the point. Farah leaned across the table slightly, not wanting to miss anything. It's nothing. I don't want to put a damper on our night. This is supposed to be fun. Right, Brenna said with an unenthusiastic laugh. Truly. She seemed as though she wanted to cry. Brenna. I started, only to quickly be interrupted by Hannah's approach. Hey ladies, this is Melody. She's Alpha Gavin's mate, Hannah started, gesturing towards the gorgeous redhead. I told her she was more than welcome to join us tonight. In fact, oh goddess. What's wrong? Hannah's demeanor quickly changed as she caught on to the fact that the situation she'd walked into was not exactly a happy one. Unfortunately, Melody quickly caught on as well, and her hopeful smile quickly faded to a look of anxiety. Tears were now brimming in Brenna's eyes as she became overwhelmed by both people and emotions. I could tell she was about to become distressed. And I suddenly wasn't sure who I felt worse for, Brenna, who was clearly about to have a breakdown, or this poor new human Luna who just unknowingly walked into this mess. Trey wants to find his mate. Brenna blurted out as a stray tear escaped her beautiful violet eye.